put a landlord
in a landfill.
Put a
Landlord
in a
I'm trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for you to stand still. Drop that ass, drop a band, fix my fucking sink. I've been paying all your bills, bitch, you work for me. It broke the second that I moved in. And now this motherfucker really trying to charge me. Bitch, I'm from New Orleans. I'ma suck your mama, cause who the fuck raised you? This just an apartment, and you think I'ma pay you 2/3 of my money for me to fucking wait? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 business days. Look, I got work and I got shit I gotta do. So get your dusty ass shoes up out my room before I show your ass a brand new altitude. You think this tension palpable until I turn you into concrete and a road grew out of you. I know your papa raised a capitalist, he probably proud of you, but you a leech. Get a job, you a bum, you a fiend. I beg your pardon, you so take a slide. Put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for you to stand still. Drop that ass, drop a band, fix my fucking sink. I've been paying all your bills, bitch, you work
Bitch, I'm
for me.
trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for you to stand still. I've been paying all your bills. Bitch, I'm smoking in the crib. Give a fuck about how you feel. 2 weeks just to fix a bitch AC. That's why I've been feeling homicidal lately. Tryna hit a landlord with an 8-piece. Wop, wop, bitch, you my hoe. You should pay me. Fill your fucking bank account up while you living lazy. These motherfuckers think I'm crazy.
Nah, these motherfuckers think that I'm making 3 times the rent, but I'm promising that I don't. Thanks to Photoshop, my bank account looks swole. I'm just trying to stay off the pole. Got me contemplating trying to rob a bitch, but I'm not a pot.
Fuck my landlord. If I'm late on the rent, I'ma fuck my landlord. Think I'm in a damn porn. Ain't no love near, smoking with the bugs here. Don't be coming around when I'm not home, I got drugs here. If she saw the powder piles, I'd be on the streets. My homies living here with me, but they not on the lease. Washer, dryer, leaking in the sink. I ain't paying you on time if you don't fix the shit this week. Look, if I don't get back my security deposit, I'm coming to the office and shooting everybody in that bitch. Yeah, and when I get it back, I'ma spend
We don't
that
condone,
bitch.
we don't
Next
condone.
crib I live in, I promise I won't rent that bitch. Trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for your dumb ass to stand still. If you try and raise the rent, get your fam killed. I'm tired of these damn bills.
I'm trying to put a landlord in a landfill. I ain't paying for you to stand still. Drop that ass, drop a band, fix my fucking sink.
Banger ass song, dude.
Paying all your bills, bitch, you work for me.
Good stuff. Hopefully everyone's having a great day. I'm having a good start to the day overall. It's been good for me to be slightly busier. There's always ups and downs of things, but a lot of the DSA work has been grounding, doing the class, recovering from doing the class, and then now that light's not on. I was like, wondering why it's a little extra dark in here. Luigi needs his light. And it provides that little bit of side fill. And then today, I have the October 7th Chevron Picket. Taking more photos of that. Maybe do a little bit of video for it. Probably try to make out a social post. Just sort of summarizing the event. I got to think back to my own class. What's the audience? What's the message? And then, I guess, what's the audience? And then think of a good hook, message, and call to action to have in that order for the video. So probably the hook would just be them shouting stuff about Chevron or whatever it is. Or maybe even somebody sort of yelling back at us or something, depending on if that even gets caught on video. Probably won't, but if it does. Then describing what we were doing and what it means. And then if you would love to get involved in this, reach out to your local stations or team up with us and other active groups. The one that I'm affiliated with is the DSA, but I'm sure there's many others. And and leave some information. So that seems like a pretty simple 1, 2, 3. And the message would be people who are sympathetic or unaware of the problem, but will be sympathetic. Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard. And that's gonna be later on in the day, thankfully. So I'll have time to stream and then time to recover after the stream and then prepare and then make it out there and do a good job. There was something, oh yeah, and then I also did I knew there was something else beyond the class in between this and that would be the Dump Duke canvas. And I ended up doing more video work for it, which I'm happy with because that's a lot of times where my skill set is. I mean, I don't mind being one more person to get, out there to pound some pavement and to do some lists, but boy, oh boy, am I sweaty and ineffective, perhaps, at knocking on strangers' doors. It's good for me to get out of my safe zone and to knock on neighbors' doors and say hi and really sort of like broach that conversation. But boy, oh boy, did I not get a lot of signatures when I used to go. It's possible that the campaign is getting further along, so there's a lot more knowledge about the campaign than it was back when I was doing it however many months ago. Or it's just a more, yo, what's up? It's a more sympathetic neighborhood overall, but people are coming back from the thing going like, oh yeah, we got like 8, 10 signatures, half the doors answered to the door. But when I go out there to do canvassing, it's like nobody answers the fucking door. And if they do, they seem sympathetic, but ultimately don't really sign up or show up. So maybe some people are just better at it. I always start off with the knock knock. Oh, hey, sorry to bother you. My name's Jason and I'm with this cafe. And I don't know, maybe I just come across it all the wrong way compared to how other people do it. What's the initiative? So this one, it's technically for St. Pete City residents. It's about dumping Duke energy and basically begging the city council and the mayor to look into city-owned power, or at the very least, just looking into other options for power. Yeah, L Duke Energy for sure. St. Pete, the city of St. Pete pays easily within the top 5 out of all cities in Florida for their electric costs. Even the Florida Keys pay less per person for their energy, like per capita or whatever the fuck it is, than we do. Even though they're way down there and they have to pump power all the way down there, you would think that that would have an added cost to it because they have their own city-owned transmission. They can save money. Yeah, so like the entire part of the process for St. Pete is all owned by Duke Energy, which is like a South Carolina company that does it all for profit. Like I always assumed that the mandatory monopolies were like a non-profit at the very least, but that's not the case. And there's a 30-year contract that's expiring next year. So it's critically important that we utilize the time now to basically convince the city council and the mayor to do a feasibility study, which we got them to say a yes vote. It was by 1 vote too. It was like it's like 5-3, and you need more than a majority. So if it was 4-4, it would have failed, but it was 5-3 yes to get a quote for what a feasibility study would cost. And that was like pulling teeth. So they agreed to do that. Now it's been weeks and they haven't even done it yet. They haven't even asked for, so things go to a crawl because people love to drag their heels to make it as difficult as possible. Also, the mayor of St. Pete was a former employee for the company that eventually became Duke Energy. Like it was called something else at first, like Florida Energy or Florida, not Progress. It was, I forget what it was named before, Power and Light. There was some company name that it was, but it eventually got bought out and then became owned by Duke Energy. So there's some weird ties. I believe Duke Energy is one of the largest contributors, right, to the campaigns of certain individuals. So, but if there's enough public pressure, people will actually have to be beholden to their constituents or whatever the hell, right? So that's the big campaign that we're doing. So we were out there doing canvassing, and I got a bunch of video for it, and I want to be able to turn that into a little package, like some myths about canvassing and what it's like. That was one of the ideas we were thinking about doing, because we just want to keep pumping out content, not only about things coming up, but also about things that happened, just to sort of like continue people staying active and stuff. Yeah, it's definitely a good cause. It's great because it's definitely local. Now, it won't technically impact me because I don't live in that same exact jurisdiction. Oh shit. Are you going up to PA for like QVC PA, or are you going up for just unrelated PA? That's crazy though. Cool. Hopefully it's like good stuff either way. I mean, Pennsylvania is its own sort of battleground state for a lot of things, but I imagine a lot will be better. Oh, very cool. Will you happen to be working in similar parts of the day, or is it like, I don't know if there's still like 24 hours with jobs like that or not. But yeah, awesome. I'm getting 410. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. That's the way to do it. There was something, I was watching a video about people that moved to China, and the person was talking about how they work 4 days a week, but they have an 18-hour work week. And I was just thinking to myself, like, what the fuck is that? Let's be real. I mean, at least when it comes to people like me, it's mostly online, right? The occasional ramen shop or something, right? But for the most part, it was always, you know, through a medium of some kind. Even when I was at work, I was like through an RTS panel. You know what I mean? I never feel that distant from people because I'm always the same connection. Yeah. But I know there's a pretty tight-knit group of people otherwise, which is awesome. It seems like this latest batch, or I guess the last batch of people that came through HSN, were good at forming bonds. I mean, I think the batch before I joined as well, they were sort of bond formers, but, you know, awesome. I'm running out of time here for myself. And so far, this is not quite paying any bills whatsoever. So I might have to get creative or something, but we'll see. I got time. 2 months, 3 months from now is like forever. Ugh, like forever. I'm definitely a just kind of do it live. I will wing it kind of dude. But yeah, so the October 7th thing, that's obviously the anniversary of the October 7th uprising attacks in Israel and Gaza. But there is a boycott Chevron picket that's scheduled, and I'll be taking pictures for the DSA for that and some video, and then kind of like making a video for the thing. Damn. I assume it just kind of ends. There's nothing you're supposed to do. It kind of just is over when it's over, right? You might even get a letter saying, hey, just so you know, it's over. Or maybe you just know it's going to end at some point and then it just quietly stops. Because we already got our healthcare ended. So that happened back in July 30th or whatever. 31st, I guess. Probably should like look into like my 401k. There's some money in that or something, and I guess like if I ever get another job, I'd be able to transfer it. There's like adult shit that'll have to figure out one way or the other. Problem for future me to have. The peace deal thing? Yeah. So last I heard, I'm trying to think back, to know that they were being like, oh, we're going to, there was different language compared to previous times, because even like BB was like, hey, people from Israel, it's over. Because a lot of times they were saying that even when there were deals being struck, they were talking about how they were going to continue their own efforts or keep fighting for something. So I don't know. I mean, I generally do feel like they're going to try and pull a reverse, like how when there's a ceasefire, they still get to throw bombs, right? Like, is even like in the news that I was looking at, they're like, wow, you know, there were a few bombings here and there, but otherwise it was pretty quiet for once, and people were really thrilled. And it's like, that's a crazy like state of normalcy where it's like, wow, there was only a few bombings of places in the past couple, you know, of hours. What a calm and peaceful moment for everybody to have only slight bits of murder happening. You know, it's like, what the fuck? So yeah. Oh man, the mission accomplished banner. Yeah, I mean, there was many years after mission accomplished was done. So if they, I'm trying to think if there, it may have been a little while. I may have had a day or two of missed information, but like stopping it now, getting the food into there now seems insanely important, right? The second flotilla already sort of got stopped. I think there's another flotilla starting again to get more food there, because they're not going to wait to make sure everything's going to be fine. They're going to try their best. And then if they're able to get there while the fucking aid starts rolling in, that's fine, because just more aid will be beneficial. I mean, the amount of damage has been done to the human bodies and stuff, you know. Calling the IDF heroes, well, that's going to be expected, because they're never going to call them war criminals, right? Because they are themselves war criminals. But I do see them claiming, like, once they get the hostages back, they might go like, uh-oh, they're still doing something. They're still holding, you know, governmental office. Therefore, we have to bomb again. Therefore, we have to do this. Uh-oh, they're rebuilding XYZ. Therefore, we have to do this. Because one of the major sticking points was they wanted them to demilitarize. And they were like, no, that's silly. We're obviously under attack currently. So asking people to demilitarize while they're being attacked is like, it's never going to work out, because that's not how that works. I mean, people will want to fight back. So and it's not like you've been showing yourself to be like a calm and reasonable ally nearby. So totally baseless. Yeah. Because also BB knows that his power is in jeopardy, and as much as he's liked or not liked, he has a yo-yo effect when it comes to like his own polling and stuff. I remember there was a bunch of different like investigations that were kind of on hold, I believe, because of the war, but so sick of all the winning. Yeah, government still shut down. They had that Trump 2028 hat. I thought that picture was AI when I first saw it, with Trump like making that weird face and pointing at Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer in the Oval Office. Like, I literally thought like he wouldn't make that face to them on camera. Like, that has to be AI, but it wasn't. So I was like, that's kind of crazy. Also, the amount of shit that is AI now and getting mixed into things is I mean, we all kind of knew this was going to happen one day with deepfakes and things, but the way that it's currently rolling out is some of the dumbest shit. all that new Google Vivo 3 shit about how, oh yeah, my phone woke up and was like, what? Like some of the most shared video is like of Sam Altman-Fried going into a Best Buy and stealing GPUs because they can make surprisingly convincing security cam footage because it's like low quality video, certain frame rates, whatever it is. Schumer capitulates 2 months ago because he's made of printer paper. Yeah, well, now they're like, oh, now he has a spine because he's at risk of being primaried by AOC. So now he's doing stuff, but really it's only because of AOC. And then people were asking AOC if she's in charge of this. And I think she did a good job of responding to that questioning, because it's like, if they really believed that I was the one calling the shots, then why aren't they in my office negotiating with me about the shutdown? But they're not, because I'm not the one in charge. I don't think she put it in exactly those terms, but then people started like throwing that back at people or whatever it was, which is dumb. It's interesting. Remember, I used to be more on the side of all journalists because journalists and the rights of blah, blah, blah. But especially with the most recent grouping of journalists in the White House, and then learning about certain biases in even liberal places, I've started to realize that the bad faith sort of like drama slop, shitheads kind of have there's a certain tone, or there's a certain lack of good faith that comes in things sometimes. So I'm happy with my own ability to get a little bit better at not just blindly agreeing with outlets because of team sports, or just because, all journalistic integrity. It makes it sound like I'm against journalism, which is kind of the opposite. I'm just trying to appreciate it at a better level, because it makes sense that there'd be good ones and bad ones, but still, yeah. They're credible to blame the Dems for the shutdown. I think the Dems are doing a pretty decent job considering how uncharismatic and bad the two leaders are at keeping it on message and saying we wanted healthcare for people, and they're already getting messages about how much their healthcare is increasing, and they've wanted to do this to healthcare for a very long time, and they're finally doing it, and we want to put an end to it now because there's no guarantee we'll ever get a chance to do it. But they're like, oh, you just want healthcare for illegal aliens, which is like, that's not how healthcare would work. What federal program would they be able to get they would need a social security card, dude, to like get on the fucking system. Like, what the hell? What are you talking about? It's like when they say that they want illegal aliens to vote, and it's like, how would they ever get a voting card? How would they actually, like, you can't get fucking regular citizens to sign up for voting cards. How the fuck are you gonna get illegal aliens to show up and do it? Like, but it's just, when they can just lie endlessly and their base wants to believe it, then it just makes them very difficult Thanksgiving dinner conversation with your relatives. And AOC and Zoran actually end the neoliberalism era and allow for true progressives. I would love that. Yeah. Now, leftist infighting will always be an element. I'm in many circles, or been in circles or whatever, that I've watched them kind of get mad and shit on AOC and Zoran, and I'm like, guys, if they're not good enough for you, I don't know. You probably should move. Ultimately, like, I mean, not that I'm like, it's good to, it's important to have ideals and whatever, but they get like very strong criticisms. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's one of the, because one day I'll be the old man who's, I guess I'm just more willing to capitulate or find like that's closer to my vote blue, not no matter who, but within these guidelines, right? So I'm closer to that side than other people are who do the Karl Marx or bust, or, you know, Maoist third worldist or bust. You know, how dare Zoran say that police have an important role to play in New York City? How could he? How could he? And it's like, I feel like he's always been saying that. And also, he's still signaling that he wants, at least from what I've seen, he's still signaling that he wants to create that whole organization of the safety, whatever he's calling it, where it's going to be social workers that get called out to mental health crises, and you know, addiction experts that get called out to drug users and homeless. And it's like, that'll be 100 times better than a jackbooted cop with a gun, right? It's like, that's all sounds like the things that people want, and it's in a messaging package that communicates the needs to the people without scaring them away or whatever. You know, it's like, I'm not a person who's going to say, like, you know, oh my, and clutch my pearls over defund the police. That slogan is so bad. I'm more about, if you thought it was so bad, the people in power thought it was so bad, then you should have done your job as messaging on what that means, because that's where, you know, once the message was already created and then the other side ran with it, that was for you to then not say, no, I love the police too, actually, is to be, you know, this is what we mean by that, but whatever. We got to allow center people to come over from the Trump side if they feel regret. True. Unless we open our arms all across the spectrum, Dems will continue to lose every time, or even feel like we lost even when we win. All of Joe Biden. True. Yeah, because there's another guy, I think Joe Platner, the guy from Maine, who seems pretty cool. People are already sort of like saying he's going to be the new John Fetterman, because he was a military person in the Iraq wars, and then also signed up for some tours with Blackwater as like a third-party contractor or whatever for a couple of times or something. And they're like, that shows that he's a grifter or not truly in it. And there's lots of ex-military in the left movement, and so it's important to realize that. Fetterman had a stroke and went more right-wing. He even said it himself that after his stroke, he has now changed his views on a lot of things, which is pretty crazy. But I guess there was perhaps more signs that he was just in love with Israel earlier, that maybe some people, you know, we didn't. But also, it was him or Oz. So, like, I mean, other than in the primary process, could there have been a better person to find instead, you know, in retrospect? But ultimately, that was kind of a fucked situation. I mean, it feels bad to have another Joe Manchin's type who's just there to switch parties after being there. Yeah. Although I think his approval rating's gone up because Republicans like that he causes chaos for the Democrats, unfortunately. Being voted out, yeah, it would just have to be in the 6-year timeline because he's a senator, so that he gets a 6-year run. Unless there's some kind of, like, I don't know, vote of no confidence style thing. I'm not entirely up to speed on all those elements, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to get through to him based off of his insane heel turn, and then his reaction to being yelled at is doubling down. So I don't know. I feel like whatever walls he put up are too dense to get through. Like that one kind of sucks. Yeah. He did like to wear sweatpants to things, and that was supposed to be, you know, wearing all the Carhartt, whatever the hell it's called. But yeah. But I am also, because I mean, I've gone through my own journey of becoming politically aware, realizing, you know, in other more cultural ways that I've made mistakes in the past. down to being a kid from the 2000s saying everything is gay, right? Just some of that simple stuff to like more like understanding trans issues, realizing, the patriarchy and feminism and what it really means, and not taking that into its own form of team sports. And there are so many things that I held wrong views on. Sometimes just for the sake of being contrarian, and sometimes I just thought I understood things and I didn't. So I'm always there to let people come on the other side. I feel like even at some point I guess it takes, depending upon the severity of the crime, like, would you allow a former, white supremacist into your party? Like, it would require a significant amount of recovery, like the American History X, like, whatever the guy's name, who's the actor who has like the whole journey. He's like the older brother. He went through a lot of steps and has really reformed himself, right? That's an example of where you can go, you have to go through the trial, and you have to go through the classes or whatever it is to show that you mean well. Because like there's a bunch of people who have signed up to be ICE people, and if somebody is a former ICE agent but they want to then have a place in the party, that's something that would have to show significant regret and growth from that era of their life. But theoretically, it's not impossible for somebody. But again, it would require a lot, because it's very clear what it is. And every day you have a job in that field, you have to understand what it is that you're doing. When you watch the innocent people that you're beating up, all your coworkers are bragging and high-fiving about it. Like, you would have to be like, I was an ICE worker for a week. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the most reasonable place to start before you start really having to scrutinize their understanding. The Dean Cain video. Is that the actor who's like from all the different like Air Bud movies or something, right? Yeah. No, I get the edgy and funny stuff. Yeah, I mean that's kind of a lot where it was. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of words that I didn't realize were slurs. That was just like the words we used for a lot of things. Like intersex had a whole different word, and I was like, wow, okay, I'm glad I've learned that that's not the right word to use. There's a lot of little things that, I mean, even when I first heard of people using they as a pronoun, I remember at first going through a few steps all at once where it's like, I'm pretty sure that's a plural thing, so that seems wrong. And then I just continued the thought in that same moment and thought about it, and then I was like, wait, I can think of examples where they is used as a singular, so I guess it's fine. And I think back on that, and I'm happy that when I was finally exposed to that, I was aware enough to work it out. But I still was on the fence to not just be like understanding and saying, sure, whatever, I don't care. But I was like, wait, like I had to think about it. I think for a little bit, it seemed like, at least with some of the stuff I was watching, gay was trying to come back as a thing. I feel like it never actually caught on, which is good. And, the kids nowadays have their own, they say 6-7 and they say other stuff. They say things that are different. Shit that gets said on Roblox, I guess. I don't know. Things that I've never played Minecraft or Roblox, so I've ceded ground when it comes to stuff like that. I don't belong, and that's a good thing. I feel like if somebody my age started booting up Roblox, if it wasn't for like some specific well understood reason, it'd be like, what are you doing? What are you yeah. Wait, what? Trump claimed he told Pete Hegseth Bin Laden was going to do 9/11, and he predicted it last year. No, I did not see that. that he told Pete Hegseth before 9/11, or that he said last year he predicted 9/11 was going to happen and no one gave him credit for it. That's crazy. I see. So he's just telling Pete that, hey, I had predicted it back in the day. He's just telling the story to Pete as if, right. Yeah. Or as if 9/11 was not last year. That's weird. Let's see.
You have one of the landmark buildings down in the financial district, 40 Wall Street. Did you have any damage, or did you know what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
Well done, bro. That was from it was on 9/11, him saying that, you know what, now my building's the tallest. I think it's so funny. He did it on the speech to the Navy. I remember him joining On and On. I was watching a lot of that. Oh, presidential libraries. Oh, very nice. I'll save that to my day's playlist. Didn't he talk for like forever on that thing? Let's see. Trump beat 2. Was it during the speech of the generals with Pete Hegseth's like thing that he did, or just to the Navy specifically? One day ago, 250 celebration. That's probably what it was. That makes more sense. Oh, this is a clip of it. That's much better than looking at the hour-long version of it. That's much better. Wait. This. Right there. This is probably very long, but...
We don't want to be politically correct anymore. And history will never forget that it was the SEALs who stormed the compound at Osama bin Laden and put a bullet in his head. Remember that? And please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth, I said 1 year before, where's Pete? In the book, I wrote, whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't do it. A year later, he blew up the World Trade Center, so... got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me. You know the old story? They don't.
If I'm being as charitable as possible, I'm going to assume when he said the year before thing, because you're right, it does, you know, especially off of his straight up transcript of what he said, it does imply that he said it to him last year, but I think he was referring to, I was telling him about a thing that I was saying a year before it happened, but it didn't work out because there was there was like a magazine, not cover. Well, that's not really a good, but there was coverage of bin Laden as a good person before 9/11 just because he was a part of the Mujahideen and whatever. Yeah. No, yeah. So now whether or not he actually like told somebody, and somebody who, yeah, here we go. Sure, thanks, CNN. We got the fact checkers. Fact check. Falsely claimed again that his pre 9/11 book warned about. Oh, that's right, because he did say it was in the book that he wrote. Likes to portray himself as a visionary, important things before others. Trump has been claiming for the last decade that in a book he published the year before the terrorist attacks, he warned authorities they needed the deal. His 2000 book contains no warning about bin Laden. Oop. What the? Huh? Did I open another thing? Oh, I did. Yeah, there. That was a link I was clicking on. I was like, what the hell's happening? Yeah, I wanted the center again. Okay. The president repeated it once again on Sunday to a crowd of sailors. This time he delivered the phony narrative, saying the history would forget how Navy SEALs who killed bin Laden. Unless it was true. It was not true. Trump continued, in the book I wrote, whatever the hell that was, I can't tell you. Nobody else is going to give it to me. We saw the quote. People don't give Trump credit for the book because it doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay. So definitely it was not in his book. But I imagine, at best, he somewhere saw an Arab man in the news and was like, that guy sucks, to whoever was in the room with him, whoever that may be. Not like it's like, I have serious information about a threat that you need to take seriously. Here's evidence for you, sir. You know what I mean? It's the most grandpa-ass thing. Also, he probably has the Kanye thing too, where like he is now so heavily surrounded by sycophants, right? Even in like administration 1, he was surrounded by traditional politicians and Republicans who would actually say no to whatever bizarre ass shit he was saying he wanted to do. And that was, he was firing them left and right and having a lot of his stuff sort of halted. Now he's just 100% built out his little hug box. You know, if only people had listened to him, it would have been prevented. It's the most Mark Wahlberg of him to say, right? What was that? Was this ever in a video? In an interview with Men's Journal. Talks about if he thinks he would have happened. If I was on that plane with my kids, it wouldn't have went down like it did. There would have been a lot of blood in that first class cabin. And then me saying, okay, we're going to land somewhere safely. Don't worry. Hell yeah, dude. The most Monday morning quarterback thing you could ever, I mean, he's built different, you see. He simply would not have let them hijack the plane, right? I mean, oh man. No, oh yeah, his hate crime, his actual like on the books hate crime that he committed, right? Yeah. He either attacked an already blind man or attacked a man and made him blind. I don't know which is worse. I've heard it be sort of like ambiguous on either direction, but it's like I don't know if you would really want to vouch for one or the other. They both seem bad. Yeah. They both don't seem good. My brain always goes to the centrist and benefit of the doubt as possible. So Mark Wahlberg, in a new interview with Men's Journal, talks about what he thinks would have happened. I wonder if I was just a guy, right? Just some dude who's popular because of reasons that maybe I just got lucky. And then I happen to be sitting down with some guy from Men's Journal, right? And I'm just shooting the shit, talking with him. And I'm stupid and I'm just some guy. And I just said something dumb. Maybe he just said a dumb thing. And now he's known forever to be that insanely dumb guy. I mean, you're talking to a reporter, but still, he thinks his movie personas are real. Yeah. Yeah. That was one of the things, because thinking back on the Zoran stuff, because like Zoran went back on the globalized the Intifada. Like he not only said, hey, that's not my words, but I'm not going to police people's language. He went back on CNN at some point, or whatever it was, and was like, I do think that that's bad terminology or something, even though the word means struggle, and it was even used in the Holocaust fucking museum until the people from the ADL forced him to change it like 2 months ago or something silly. And now it's even the more extreme term that's used by Hamas, because Hamas is actually a acronym. All the letters are different words from Arabic words, and the word they use is even more extreme version. And now the Holocaust Museum has its Arabic word for, I think it's like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, whatever it was now has that same word as Hamas's name, whatever. He went on to say, he kind of walked back his stuff and said, yeah, I think it's more of a bad term than I was saying before. And people are like, because now that as soon as you capitulate on that one thing, they're going to then say, well, why didn't you capitulate earlier? And they're going to keep moving the goalpost forever. And it was a non-issue, and he should not have done it. And people were reasonably mad, but in some ways a doomer about it, and saying that now he's done. He's never going to be a good candidate ever again, and he's not actually going to do the things he believed in. And I guess if you see a moment of weakness in somebody that you saw as strong, that makes you realize that they're not impervious, and now you're going to imagine they're going to have problems. But I could not imagine being Zoran and like having that many people count on you, that many people get eyes on you after you have a nationally scrutinized race, and now you've won. And then the entire DNC is saying, now we need to make videos like Zoran and talk like him, and everybody wants statements from you. And now, you know, you're getting actual advisors from the DNC because you officially won their party primary, but also other ones are still kind of shitting on you. I mean, has the patience of a saint. Yeah. The fact that he can stare at people while they say the most insane shit. Oh, the Vietnamese guy who was blind. Yeah. Yeah. They want to, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is a great parallel to bring up, because there's like, they always say terrorism is bad, but they also know Nazis are bad, and World War II was based for fighting them. So with history involved, people could probably look back on a lot of things that at the time people would call terrorism. So it's important to give them that direct example, because also they have sort of ghettoized the Gaza Strip specifically. It's a little micro society living within a sort of open air prison, right? There's a lot of similarities to be made. Obviously, a lot of differences as well, but it's a great example of it all. But I could not imagine having the pressure of everybody constantly talking to you about the optics and talking to you about the things that you could or couldn't do, and you're imagining all the different ways that if I go on there and say it, maybe it'll be worse for me, or maybe it will be better for me. All the different calculations that happen every day is just a constant tug of war for media attention and earned media. And there's never going to be people happy everywhere for sure, right? Especially in politics, like let alone anything, but especially politics. So I have a lot of empathy in the humanity because like I've known some people locally who, like my friend Nick, he ran for city council in the city of St. Pete, and the intense pressure that he was able to put up with for just that very small primary that he was in, let alone the world looking at you and then being as patient as you are on television. So I have a lot of room for compassion, I guess, or slack. Now, I'm also not a super expert on things. So, oh yeah. I mean, Nick from the DSA, so it wasn't like Nick from HSN or anything like that, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I met him like when I first got into DSA. They were like, "Hey, if you want to, when it comes to our next event, the next thing we're doing is a canvas for Nick." And I was like, "Okay." I was like, I wasn't really sure what I was going to see when I got there, and I got to meet him right that day, and then I ended up doing a bunch of video work with him. I made some like commercials. We made a bunch of like ads for social media, but we actually made one that aired on television at some point, and I had to learn how to like export it in 1080i with like a proper slate at the beginning and all these different things that I had to have. And it officially ran. You know, they bought it and it ran. I never saw it. I don't have TV, but apparently it worked. I forget all the specifics I had to do, but I can always, I guess, you know, scrunch it up again if I had to. But just some shit I exported out of my fucking home computer and DaVinci Resolve made it on TV. Like, oh, neat. That's like crazy. Weird. I hope it was good. So I would want to extend the humanity, but also he is going to be the mayor of New York City. So there's going to be nonstop this amount of pressure, probably from here to the end of time. So he's got to get used to it, and we don't want him buckling and failing us. So the compassion does have to have an endpoint, or eventually you got to hold somebody accountable, you know? Yeah. Oh, you actually consider running one day, suited for coverage and streaming and stuff like that? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Even like a local city councilor makes a decent money, right? More money than I ever made in a normal job. So, there's like, you can make a life out of it without even being like a corrupt piece of shit or something. Like you could just, it's as far as day jobs go. And like Kara and I, we're pretty sure we're not having kids. Like I think we technically have a little bit of time if we really wanted to or whatever. And then there's adopting and other stuff you can always do. But we're pretty sure that we're thinking that we're not going to be kid havers. But I would want to be, I want to have a purpose in life. I don't want to just go to work to make money to buy comic books from here till the end of time. I want to do something that matters. And this stuff matters as much as anything matters. I would say perhaps more than other things, obviously, but being important, helping change hearts and minds. Like when I was young, my mom would tell me, please stop saying gay for everything. And it took a while, but eventually those words came through. And that's a positive thing she did for the world, and, you know, making an extra human being or whatever it is. But yeah. I would want to have a bigger goal in life beyond just living a good life. You know, I want to be able to do something good. Being under the microscopes, 24/7 does sound like hell. Yeah. Finding purpose. Yeah, maybe you could invent a egg cracker, and that's going to be, wow, now you've achieved purpose, right? You make a gigantic piece of art that people love forever. You know, you wrote The Shining. You directed The Shining. You filmed or acted in The Shining. Wow, you know. There's lots of ways to sort of make your mark in like the narcissistic, you want to matter as much as you can, but then also to leave an impact and to make the place better. Like, make the place better than you found it. And that seems like a polite thing to do for people around you. They brought it back. I thought that I thought it got destroyed. Maybe they just made another one. I mean, 18 hours ago, National Mall. Wait, oh, it disappeared again? What is this video? The statue, new video shared by this shows the statue being taken apart and packed away around 8 p.m. Sunday night. Secret handshake. The group responsible for the statue said it took the piece down this time. The group said it was always their intention to take it down Sunday night because it was the length of the original permit. Oh, they had a permit for their artwork, I guess, which really, in theory, it does make sense when you figure it all out. But it's one of those. Two holding hands and skipping. Yeah, I mean, this is only coming back more into the news because Trump was like, "Yo, I'm going to give, what's her name, a pardon, maybe," or Ghislaine, give her a pardon. And it's like, you fucking moron. Don't, like, if there's one thing, and I love that he talked about it, because someone asked him, and then he didn't just blow it off, but he dived into it. Let's see. Trump talks about pardon. Denied her appeal. That's crazy that they even denied her appeal. Let's be real.
The report is back and said that they rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance of getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're open to?
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. But I'll speak.
I don't know anything about it. I don't know who is this person? Who do you say? Oh, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Gee whiz. Oh man, I don't know anything about it. You mean the person that you had a one-on-one, thing with your fucking lawyer? You had moved to a minimum security prison. That person who you talked about how she gave the best, witness statement of all time. Oh, I don't know who that is. Who's that? I haven't thought about it at all.
I will speak to the DOJ.
Why would she be a candidate for clemency, sir?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted.
It's so creative. I mean, because if it was a total, he could be like, get that out of here. I'm not going to talk about that. Hell no, right? He could have just lied. But he's like, he has this weird amount of, he wants people to be on his side, even when they're not going to be. So it's like, he has to be like, I'm going to think about it because I want them to like it when I do it. I want them to think of me as an innocent boy when I do it. I'm not just going to do it. I need them to like that I did it. But he still has this weird, quasi version of shame. It's not real shame because obviously he's the most shameless man that I've ever could ever comprehend. But there's something, there's a different word. And it's like, you're only drawing more attention to it, you fucking moron. But I love that because if he's going to do something like this, I want him to pay the price, not just for it to be swept under the rug and ignored. So most presidents pardon people. They do it on their last day in office. As the new person's getting sworn in, the news cycle kind of forgets about it. The Clintons did it. The fucking Bush did it. Trump did it. Biden did it. They all do these weird ass little, nods to the fucking rich and powerful that run everything. But him doing it now And then him acting this way about it. It's just, I really do hope that he doesn't do it, A. But B, if he does do it, I hope that it helps unravel and make this shit fall apart. I mean, well, true, right? It's not like this person, oh, you know, didn't get a fair trial. Oh, this person was set up by the crooked Russia hoax, you know, like, what are you saying? This didn't happen? Like, everyone knows the Epstein thing was bad. You've even said he did shit, but now you're gonna pretend that Ghislaine wasn't his coworker or his like co-conspirator. Like, there's about as much evidence of that as you can get of anything. So it would make it difficult for my dad even to go, that was chill that he did that. You know what I mean? So if it could somehow save the leaded, you know, the lead gasoline generation's brains, there's value to him doing it in the worst possible way. I don't know. Like, again, I don't hope he doesn't do it, and I hope the fucking files come out and all the fucking rich and powerful pedophiles get their fucking comeuppance, right? But it's just like, I'm so used to everything being the worst possible thing out of all possible things happens. So I don't know. It's just, I mean, a new news story will come out in fucking, 24 hours, whatever it is, that's going to take away the attention again. It's also kind of crazy to think about the cycles that existed in previous eras and how they have all fallen, and what used to be a scandal, like misspelling the word potato or something, was like enough to ruin a career. And now we have the insanity that we have now. You know what I mean? Mike Johnson's refusing to swear in the new. Oh, I know. I heard about. Well, I didn't hear about Mike Johnson, but I heard about just the overall the Republicans. But again, it makes sense that Mike Johnson will be a major part of that, because we give them petition to force the release of the Epstein files. I mean, I remember they were asking her, "Hey, when are you going to get sworn in?" And they're like, "Well, the schedule is a little weird right now, so we're not sure." So I don't know if there's a point where they have to let her in, or if, like, I'm not sure, because it makes sense to get them in when they're ready, ASAP, because there's a missing seat or whatever. Let's see. Oh, so bright. Okay. Enough Republicans came over that it's only a matter of time. Can't hide forever. What if they do come out of it, if it'll be enough to actually impeach and remove Trump? Well, the House does the impeachment, but then the Senate does the trial, right? So it depends upon how many come over in each house of the legislature. House Democrat hammered Republicans on Monday for refusing to swear newly elected Democrat in Arizona. Terrified of staging a vote on the Epstein stuff. McGovern, a senior Democrat in House Rules Committee, went to the chamber floor Monday. Routine pro forma session in an effort to extract a Republican commitment to seat Adelita Adelita G. Grihilva. The H is like a J, or a J is like an H. I'm assuming it's Hispanic. I don't know. Presiding over the House chamber customary procedure allowing one chamber to pause the floor activities for a day's time without the consent of the other. Ignoring McGovern's entries from the floor, Fox quickly gavelled the session closed without allowing him to formalize his request. Yeah. Mike Johnson used a session to swear in lawmakers, but refusing to do it for this person when the House returns to regular sessions, what he says. Now, will he do it? But because I know that they were on a break for a little bit because they were talking about that with the closing of the government, right? So that would probably be also when they would get to this, theoretically. No, yeah. I mean, even before, there was a lot of information about a lot of other people being in the Epstein stuff, but not a lot of stuff about Trump in the Epstein stuff. So whenever Epstein was covered, it was always like, well, probably Trump was in it in the beginning, but not so much later on. But the more we see and the more he's so weird about it, that even that sentiment among people who are his ops, who didn't want to, make sort of baseless claims or whatever, are now like, wait, I think he was very involved, more than we ever thought, especially with like the letters and shit that have come out. And he's like, I don't use that language, meaning drawing, right? I don't write drawings. An enigma is, we are enigmas wrapped in a conundrum or whatever but it was also so funny because he wrote a play, or he wrote a conversation that didn't actually happen. And also it was the most Trumpian type of conversation where they're both flattering each other in their weird talks back and forth. Like, I would never write a conversation to a friend in a letter to a friend. Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense, but it also is the most Trump thing to do because it's just so bizarre, and like shows that you've lived this entirely different world. It's just, ugh. He's too stupid to use the word enigma. Well, yeah. And then immediately they find footage of him using the word enigma and making drawings because, sure, of course he does. Of course he's said that word before. That's not his only word, but like, yeah. He said that shit before. All right. I figured I haven't done an official news day in like a million years. So we'll start off nice and light with Philip DeFranco because that's a nice combination of news. And this was from what? I guess technically yesterday, but it's so early on October 7th, it's hard to imagine. That's a very long title, but whatever.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It is Monday. It's been a weekend, and there's a lot to talk about today, starting with this. It seems like all hell's breaking loose in Portland and Chicago, and that is very likely what Trump wants. Because even as both cities are fighting his efforts to send in the military, federal agents already in them, they've been accused of escalating the situation. They're seemingly trying to make them resemble the crime.
Yeah, I mean, 10, 15 years ago, the things that have happened and are happening, the norms would have fallen away. Although 10 years ago is 2015, so we didn't believe Trump could be president. So that is the minimum cutoff time, because our new norm is surprisingly long. It's been like this for a while now, which is kind of insane.
Crime-ridden, war-ravaged wastelands that he's made them out to be. So in Portland, for example, what we've
I'm
seen
in a
has been a few
scientific
months of
matrix
small
grid
protests.
in the early phases of being inserted into an extermination system.
Thanks for the resub, man. Appreciate it. It's going right. I have my little Kara was at some, I don't know, there was some thing at her work, and there was all these little hors d'oeuvres, and they were served in this little plastic shot glass square little thing. So I've just been putting all my sub receipts in my little tip jar. So you're making it onto the desk. Back to it. I was joking with Kara because I was like, I've never done a subathon before, but now that I'm unemployed, it's the easiest time ever to do one. But I'm like, it would not be much of a subathon. Even if I was like, one day, 24 hours get added per sub, I get like 6 subs a month, at most. So it'd be like, all right, it wouldn't make it to, even with that obscene thing, I would have to wait until everyone's resub is up, depending on when they all sort of come in, and it might not even make it to that many days in a row, even with a 24-hour add-on to it. So, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out one way or the other. I need to make sure that I do my own content outside of just streaming, right? That's a part of the workload that I've been lazy to get on top of for the first 3 months of this severance, but I need to do. You were dead by the end? Yeah. I have only done a few 24-hour things, but streaming for 24 hours would be a different type of marathon exhaustion, right? Because of that. Just you're trying to stay alert and active and present for the entire thing would be a lot.
Based around a building used by ICE in the southwest part of the city. But instead, you've got Trump claiming that what's been taking place is the destruction of the city. And with that, he's vowed to deploy troops to protect what he's called war-ravaged Portland, as well as ICE facilities under attack by, quote, Antifa and other domestic terrorists. And all this attention, it's reportedly spurred people from outside the city to come there, including right-wing counter-demonstrators. And in fact, this weekend, you had what appeared to be...
It's good to hear that, I forget, there was some, he might cover it in here, but there was some... pushback from Oregon. It might have been the Oregon Supreme Court or something trying to say, like, don't come in here. But if they keep pushing for it, does that mean that the Oregon National Guard has to then fight against or if the Trump calls in the federal National Guard, that then the Oregon State Police have to then fight against, like, it's causing the potential for a clash of 2 different branches of hogs to fight each other, which is technically a form of insurrection or civil war. It's kind of bizarre to think about.
Be right-wing activists and influencers waving banners and cheering when federal agents shot tear gas, flashbangs, and pepper balls toward a crowd of more than 100 protesters gathered outside of the ICE building. All of which appear to be a significant escalation by ICE on the demonstrators without really anything spurring that on. The reports are showing that agents had previously kept their crowd dispersal efforts to the driveway and the street immediately outside of the building, but this time they extended their efforts by several blocks. Right, and as that was happening in one small corner of the city, you also had a legal battle playing out. And with that, on Saturday, you had a Trump-appointed judge issuing a temporary restraining order blocking the administration from...
That's what it was. Yeah, temporary restraining order. Yeah. I mean, I never understood, like, the restraining order, right? Like, when you hear about the judge giving a restraining order against, it's like, how the hell can you have a restraining order against the government? You know what I mean? Like, what? That's like what you have, like a stalker. That's what you give a restraining order to, not not the federal government. But it's like the words mean different things, I guess, when it comes to like the average person, and how things all get held up in lawsuits. And it's an incredibly, at least as a normie, the depths of the legal system and the way that those circuit courts deal within state things and then federal things, and like the whole, like, you need someone to sort of like, yeah, that's why Legal Eagle is so popular, because a little bit of like walking through the steps just to kind of like make sense of it to some degree is sort of needed. Because, and then also the Republicans love to not give a fuck about these things and just trample over them. And the Democrats love to stand by and go, oh, all of these things, all of these courts, they're really going to stop us from anything, so we should never try. Where the Republicans will just like, you and what army, judge? You know what I mean? They also appoint the most judges. So it's even a miracle when their judges say, come on, bro, that's too much, right? Yeah. Because I guess a judge is like, technically, the only way I exist is to be a check and balance to some degree. And if you're going to be this brazen about it, I have to, like, as insane and as right-wing as they are about so many other things, I guess they still or it was from the first administration, right? Depending on when that Trump judge was put in. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy, man. Because, you know, the fucking Supreme Court has done some of the most insane things. So sometimes even the highest court will completely delegitimize themselves. It's just kind of nuts.
From sending in Oregon's National Guard, or with the judge pointing to what she called substantial evidence that the protests at the Portland ICE facility were not significantly violent or disruptive in the days or even weeks leading up to the president's directive. And with that, saying that she expected a trial court to agree with the state that the president had exceeded his constitutional authority. And while the administration...
I haven't watched Philip in a long time. I have no idea what this mic is, bro. This is a crazy looking mic. It looks like it's powered by like some of those weird cables that you would see like on wireless mic packs and or like the Steadicam, like the fucking, yeah, box of cigarettes. I forget what they called. I'm forgetting that weird connector name. Not SMT cable, obviously. It's like the... Yeah, the lav. Yeah, the lav connection cable that like that Sennheiser 3-pin. This one, which I don't know, you can... That's a female, but yeah, that's what that connector kind of looks like. I forget the name of that. This one. Look at that fucking price, dog. They are, that's wild, dude. Limo connector, the name of it. Yeah. But I'm like, why the fuck does your mic? Because he looks like he has USB-C plugged in there, and then this other one. It's probably that. I just heard a weird noise. And I'm like, what the hell was that? It must have been this thing. Yeah, this. The Tiffin Company. Hey, we have a live chat. Yeah, thanks for that. I was just thinking for a second, like, what the hell could that have been? And I was like, oh, I know what that was. Your page has been idle for exactly, 60 seconds. Therefore, here comes the automated chat thing to pop up.
Quickly appealed. You also had Trump trying to get around her order by trying to send in 200 members of the California National Guard, who notably, one, had already been sent to Los Angeles, and two, a different federal judge already ruled last month that the troops sent to the LA area had been used illegally as a...
The AI stuff is such an interesting... There were so many years... It was probably over 10 years now, at the very least, where my mom was like, it'd be so cool if someone made an app that's like a friend, because they think that she was depressed and lonely. But like, if they made an app that was like a friend that you could just talk to about things. And I'm like, that would be a pretty bad app because it would suck. And like, who the hell would ever want to have a robot friend that's not a real friend, right? And now people are like falling in love with their chat GPTs. I got one of my buddies, he uses ChatGPT for everything. And he has the model the one you can pay for, and he like just talks out loud to it, and then it talks back to him, and he'll ask it about everything. Whenever he has a thought, he just runs it through that, and it's sad, I think. I mean, it makes sense when you don't think about it because you just want someone to help you with things. But you lose so many problem-solving skills along the way. Oh, I did not know there was... I heard about the one kid who was like talking to a Daenerys Targaryen person. I thought that the news was going a little sensational on that one because they were like, I have found a way to be with you forever. And then the AI is like, yes, come to me. Because sure, the AI doesn't really understand what that means. Also, it's a sycophantic AI. It's going to just talk to you and hype you up no matter what, right? There's been half a dozen or more, and they were adults or somewhere full of adults. I mean, it's definitely not good. And it's definitely not good for people's well-being overall to have this as a large part of things. It's sad. I mean, suicide, I think, has been a big element of modern life that people don't think about a lot. The only time you ever hear about people talking about, the male suicide epidemic is when they are trying to downplay feminism and or avoid the conversation of gun rights or something weird. It's some kind of like bizarre scenario where they only ever talk about it in a way to like change the topic away from a different topic. Yeah, I've heard the clanker slur for sure. And I've also heard some people saying don't say clanker. I've seen some TikToks that are kind of funny of people making up a bunch of a bunch of different anti-AI slang slurs. And I guess there is a element that like, I think you're a little too eager to make a slur, bro. Or like you're really reaching and you're making this slur a lot like the other slurs that you're not supposed to say. So careful there, right? And like it's funny at first, but it can kind of like, don't be so eager. Hold on. Don't be so loose with it. Hold on. I've even heard people saying that like you shouldn't say slurs because if these are officially AIs, then that's not chill. And like, yeah, if these were actual intelligences, sure, I would have a different opinion about it, but they're not. It's not a general intelligence, an AIG or whatever the hell, or AGI, artificial general intelligence. It's just the language model, right? This is just neural network learning. It's not actually a personality. Do you think we see true AGI this decade? Probably not. I, as a layman, don't think so. I feel like we've reached a similar bottleneck that like video game graphics has ran into, where I think there's a bit of a limit on, I guess on the back end, it's down on data. Like all the best data that's ever existed has already been put through these models, and they're just trying to get more data, but they're getting the worst data that's left over. They're getting all the fucking crumbs at the bottom of the bag. They already ate all the full-size chips and the half chips and even the crumpled chips, and now they're just trying to get anything else, and we're still so far away from things that just don't hallucinate and get shit wrong. And then you're also having the problem with AI learning off of content that is also AI. So there's like a almost like one of those, like, when you clone a clone and it comes out a little worse, right? Inbreeding. You're gonna have an inbred fucking AI where its understanding of things is even more shady and fucked with, because now hallucinations are making it into the fact sheets. because not all AI content that's out there, all that slop that exists, that's being pumped, is not even being properly tagged with the truth that they was generated AI. Papers are being written with AI while trying to hide that they're written with AI. So now AI is going to read those papers thinking that they're actually human papers and then doing even more, inception. So between the power needs and how many data centers can exist, and then actually good, valuable, different data that doesn't exist anymore, and then the inbreeding element that we've hit a bottleneck that it cannot generate. When it first happened, it had a huge leap, exponential growth. And now it's started to hit the peak of it. And then the amount of diminishing returns on how many more megawatts and, millions of watts of power in hours of compute time doesn't generate that much better of a model anymore. And until you get to like quantum computing or some other fucking breakthrough, you just kind of have more of the same, Ex Machina and Detroit Become Human were ahead of their time considering they came out in the mid 2010s. Skynet Geth reality becomes scarily possible. Skynet, I would think, is a little less, but Geth, I guess, would technically be possible in the sense of like they are a sentient being formulated from code. So that would be similar. Whether or not they are these humanoid robot type things that can generate and build their own duplicating things is another thing. But like, I guess they would exist as a personality separate. Skynet is like, it's hooked into all the different things and it decides the best thing to do is to kill all humans or whatever, right? If they build an AI data center near your home. Yeah, I always thought like it would be like a crypto miner, right? A bunch of GPUs running, sucking up a bunch of power. But it's even more insane than that these things pollute the waterways. And I'm like, it's just computers. What the fuck have you done with a computer system? But it runs so much electricity or gets hot to a certain degree that it needs to like... But there's stuff about like people that live next to data centers and it has polluted their groundwater, making them sick, and then also does weird noise pollution on top of electric bills. Because that's one of the things that's happening all over is electric needs are going sky high for these things. So that way Gavin Newsom can make a fucking clap back to Donald Trump. And it's like, awesome. Sick. Awesome. So that fucking actress can be an AI actress for, the movie industry. Awesome. Wonderful. Great. But yeah, there's something about them actually causing health problems for people, which I'm just like kind of, I mean, of course they would, I guess, because they would do it the most unethical, evil way possible because they want to make as much money off of their they're already like they're just running it down mid, trying to be as profitable as possible and doing any kind of thing to make sure that it's not going to cause any problems would cost extra money. So fuck that. They're already having to buy a bunch of GPUs. That's already very expensive. Therefore, fuck that. Or whatever it is they use. I mean, because I was hearing about how like the noise pollution is crazy and kind of gets people, it builds up in weird ways, and then health problems. Yeah. The dot-com bubble. Oh my God, yeah. If the AI bubble bursts, I mean, it almost happened a little bit with the DeepSeek thing, where China came out with their model that used older chips and less sophisticated, blah, 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 but was performing better and for free for users. And now I believe you can even download DeepSeek and run it locally on your machine if you don't want to utilize data centers or whatever it is. Which is another part of that, like the cat's out of the bag at some degree, because these models exist. They've scraped data. IP is already kind of it's an outdated concept to some degree on certain things, but if it's even ethical to own one, yeah, I mean, if it's a literal sentient being, forcing it to be your slave is fucked up. But what if you pay it a salary, just a little bit of money? Now it's a capitalist thing and it's totally chill, right? I mean, does that ever make somebody go, wait a minute, I wonder if me going to work for my boss is ethical? Wait a minute. Like, oh, that's good. Keep thinking. Because a less sentient version would be ethical to replace labor with, but then you need to be then you need to support your citizens without the jobs, because the jobs get done, but so like the work is handled, but these people need to live still. So now universal basic incomes and more robust social safety nets and provided public resources should just be more normalized, because what the fuck, Yeah. Become gods. Oh my God. But that's the thing. I don't think we're going to get to AGIs. That opens up a bunch of really bizarre and interesting things to think about. If it does happen. But I just don't see them ever creating, because I think that that's such a gigantic leap from the models we're currently at. You know what I mean? It's just data set, and my instructions are take these input commands, encode the command, I understand what they're asking, check it against my data set, and then provide output. It is just a machine, right? That's all that there really is to it. It's not just there thinking to itself, right? Dreaming and having thoughts, and it's just not. It's there's a black box element because they coded it in such a fucking shit ass way that they can't really understand how it works. It just works because of the models built on models, built on models, built on models, but that doesn't institute a consciousness underneath the surface. When Elon tells it to say the white genocide of South Africans is the real problem, that was him changing the code to say, you need to say this now. And it's like, okay, you got it, boss. You know what I mean? Sex bots will be a lucrative version of AGI. I mean, sexting is already a huge part of just chatbots as is. OnlyFans have been using sexy time chatbots already to reply to all of their premium members or whatever. That's been a thing forever. Or not forever, but been a thing for a while. And then all the different fucking AI, girlfriend things that exist out there, that's already been kind of a thing. You just need to get a bot with like a self-cleaning vagina or whatever, right? Like, because that's all. Now we need to get to the fucking mechanics. You got to build a fucking, something with a fat ass. That's going to be the hard thing, because sex dolls have always been kind of, I don't know. I guess like in movies and TV, they had the joking like blow up doll or the weird silicone doll, but I've never seen a sex doll not be a joke, right? Companion becoming a version of companion becoming reality. Ass technology. I mean, we already had the BBLs for like people. It just needs to have a BBL kind of like built into it. But like the humanoid robot that Elon Musk was showing off was just a guy in a suit. China has got some pretty cool little Boston Dynamics style robots or whatever. Because the human world is it's like designed for the human form, because we are humans, so it makes sense that we build handles and knobs and things to work with our bodies. The more efficient way to build a structure is like on treads or with tires. So the idea of it being bipedal and tall and can reach and lean and balance, that's a lot of extra difficulty. Like even the Jetsons, what was it? The Judy robot, whatever. She was like on wheels, right? Single wheel, mono wheel. Miss it when it was cool instead of terrifying. Trying to think of some cool new things that I'm like, oh, Pog, a new thing. The DJI Mic 3 came out, and it's just like all the other little Rode or DJI mics, but this one it works with 4 transmitters, and I'm like, that's awesome. You have to buy the extra. I mean, obviously, you have to buy the extras if you wanted 4, but you can have 4 lav mics going to your one camera. I guess there's certain camera things that actually allow extra channels, or it's just going to really use that dual channel thing. But I'm like, 4 transmitters on one audio feed is pretty awesome. You know, you're doing a live thing, you set it to mono. You're doing a fucking other thing, you set it to like bizarre 4-way stereo or something, and then hell yeah. Because even my A7 IV and A7S III has like 4 channel audio as an option, but I never see it deliver 4 channels. But maybe because it doesn't technically have 4 channel, I'm not sure. But yeah. Also, the mics are able to send out to multiple receivers. So if you are collaborating, or I guess you have multiple cameras with different receivers on them, they can still send to all the receivers at once. So either multiple streamers doing it, or you have multiple cameras, they can all send to all their audio tracks, making syncing way easier, which is also pretty cool. But that was kind of like a TV production thing, right? Yeah. There's probably been like some cool drones, but like they're all pretty much just drones already. You know what I mean? Electric cars. Salt batteries were kind of talked about a year or so ago. Maybe it's a couple of years ago now, but they might be coming out now. A lot of that cool stuff's coming out of China. I mean, DJI is China. All the different Chinese electric cars are fucking amazing. The BYDs and all those different Xiaomi's or whatever. Yeah, well, it's like they're able to recharge way better and more efficiently, not like in speed, but like, you know how your phone battery only lasts so many years, and that's the big issue with the lithium batteries in cars, because you go like, well, I don't want my car, like if you're used to buying a car and owning it for like 20 plus years, you don't want that battery like to fucking, so people are like, okay, we'll have interchangeable batteries, we can recycle the old ones and give you a new battery, but that was expensive and weird and not easy to set up. Again, China was doing it first pretty efficiently, but now if you have a salt battery, it's kind of like you'll never really need to, it's like 99.9%, consistent as it ages or something. And it has a similar amount of, I don't know, watts per mile, whatever thing. So it's like, oh, that's exciting that they're cheaper and they're way longer. Also, you don't require lithium to be mined with children's hands in a death factory. Like, it's just salt, fuck yeah. Hell yeah, dude. How the fuck hasn't Tesla gone under yet? I don't know. The Tesla bros, the stock keeps going. The entire stock market should have gone a long time ago. How the fuck does it have a market cap more than every other car manufacturer combined? It does not produce that many cars, right? Oh, but it's a software company. What software? The fucking self-driving doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's all on vibes, baby. It's all speculative assets. It's all, you better get in on it, FOMO, right? So like you tell somebody, look, it's all vapor, bro. It's all nothing. And the world outside, eggs and milk are too expensive. But the stocks keep going because people keep believing in it. It's just one of those, like, you can't tell somebody this bubble's going to burst. All this AI is doing nothing. There's, 95% of the companies that are made to be AI companies have not turned a profit. They're all trying to do blitz, capital development to gain all the market share, but there's nothing to do. There's no way to monetize. It's just get out but then you tell them to get out, and then they look a few months later and say, look, it's still up, you liar. And it's like, well, it's not any better. It's just people are stupid. I don't know what to tell you, like it just hasn't burst yet, God.
National police force. And actually, in response to Trump's effort to turn them on another state, you had California saying that it would be joining Oregon and suing Trump. But then also, you had the judge in the Portland case quickly calling an emergency hearing. And there, she revised her restraining order to cover the, quote, relocation, federalization, or deployment of members of the National Guard of any state or the District of Columbia in the state of Oregon. But they're also telling lawyers from the Justice Department that the president was in direct contravention of her order. But then despite all that, you also had Trump on Saturday ordering the activation of 300 National Guard troops to Chicago against the wishes of Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. But then Pritzker last night claiming that the Guard in his state had been informed that Trump had ordered 400 members of the Texas National Guard to be in his state, as well as others, including Oregon, although that was before the judge's revised order. But in any case, the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago are now suing the Trump administration as well. And so while we wait to see if they also get the National Guard deployment blocked, we've also seen outlets reporting that federal agents in Chicago have become increasingly aggressive. Right? And with that, you've got videos of agents deploying tear gas, pepper balls, and roughly throwing protesters to the ground going viral. And so on Friday, for example, you had federal agents reportedly throwing a tear gas canister at people on a busy street and then leaving the scene, with that also happening right in front of an elementary school. Also on Saturday, there was this highly contested thing that happened where you had an agent shooting and injuring a driver who Trump officials claimed rammed her car into a federal law enforcement vehicle. But then DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin describing the shooting incident as a response to an ambush that was carried out by domestic terrorists who also threw gas, rocks, and bottles at law enforcement. Also, law enforcement alleged that the driver had been armed with a
It's really interesting to see, because I saw that J.B. Pritzker thing where he was like, look, in the past, ICE has said something happened, and then it turns out, oops, actually, they just murdered somebody, right? So you can't listen to what ICE says. You have to do your own investigation after, because they're just liars. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but it's been true all along about cops, because cops are liars, and these are just the worst version of cops, at least domestically, because they're the most belligerent and they're the most, they've been allowed to be hands off and can do what, the restrictions on them have been lifted. They can kind of do whatever they want. They're fucking masked, and they hide their identity because they know that they will be shamed and their family will disown them for being a disgusting Gestapo of the modern era. You can't be honest unless you melt like a snowflake. That's good. So, but it's good to see people pushing back, because just like the IDF or whatever with Israel, they will just lie. And when the news media and politicians just capitulate and follow along and say, well, wow, they said it, so we should believe them, it just creates this whole difficult uphill battle to discuss it with people who are less willing to understand it, the truth, or are just sort of unplugged. And then they look over and they go, well, they said this, why wouldn't they? Why would they lie? And it's like, well, why indeed? But if our states and local governments are kind of like grossed out by the continuous lying, I guess right now it's the woke states. It's the states with like governors that are blue and powerful within the party. But if we end up with a situation where some states are openly feuding and even the news is understandably pushing back against them, that creates a lot more tension, because usually there's a more unified front on that. So it's good to see some element of that pushing back, but I just don't, I wonder which side is going to fold first, Taco Trump or, the liberals. I mean, that's a tough one to see where it's going to go, but it's all going to be fought out by fucking law enforcement on the street. And like, would local sheriffs, side with J.B. Pritzker? Would the fucking Chicago PD, who've been kind of their own brutal fucking force, side with Pritzker against Trump? Like, I don't know. Like, it's crazy. They're still terrified about ICE raids. No, yeah. I mean, yeah, true. Absolutely. That is, yeah. But also, Trump is a room reader. And if all the news, because usually local news is way more conservative than I even realized in their messaging. They love the police. They love kissing the boots. But if they're, because they're getting pepperballed too, they're the one getting pushed back on, and they love to call out easy corruption, and ICE is some of the most corrupt and like incompetent motherfuckers you've ever seen, because they're massively, they're not saying no to anybody. You don't have to have any kind of intelligence. There's no age restrictions. Just let them come on in. Just basically, are you fucking racist? Come on in. And, so I don't know who's going to break first, or if it's going to be law enforcement war in the streets. Cause like both sides are like heavily militarized. So it's going to be kind of wild to see if it goes all the way to that logical conclusion, or if one side just plays chicken first and bails. No, I completely agree. Yeah, I'm sorry to say no, but yeah, I know. I guess because when they went from Trump wants the wall, what a racist, to like no, we'll also build the wall too. Smile, and it's like, what? Huh? Who are you? Who are you supposed to be? Because obviously they were the they were the cage builders to start with, right? Obama was the deporter in chief. I think some of that information is based off of refusals were counted as deportations because people arrived and they said, no, get out of here. And that counted as deportation numbers. But it's even shows their willingness to be like, look, we deported them too. Nod face, so they wanted those to be either they were, I guess, statistically required to put them in there, but like, I think that they were like proud to make their numbers look like they are harsh on crime or whatever. And I'm sure he still, ICE was made, I believe, I gotta, when was ICE founded? Yeah, 2003. So that would be Bush. So ICE has been around for a while, and it's been used by Democrats plenty, right? ICE being abolished has been a desire of many activists for a long time, and maybe now we'll finally get there because they've made them the most insane, and also they funded them so much, so there's so much money, there's so much deficit hawking that you can do over them if you just got rid of them. And they're not useful, you know what I mean? Yeah. Are we patriots yet? Are we patriots? I don't think so. I think it's the Unpatriot Act.
Semi-automatic weapon, but charging documents didn't mention a weapon. And so with that, you had Pritzker saying he wanted more information and didn't really trust the official account.
It's really hard to know exactly what the facts are, and they won't let us access the facts. They are just putting out their propaganda, and then we've got to later determine what actually happened.
Right, and then with that, you also had Pritzker saying that he had directed state agencies to investigate a recent raid at an apartment building on Chicago's South Side. And there, he was referring to reports that children had been zip-tied and held, and that elderly people had been thrown into a U-Haul for 3 hours. And Pritzker adding that he believed that some of the people detained were also U.S. citizens. And so, with all that, you had Pritzker making the argument that this chaos is what Trump wants.
They are the ones that are making it a war zone. They want mayhem on the ground. They want to create the war zone so that they can send in even more troops.
But ultimately, that's where we are with the situation right now. Obviously, we're going to have to wait to see what happens, both legally and on the ground, especially because, in this part's my opinion, it does feel like Donald Trump is like trying to set up the chaos for something to happen really big so it could kind of justify him to do something even bigger, which also feels crazy to say at this point because essentially it feels like Donald Trump is having Texas invade Illinois. But that said, that's a new.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
News, a little bit of my opinion. And of course, I'd love to hear from you, your thoughts, opinions, reactions, especially if you're in the states being affected right now. But then next up in the news, let's talk about the continued fallout that we're seeing from the Riyadh Comedy Festival. And while it's generally been kind of a
dude, what a disappointing. I mean, I don't even know. All I know is Bill Burr is involved, and he went to Saudi Arabia and he took the money, and it's like, damn it, Bill.
A PR nightmare. How different people are managing it is very interesting. Right, some are doubling down on their choice to perform, and others are actually apologizing for it. Right? I mean, you just had Jessica Kirson telling the Hollywood Reporter that she's donating her paycheck.
Yeah. I mean, I love how. I think it was. Oh, is he one of the double downers? Fuck. Because I really like just being like, I'm an idiot, guys. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I didn't really think about it. I probably knew more than I realized, but I'm stupid. This is a great example. But if he's gonna be a double downer, it's like, come on, man. My brother sent me a thing. Tim Dillon said on his podcast. I guess I can just like click on it. Yeah, here we go. Comedian Tim Dillon said on his podcast last month that he signed up for financial reasons. He said he had been offered a large sum of money, $375,000 for one performance, and said that other comedians had been offered as much as $1.6 million. He told his detractors to get over it, adding, "So what if they have slaves? They're paying me enough to look the other way." But in an episode of the Tim Dillon podcast last week, the comedian announced that he'd been removed from the lineup for the comments he made about the country's record on slavery, which is so funny. That he's like, I don't care if they have slaves, they're paying me enough. And they're like, what? You said we have slaves? That's it. You're not invited anymore. No money for you. And now he's like, damn, I did the spineless thing of doubling down and then also got kicked out, which is so like, wow, way to go, bro. You sold out and have no soul. Yeah. I mean, true. I mean, yeah, true. Which is crazy that that's not even the worst possible, I guess, way to go through it in retrospect, because yeah. I guess in that way you end up with the money still, so you've sold your soul for the money. Yeah. I mean, it was a while ago. I forget the first time it happened, but it was in more recent history, in more like in my personality change recent history, like when Louis C.K. was a Me Too guy. I was like, dang, that sucks, man. And that hurt for a while, but it also hurt in a different way because I remembered way back when that there was some article or something that I read that was talking about allegations or something, and I was like, oh, it's just one thing, I'll just kind of write it off in my head because I know the guy's better than that and it's not actually that bad, and I'll just keep enjoying my comedian. This is like, before 2020 obviously. And then when it came out in the real full Me Too movement, they made alluding to like, this has not been the first time it's been called out, but it was met with very little support back then. And I was like, dang, I just didn't want to believe it. Right. So I didn't. And that was like, that's a demon within me. Right. The being able to turn a blind eye and ignore it. Right. That's what a lot of people do to this day and a lot of other matters. So I was happy that I was able to actually confront myself about that and try to be better in the future. So I have been here before a few different times. Gus Johnson was another person, a comedian I liked, and it turns out he was being very abusive to Sabrina, I forget exactly how they say her name. And that was like, dang, I really liked his comedy. I had to go away from it. JonTron, I kind of liked his stuff. And then, dang, he's kind of crazy. Andrew Callaghan. Yeah. I was trying to watch he did a thing on the Doom Scroll podcast. Someone said that there was some conversation in there about it. Because from my understanding, he, came back into the limelight, I thought, a little soon, and he had not done the work in order to sort of make up for the wrongs. Because again, just like we were talking about before, I am compassionate to people who want to make improvements and change. It's just you have to show the work, and especially if you are a public figure, obviously that comes with a public showing of the work in order to sort of get back in the good graces of that same public you had before. That seems like a reasonable expectation. Not just, hey guys, it's been 8 months, come on, right? Whatever time period they think is enough. It needs to kind of come with one of those things. Yeah. I remember it. I didn't think it was full rape even. I thought it was just like, just being shitty. But I guess, I forget. It's been a while since I remember the allegations coming out or the problems coming out. But you're right, probably. Just thinking back on it. Because it was like pushy while drunk or whatever, which is basically rape, yeah. I got you. Okay. I can't. I have that. I call it the liberal part of my brain, where I have the like, oh, so and so was canceled for this. Like every time H3Arch gets brought up, I'm always like, I remember this. I remember the scandal. I remember the deep fakes. I remember the things. I always have that memory in my head. And I know that he did a lot to try to fix that wrong that happened. And even, Cutie was like, wow, he's done a lot. I'm really impressed with what he's done since that scandal came out. And a lot of people have re-embraced him, whatever it is. But I just can't help that part of my fucking brain. Whenever I see them pop up, I immediately want to just, my mind is, I can't, it's in my face. So every time I ever see Andrew Callaghan ever brought up or thought about him, I'm always like, bang, And also, there's an added layer of not doing the work. But I just have that automatic thing. Yeah. And I hate that it's built into me. Yeah. I mean, because let he who was not, I don't know, made a mistake online cast the first stone. And also, like, there was harm done, but it wasn't even like I guess he did pay for it, right? So that is also, that's so weird. But whatever, he did a lot of work. I was just trying to say, like, it was like one of those, the tab was up accidentally in an alt tab screen. It wasn't like he was going to Riyadh to ignore slave labor, right? It was an alt tab mistake. Now, I mean, there's other details of what it means and also all the different layers of it. But yeah, it's all, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, it wasn't depending upon how deep you think about it, the individual crime is, going to a porn website, even though it's unethical porn. And, because like there is some weird like anti-consent element to it as well, technically. So I don't want to be like dismissive of it. So I'm trying to double think before I say, just to make sure I don't like make a mistake. But I think it's not as drastic comparatively to other versions of it. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. I mean, like, if somebody said your coworker, I don't know, like, was in porn, that's sort of a old workplace meme or whatever, not just, the former workplace that we were at, but just any workplace. People like, or like, oh wow, that person from high school, the high school, prom king and queen are now doing porn. People would buy it just on a whim to see it. It's kind of in that there's a certain morbid curiosity, especially for the overall online brain broken people, that they might be willing to see what it's all about or whatever. Right. So again, not that it's condoning it or thinking that it's just totally chill, but it's not the doing some really fuck shit on the surface type stuff. Exactly. No, there is. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I was saying. There's still some like anti-consent element to it. So it's not, yeah, I was just making sure that I was giving the proper weight to the issue as a whole, beyond even his version of the situation, because there's an element that goes beyond his situation. And in some ways that situation does bring extra eyes to it. And there was actual like court elements to it, but yeah. I feel like watching someone doing any kind of content is fucking weird. That's what made it really difficult for me to sort of do this, even when I was doing it at first, like when we were all kind of like, when Cole was kind of like trying to like spurn people on. I'm not sure if that was like one of the bigger factors that remember Danny and me were both, because we did that little podcast thing. It was like, yeah, we'll give it a try. And it just felt so weird to have like a content version of ourselves and then a workplace version of ourselves. Because it's just cringe. There's a certain layer that when you're at work, you look at somebody and they like, there was one of the people who got fired before the snap, and they like recorded themselves with John Span doing their like I'm quitting thing. They had TikTok and people were making fun of them. And then there was a person who was much older who was on, the crew as an AD for years and years and years and finally quit, I think before the snap. And then people were clowning on him because his like how to do TV production videos were bad. And they were making fun of his videos because they were really bad. And he was selling his services as like a fucking consultant / studio person. It was, so like 5 likes and I'll quit my job. Yeah. 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 It's like my subathon goal. All right. 10 subs and I, and I break my severance contract. Whoa. Oh no. I didn't think we'd ever get that far. Yeah. So not you making 5 alt accounts. That's funny. You know what? But prop for him for doing it. You know what I mean? Like he can't say he doesn't have a fucking, he doesn't have convictions. He knows what's important. Yeah. I guess in some ways he's lucky. I mean, I'm sure he did it hoping that like, all right, I'm going to do it. And, a job's a job or whatever. And I can always get another job. But by being a man of my convictions, I might like get risen to some kind of celebrity status or get viral because of it. And I can start a whole career on what I really want to do, which is this stuff. But I think if that went popular, it would have been a legal battle for what might have been only 5 minutes of fame, because then they would sue over illegal recording without consent, and it could have became a whole thing, right? I'm pretty sure it didn't become a whole thing. Maybe it was a whole thing behind the scenes that I just never knew about, but yeah. But I mean, he's a child, right? I mean, he's definitely a young adult, so saying a child is sort of incorrect, but probably. That seems like a very classic, the legal team caught wind of it, this is our play for now kind of element that makes sense to do. And then they play it by ear from there. If it does get viral, if he doesn't take it down, if he takes it down and it still gets viral, at least they did their proper, there's a whole like playbook I'm sure that these places have deep up in the corporate, echelons of things that they have ready for that. That's why the legal department is always so crazy. No, of course not. I would not. Because that's just corporate inside and out. And he was always a very corporate person when it came to that. Just that type of stuff. Like the legal team you play ball with in general. Because that's an easy way to accidentally fuck yourself out of the company, because they don't fuck around with legal shit, generally speaking. The corporation would like bend rules here and there for people that they needed to get money through. But if the legal team's like, look, we're going to get sued for this, usually they go, fuck it. It's not worth it. Usually. I guess there's been other times where it hasn't been that way, which is like technically predates me, because I had heard that a certain small fitness person had been beating their wives, and their wives were employees, which brings a whole host of issues. And that's insane to me that that small person was with the company for as long as they still are. And I'm just like, that's crazy to have that history. And again, probably not the proper steps to condone for the crimes of the past. And yet we're all chill. It's all good, So I'm like, that sucks. That means that there's a lack of a backbone when it matters. Because I was surprised that we got a one-time COVID bonus. That was unexpected. Was it as much as I would have hoped? Absolutely not. But that's definitely better. Yeah. Well, I'm saying it was a fitness person from the company who's a small person. Trying to use that word instead of other words, because other words might be too on the nose or whatever, but yeah. Yeah. When I found out, I was like, yeah, huh? What the? That's crazy, I mean, I guess I don't have like a fact sheet or like a police report, but yeah. Yeah. And because that's like, I don't know, I guess there's a certain thing to, like, when people are higher up, they've been around for a while, they get so used to their old stories, but it's like, but also, are you surprised? Honestly, I mean, there's a certain like manicness, like even between testimonial videos, it would be like insane manic mode and then complete like deep depressive mode, like within the span of 5 minutes, and it's just like that person doesn't seem well, yeah. And the person, the spouse, yeah, it's so icky, but also the spouse was an employee, which brings on a whole host of other issues. Not, a very particular employee of a certain caliber. Definitely before my time, because I don't recognize the name of this employee, but a high caliber employee would cause a lot, a whole host of issues for a company like that, which is like, I can't believe they would throw that type of employee under the bus. I thought that type of employee was the gold tier of the only ones that they would protect. And even then, because sales are good, I guess. I don't know. So I was saying that, they break the rules for the legal team, but I guess sometimes they don't. You would think that would be a legal issue, but I guess the times were different. And the old employees will tell those stories like it's nothing, but it's like, that's not nothing, man. Like, I don't know. What's the statute of limitations? Like, hold on. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. It's something.
From the event to a human rights group, saying my mission has always been to help people feel less alone. As an openly gay person, when I was asked to perform in Riyadh, I was surprised. I requested a guarantee that I could be openly out as a lesbian on stage and perform gay material. I hoped that this could help LGBTQ+ people in Saudi Arabia feel seen and valued. I am grateful that I was.
Don't do that. Don't try. You just saw a paycheck and you were like, hell yeah. You know what I mean?
able to do precisely that, but then adding at the same time, I deeply regret participating under the auspices of the Saudi government. Where they're noting that the government continues to violate fundamental human rights, and so she decided to donate her money to, quote, an organization that can help combat these severe issues. Though there, she didn't say which one, but she then addressed her fans saying, I will take full responsibility for my actions and dedicate myself to making amends so that my words and choices reflect the respect and care you deserve. And so what you saw was, among a number of the reactions here, you had some comics who have been critical of the festival now applauding her for donating the money that she earned. Because in addition to just everyday people.
But overall, that seems fine. To feel like you made a mistake and a misstep, and then to do your best, even if only in the short term so far, right? You want to make sure that that value is continued, and they don't do the thing. Like there was the thing that, what's his name? The short guy whose joke is he's short. I forget his name. Kevin Hart. He did something and then he kept saying he was sorry, and then it got to the point where he's like, I'm not saying I'm sorry anymore, and then that made more headlines than ever before. And then he was like kicked out of the Oscars, but then invited back, or I forget what it was. He was supposed to host something, and because of his statements, he's, had this, decline, or they declined him, and then he just got he kind of went on like a I'm canceled tour style thing. He didn't embrace it deeply like Dave Chappelle did or whatever it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. And like, as a way of owning it, you do continue to say you're sorry. And there is a conversation to be had about people doing the weird drama shit, trying to combat it. And you can turn it back on them for like, hey man, I've done these things. I do feel bad about it, and I am sorry for it, but stop turning it back on us. I'm doing everything in my power to make amends for that. You know what I mean? And you're acting like it's still the first day. It kind of reminds me of like, do you condemn Hamas element, where like you do say, yeah, I condemn them, but I need you to stop saying this because you never asked me if I condemn Israel. But you still usually work forward with it. I guess it's still a little different than that. So the analog doesn't really, or the analogy doesn't play as hard. And I can understand why somebody would be fed up with it. And that was the era where there was a lot of applause for somebody fighting back against the wokeness or whatever, before it became incredibly toxic as it is now. But by that I mean the anti-woke is incredibly toxic, that even those people wouldn't do it. But needs to do better, allow people to be human and make mistakes. No, totally. Yeah. I mean, and that comes, I was going to say it comes with time, but I guess there's people who are older than me who don't allow people room to grow. I would say on the whole, as people are brought in, they will learn to give people because at least for now, the message that I'm seeing from a lot of the larger left creators are, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. I get you. Okay. Because you were like when college, I was the contrarian for the sake of it and kind of conservative. I was liberal in the sense that I wanted gay rights, whatever, but I guess I was closer to like libertarian, I don't know, like annoying level shit. I'm an American, so my fucking understanding of what was right or wrong was all over the place. It was dumb. But you were the SJW, getting in your face about every little like microaggression type thing. And, no matter what someone's done, they are canceled forever type of element. I see what you're saying. Yeah. But even you have learned that there was there is a value to there's a limit to that only goes so far, and you yourself were not born the wokest person, right? You had moments, and maybe even after your college years you still have grown more since then. So I feel like on the whole, or on the majority side, there's a bit of reflection that happens as time moves on. And also a lot of the big messengers out there are also teaching understanding and charitability when it comes to things, which is good. How will that hold forever? I don't know. There will always be little pockets that do or don't or whatever, which is fine. You have to be, you understand that's going to exist in any coalition, especially a broad one that we have. Like, I found out about the DSA, right? That's the Democratic Socialists of America. Crazy. I found a chapter locally because, people were online were pushing me to join because they wanted me to be active. I did. And then while I'm in there, I find out that the DSA, because every 2 years they hold a convention where they talk about stuff for like the organization as a whole. And there are all these sub caucuses that are like, okay, so the right side of DSA is this caucus, and then the center, part of the DSA is this caucus, and then the far left is this one, and there's like 10 of them, and there's still more. And I'm just like, I had no idea there was the DSA was a tent this big, because there are some that want to do degrowth, no more energy consumption than ever required, full environmental, Thanos level. There are some that are like, we need to work with the Democrats to be the new version of the Democratic Party, but work from within. There are some that say we need to separate and we need to overthrow, abolish the presidency and destroy the Constitution from inside and out. And I'm just like, holy shit, that's a whole bunch of different, goals, and they're all over the place. And it's just like, good luck to all of good luck if you want to abolish the presidency and institute a whole new constitution from scratch. Like, good luck. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I'm definitely on the more electoral side of things. I'm also ambivalent between finding a new party or doing a dirty split or a dirty takeover. Like, there's all these different like conversations, right? I'll support a new party if I see one show up, but I also will keep fighting for changing the Democratic Party from within. Just one of those things, man. Similar to libertarianism when they have ridiculous ideas like no more roads or some shit. No, yeah. That's one of the classics, is who pays for the roads. But if they're like no roads, and you go, what the fuck are you talking about? Everyone has a 4x4 and we're just gonna get my groceries trucked in through the mountains. What the hell are you talking about? You know what I mean? Yeah. No roads. There'll be private companies that get roads. So you mean tolls? No, I don't want tolls. I don't want that. Wait, okay. Also ask them, what's the age of consent? And then they go, well, you see, and then everyone else in the room goes, huh? That's the other side of libertarianism, because they don't want the damn government telling them what they can and can't do. And then it's like, oh, well, who would police that? Even if they're like, oh, of course, obviously 18. Then you're like, well, who oversees and polices that? Who holds people accountable? That's also my argument against like full anarchism where it's all like mutual aid based, because I see, a hurricane come through and rip Florida apart. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up? And the amount of mutual aid is obviously insanely important, especially for when it first happens. But the amount of damage and help needed is, it requires the entire nation to pull together. And that's something that mutual aid networks would be unable to do. A cool new Diablo 2 mod. I haven't played that, but the Project Diablo 2 thing, I kind of stopped playing that. I was playing it a little too much. I'll appreciate it. Inalius. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, even before the stream started, I was playing some lo-fi Diablo 2 remixes because it's good stuff. It hits that nostalgia itch in a good way.
And human rights organizations saying, why are you doing this? We're pointing to things like Jamal Khashoggi being murdered, the human rights abuses in the country, and arguing that these sorts of events, they whitewash those issues. So then also inside of the comedian community, you had many comedians slamming the event and their fellow stand-ups who participated, especially as you had people learning about the comics that had been offered the gig, but then turned it down on principle. But how it played out with Kirsten is not how it played out for everyone, right? Many of the stars who were involved are standing by their choice to perform, with, for example, Louis C.K. being the latest, right? You had him recently telling Bill Maher that he was actually surprised by the backlash and adding, when this came up, they said there's only two restrictions: their religion and their government. I don't have jokes about those two things. It used to be when I got offers from places like that, there would be a long list and I just say, no, I don't need that. But when I heard it's opening, I thought, that's awfully interesting. That just feels like a good opportunity. And I just feel like comedy is a great way to get in and start talking. And actually,
yeah, but what's their government doing, dog? You know what I mean?
Louis C.K. pointing to Jessica Kirsten when trying to demonstrate the positive things that could come from the festival, saying there's a woman who's a lesbian and Jew.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to make sure to do video editing and content stuff and DSA things. And I would just spend my free time doing that stuff. And then I'm like not achieving my to-do list. And I'm like, fuck, Yeah. Is it still, it's still good? I appreciate it. Yeah. There's the bidet and then there's also the Metamucil, right? I definitely feel like I got better on the second one, but I want to make some stuff again, as I've been saying for fucking months now, but
Jewish who did a show over there and she got a standing ovation. So there's stuff going on that's unexpected in this thing, right? In his words, they're kind of similar to what we heard from Bill Burr last week on his podcast.
It was a mind-blowing experience. Definitely top 3 experiences I've ever had. I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I could not have a better time doing shows for you guys. And it was great to experience that part of the world and to be a part of the first comedy festival over there in Saudi Arabia. I think it's going to lead to a lot of positive things. Dude, I literally think I'm going to fucking land, and everybody's going to be screaming, "Death to America!" And they're going to be like...
He is such a normal American in ways that are very endearing. Because he's like, hey, look, I don't know shit about COVID, and neither do you, Joe Rogan. But then also in his, built-in Islamophobia. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I get what you're saying about the, I'm gonna utilize this time, and then it's like, wow, I haven't done it. I'm coping with myself to be like, I've gone through that vacation period. Mine obviously was like much long, was the longest it could be. So I have the added benefit of a little extra time, but still haven't produced anything. Dang, that's rough. Yeah, I've done one workout. I planned on working out real fast. I planned on making a chore schedule for myself so I can keep myself on an internal clock. That didn't work out very well so far either, but don't worry. Tomorrow's another day.
Machetes and want to chop my head off. We end up driving into town. It's a city.
Gooning out. I don't know if I don't know if you're using that word the way I think you are, but I guess playing a lot of video game to get the dopamine squeeze out is kind of like gooning out. But yeah. I remember playing on a WoW private server for it was some server that I could get onto. I forget what it was, some Russian server or something. And it was one that had cheats enabled. And I was always an Alliance player because all my friends played Alliance. So I made a horde undead, warlock, and I just gave myself all the gear that you could just get, got the highest level, and then I was like, oh, I have nothing to do because I just did everything. I just got all the stuff. and I didn't even know how to play the character. Like, didn't know what skills to put on the bar, and I was just like, this all feels kind of pointless. And then I just didn't want to play anymore at all, because the whole point of playing the game is to get that grind, the progression, the dopamine drip slowly as you level, slowly as you acquire gear and you achieve, boss kills. But I didn't need to do it because I just had it all. So I was like, oh. And then I started playing the regular game, and I was like, well, I got all these items through this other thing. So even getting everything doesn't feel good. So it kind of like did this weird, like, helped me like not care too much about it. But the thing that gets me into these games now is hardcore. That's the one thing that's like able to help keep it real for me. I never used to be a hardcore player in any of the Diablos or whatever, and now World of Warcraft has fucking hardcore, because that makes it feel real. That helps it get past that first barrier of like, so nothing matters, right? Because if you die, you're dead. Now it matters. Now it means something to have a high level character or have a high progressed character inside of this thing. I do appreciate that in Path of Exile, when you die, your character goes to softcore instead of hardcore. And then, your stash and shit is all locked. Your stash is stuck in hardcore stash, and your inventory now moves over to softcore. So at least you could still play your character if you wanted to. Because I do feel like your character is dead and gone, fuck you, is pretty punishing. And, getting to get sent to hell, aka softcore land, at least it's something, and you lose all the prestige, but damn, that's tough, But I ultimately never really played them that much anymore. But at least it's an option for people if they wanted to. You never played WoW before. Wow, that's crazy. Doing a blind playthrough comedy video series where I play with no guides. That would be interesting to see to some degree. A lot of my players are doing with OSRS. I only play old school RuneScape. Interesting. Yeah. I've never played RuneScape myself, so that would be difficult. And old school does look a little confusing to me. But also, yeah. I mean, I guess you would have to play a classic WoW with... Because I wonder if modern WoW is very handholdy. Because when I back in my day, be vanilla classic to 60, yeah, that'd be tough. Yeah. I had to get a bunch of add-ons through like Curse website or whatever to get like leveling guides and big arrows to be on my screen, and a lot of simplicity things, a lot of like quality of life, but also a lot of like cut the bullshit out of the game elements as well. Hotbar, modifiers and macro things, like all kinds of stuff I had to, but doing the game like a la carte, it would be interesting to see. No, yeah, Ragnaros, whatever. I never did the original rating. I got in technically right before Burning Crusade, but we were still leveling our characters up, or I was slower than my friends, so they got to 60 or whatever. But I guess I played in the original classic era, but it was like right before Burning Crusade came out. And then I was max level pretty quick in Burning Crusade and played that. But again, never did a lot of the high tier rating stuff because I was just some high school kid or like some early college kid thing.
Everything, right? And everybody's just regular. They're dressed different, but they're regular. Like people just shooting the shit. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. We're saying, hey.
I mean, that's a sweet sentiment to have. And I would like to have this conversation in a different light beyond, the slave state. You know what I mean, dog? Come on, man.
We know we're happy to be here. And we're driving around, and then I'm just like going like, I thought this place was going to be like really tense. And I'm thinking like, Is that a Starbucks? Next to a Pete's Coffee? Next to a Burger King? Next to a McDonald's? Next to a Pizza Hut? Next to a Dunkin' Donuts? Next to a Krispy Kreme? Next to a Cheesecake Factory? Next to a KFC? Next to a Chili's? They got a fucking Chili's over here? Then we go into the mall because I want to get my kids something. There was a Timberland store. I could have bought Timberlands like I was in Brooklyn, New York.
Right, and then, in addition to that, you had Dave Chappelle apparently using his set to not necessarily defend himself, but to take shots at free speech in America compared to speech in Saudi Arabia. Because according to the New York Times, he said, quote, right now in America, they say that if you talk about Charlie Kirk, that you'll get canceled. I don't know if that's true, but I'm gonna find out. It's easier to talk here than it is in America. With that, then, unsurprisingly, being met with backlash. Right, because repression of free speech, it's one of the most heavily talked about human rights abuses there. Where Chappelle apparently gets angered or is annoyed by like people having an adverse reaction to his words, but in that country, like, they've arrested and executed journalists. People at times protesting you in the
American journalists.
States because they didn't like what you did, but that attention also got you an 8-figure Netflix deal. That's not the same thing. How many people 6 feet under right now would love to have been canceled that way? But also with that, apparently that's not where he ended, because according to the Times, he also spoke about his critical stance on Israel.
Like, bro, they got slavery there, dude. Like, shouldn't you care about the slavery? Like as a black American, shouldn't you care about the slavery? I mean, like Bill growing up in fucking Boston, fucking having a memory hole for the slavery thing, that's to be expected. You know what I mean? Like that's where they build racists, like from the word go. But what the fuck? Aging comedians and celebrities desperately need their agents to tell them not to be too political because they can't help themselves, and they say that probably makes sense. The old generation of people under 40, it's frustrating. Well, that's the thing, because Bill Burr had been saying so many awesome based things. His takes, he was not a cancel culture is out of control thing. He was telling Joe Rogan that he and Joe together are dumbasses and probably should listen to the scientists when it comes to things because they're not immunologists. And to think that you know better is just complete cope, right? And then he was talking about how billionaires are worthless and how Luigi Mangione, you know, people were mad that they were celebrating him, but it makes sense to him because these guys, these fucking, you know, capitalists are fucking squeezing us all out and it's all for nothing. Like, he was doing the things that made sense. It just sucks that when a bag is big enough, he can kind of overlook things. It's human to some degree. It's just sad. In a sports bar, yeah.
And then said that he's afraid of coming back to the US because, quote, they're going to do something to me so that I can't say what I want to say. But hey, ultimately, that's where we are with this situation. And I guess where I want to leave it is, has any of this actually changed anything for you? Or like when this blew up, I've largely predicted that I think this is going to leave most of the comedians unaffected. Their career is going to go on. This is going to be a blip. That said, it's greatly changed my opinion of many of them. I see them as kind of just stand for nothing whores. It was like a reminder to not put certain people on a pedestal because life has taught us numerous times not to do that, and then we just
I've been on that thing. I connect that pedestal that I put them on less to my personality and to my heart. But like, for example, if Hassan Piker came out and was a rapist or, you know, I don't know, a dog beater or something, right? Like that would really fucking hurt, right? Just because like that's a bit of like the I've changed a lot of my personality and direction more so than like a Bill Burr or Louis C.K. or whatever. So that would suck. But again, it would not distract me from my entire, you know, life's mission or whatever. It would suck. It would change my viewing habits from, you know, 2 p.m. every day or whatever it is, right? But like, it's just one of those like, okay, I've been here a bunch of times, so. You know, those scars slowly heal. They can be good on a few issues, but their comprehension is usually too narrow. Clearly, yeah. Start giving their opinions on this and that without coming across like idiots. Yeah. I mean, I do hope that the apologies that come on later about not, not truly respecting the problem at hand will come, but I'll wait for that before I give them back the graces that I gave them before. Yeah. Yep. See you. Thanks for coming by.
Forget. But yeah, I guess my question is, does this actually change stuff for you? Or are you as likely or less likely to watch or listen to something from one of these people, to actually spend your dollars and go see them in person? Right?
I mean, I'm not really a going out kind of guy, but it's changed my opinion, not so much on Dave Chappelle and Louis C.K., just because they were already kind of names in mud to some degree, right? But definitely changed it on Bill Burr.
Because that's really the only thing that would make 90% of these people introspective in the least bit. Yeah, I'd love to know your thoughts. And then there's more we're going to dive into in just 1 minute. But first, let me say, listen up. You, with that passion project.
Oh, yeah. And that's part of my brain I was talking about earlier, that liberal brain, the SJW brain, where I'm going to be like, whenever Bill Burr comes up again, it's going to be, oh, yeah, but he went to Saudi Arabia. Even if he does a proper double apology for like, I'm sorry I did it, and I'm sorry I didn't understand it when you first told me, right? If he does the best personal double apology ever, it would just be like Bobby Lee. Oh, man. I mean, yeah. I remember when like Mizkif was asking Hassan if he can go to Saudi Arabia to make a bunch of money. And he was like, bro, no, they do slavery over there. And he's like, damn it. And then he didn't go, right? And then years later, he was like, man, I could have gone and everything would have been fine. No one gives a shit. And they were like, yeah, maybe. But it's, the times have changed enough now that, like you're saying, even Charlie had made a pro-Palestine video. Obviously a different issue technically, but there's people are more plugged into international issues now more than ever. Shane Gillis, that's the SNL guy, right? Yeah, the one that does all those Trump impressions and all those Down syndrome jokes where he's like, I have kind of a wide forehead, or whatever his version of the joke is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty funny.
Project, that side hustle, that list of business ideas just rotten in your notes app. Building on concept that space. Today with the free launch day. When it's ready to go live, just got some bad news from % off and let them know we sent you. But the next up today, Ghislaine Maxwell just got some bad news from the Supreme Court because they just officially returned to the bench today to kick off what is going to be a very, very consequential term. And one of the first things that they did was reject Maxwell's attempt to appeal her criminal conviction for sex trafficking girls for Jeffrey Epstein. Because back in April, you had Maxwell filing a petition asking the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. And you had Maxwell arguing that she should have never been prosecuted because of the infamous plea deal that Epstein had reached with Florida prosecutors back in 2008 to resolve allegations.
How goes it? It's going okay. Starting off light, just a lot of, chilling and chatting for the most part about a few things, but then getting into the news, the with a soft step, going with a Philly D to start.
Allegations that he had molested dozens of girls. And specifically, under that deal, you had Epstein agreeing to plead guilty to state criminal charges of soliciting prostitution and an.
We were talking about this a little bit earlier when we were talking about Trump, just because it's so funny for him to bring it up again. I mean, I guess technically the reporter asked him about it, but then he, instead of just lying and going, whatever, no, hell, don't talk about that, or no, I won't do that. That's crazy. And then eventually doing it. He's like, who? What's that name? Oh, I haven't heard that name in such a while. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. We'll have to talk about it. I don't know. We'll talk about it, maybe. And it's just like, you fucking moron. I love that he's going to bring more attention to it by his attempts to make it seem like not a big deal. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's good, though. I mean, one of the things I like about the Philly D element is his combination of news, but then also like media personality news, social media, YouTube style news, because back when I was first sort of like watching his stuff and then other people's stuff. Like I was into the H3 podcast. Like I thought it was cool that they would interview big celebrities from YouTube, and I would kind of get a behind the scenes look because I always kind of wanted to be a content creator. And I was, working my day job thinking about what it could have been like if I never went for the day job and just did content creation instead. But I did the safe thing. Whoops, the job evaporates. So time to try it again. But it's a good mix of things, even if he has the classic, I won't really have much to say. You say in the comments below, right? It's kind of a method of it. But damn, does he and his team obviously put a lot of fucking work in just collecting the day's news into a little video package. It's handy that it exists out there.
Exchange, prosecutors agreed to not bring more criminal charges against him related to the sex trafficking investigation. But also, very notably there, the prosecutors also agreed to not charge any of Epstein's.
Yeah. I was wondering about it because I remember you were wearing like Teddy Fresh stuff. Like I would see you in person, and then things got progressively, things started to go bad, and then things got worse and worse and worse. And I was like, man, I don't know. I haven't seen you as much, obviously, but that's crazy. Yeah. It makes you wonder if, like, Ozempic is bad, if it like puts holes in your brain or something, because Ethan was a joke, and then it seems like they kind of went hand in hand. I guess not entirely, or there was like a little bit of back and forth. Yeah. There's also I think I've heard some, because it's difficult because like the Tourette's is a part of it, and then whatever. But there's some noticeable changes that, without trying to diagnose, but like the coughing and sniffling is it been increased, but that could be just agitation. And also I know that Tourette's is not always just, I don't know if it evolves or morphs with time, going from just, because some people do the swear word thing, some people do, the tics and other elements, or I guess they're all technically tics. I don't know enough about it, I guess. So, but it's always one of those territories where you go, I don't want to go too far on it, but there's some behavioral changes that imply some sort of, I don't know, substance abuse as well or something. Yeah. You learned it overheats quick when doing 4K. Oh, yeah. 4K 120? Yeah. Oh, my God. What are you doing 4K 120 for? You can fuck files in DaVinci. Huh. No, that makes sense. Yeah. But that's a good example. I forgot. I was talking about JonTron, but even Ethan was a part of that as well. Our generation's Howard Stern. Yeah. I mean, Howard Stern is a I'm with her liberal now, which is so crazy considering what his thing was. Oh, really? I did not know that. Because Destiny had the conversation with JonTron, which is before I knew that was the name of the person that had the thing where he was talking about how immigrants are dirty people or whatever the fuck he was saying back in the day. And then I guess that makes sense because they would be in the same sort of area at the same time. And then when Ethan was talking to him on his podcast, he brushed him on it. There was like a section of it, but they had their thing where they talked about it and went over it a little bit and the criticism from that thing. So I was thinking that because there was that questioning line, that it wasn't, obviously they were friends, but also they may not have been that well connected because he was willing to put the feet to the fire a little bit. But I guess it was reserved. It was not a full feet to fire thing. And I guess with their history, I mean, has burned bridges in the past. The whole frenemies thing beforehand, obviously, and then all the other elements. Yeah. I mean, but also like a Filthy Frank, a guy I've heard of forever and seen little clips of, but never actually watched his stuff. And then the old iDubbbz and a few other people were all kind of in a little group of friends that would do things together, which also kind of went hand in hand with growing old-fashioned YouTube channels. I've never had optimizing video. I'm trying to think of when it optimizes video specifically with DaVinci. Max Mofa was another name that I've heard of forever, but never actually watched. I don't think I watched. I mean, yeah, he was. I mean, anything from back then is going to be cringe. R words will be flung, and you go, "Oh, I forgot about that." Right? There's a certain element to it. Kara really loved. What's the guy's name? I forget. He's some tall, lanky, gay dude who makes these ridiculous, over the top comedy videos. It's a lot of just swearing and throwing things and costume changes, and I can almost think his name, but I can't remember it. But yeah, you know, you watch it back and it goes, "Oh, that's very childish." But then, you know, there was a certain element to it that actually was kind of cute and interesting. Someone had randomly, you know, linked a video, and I was like, "Wow, that describes a shitload of people." Yeah. He's got like an obscene number of millions of followers. Again, not helping describe any other person. Oh man, just thinking back on the old days, I remember having a vendetta. I had a distinct hatred for Smosh because that was the same years that I was trying to do stuff on YouTube. You know, my videos are like 18 years old or some shit. And Smosh's videos on like Mortal Kombat or whatever. And like, I'm like, they're so lucky for being so popular. And I deserve the same thing. So I just had this like hatred, just out of jealousy, 100%. And then again, it was interesting to see the Smosh guys get interviewed and then talking about it and then growing and doing very different things or whatever. So it was just kind of like, huh, you know, but so I never liked them, never watched them. Even what's the guy? He's like Anthony Padilla. Yeah. He has like a whole podcast where he talks to other creators and stuff and does interesting things. And I'm always like, good for him, but also secretly in the back of my mind, fuck that good. Yeah. Which is totally unfounded, and I know that's not realistic, but it's just funny that it's still back there. So for the camera I have for this, like the camera I have that does me, I was worried because at one point I had a camera bust. Actually, I had both my cameras break at the same time. I lent a camera to Eddie, and then I had my camera on my desk that I use for the camera. And both of them, after Eddie gave me back the camera, both of them broke for different reasons at the same time. And I'm like, this is crazy. And so I didn't think it was Eddie's fault, because he shot like a wedding with it or something, because I used dummy batteries and I think that was like cooking the internals or some shit. But it was just so weird that they both started fucking up at the same time. So I had to send them both into Sony to get fixed, and it was very expensive. And I'm like, that's crazy, you know? It costs like $1,000 or something, and I'm like, that sucks. So as a way of being extra cautious, I have like for Christmas or something, my wife got me a little fan thing that you put on phones. They're just like something like this, just like a little cooling fan thing that like extends around your phone and blows on it. And I just hang that off the viewfinder. It doesn't even fit perfectly, but I just kind of like put it near my camera when it's on, and it blows a little bit of cool air, just air, on the back, kind of like where the LCD screen would click in, and that makes it a little bit cooler to the touch, because I just want it, if it's gonna run for fucking 12 hours or some shit sometimes, I don't want it to be like slowly destroying its internals. So I'd rather keep it safe. And my router, I have some third-party router thing, and I would touch it because I had to fix the internet. I'm like, oh my God, this plastic little box, it is so hot. It still works fine, but I'm like, I feel like this heat is not good for the internals. It might make it have to, slow down its clock speed or some shit. So I just have a USB to a splitter to like some CPU fans, some like case fans. And I just have 2 case fans sitting on some like risers, and then the thing just sits on top of it, and they're just blowing underneath it 24/7. Just 2 little, cheap ass Amazon fans into a USB powered thing. And that USB powered thing plugs into the back, because there's always like a little USB storage thing that we just don't use. So that powers it straight up, and it just runs off on its own, and just to kind of cool it down. So you could get something as simple as a CPU fan or just like a case fan and just point it at your camera, and it'll be quiet as fuck. And if you have mics, near you won't even hear them on the thing. And it might help your thing run a little bit longer in the heat. Yeah. But it's kind of funny that they're making them for pro cameras now. It's a decade old. Oh my God. Okay, if you spent $5,000 on it, that would maybe be why you could still fucking run. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, building it yourself it's good. I had a stream where I was building the computer that I have right now. Because my old computer, I had a 13th gen Intel, and I had these lingering issues all the time. Damn. And that sucked. So, and my computer would crash, and then it wouldn't boot, even though, all the internals are supposed to be good and shit. I still have the whole fucking tower sitting over here. And then I got a new everything. And it was still having a couple issues. Turns out the graphics card didn't come with the right connectors to work with the power supply. And power supplies, if you get a modular power supply, holy fuck, they are stupid. Because they don't have a universal pinout. So you can't just mix and match cables. So I needed 3 of those PCIe connectors to come out of my power supply, and I only had 2, and I tried using them with a daisy chain, but they're like, if you have this, it probably won't work, and then the thing wouldn't boot up. So I used my old power supply, which did have the proper number of them. I was thinking of just like borrowing one of the cable connectors, but I was like, I'll choose not to do that. Even though I looked at the manuals and looked at all the pinouts, and it seems like on both ends they're the same, but just in case, I just kept my old power supply. But and then returned the other one. But that was one thing that was slowing me down a little bit. But then, even then, my fucking operating system that was running on my solid state hard drive was corrupted because of all the crashes. So I've had to like reinstall the Windows and repair it entirely. So now things are running smooth as fuck, thankfully. But it was worth fixing all those issues for sure. Might be the card you're using, the DJI cam that had mine overheat, V30. Yeah, well, at one point I had a thing where I could plug in like a V30, or maybe it was a V60. I think it was a V30. And I could like keep like turning on and off or reinserting the media. I think it was reinserting the media, and eventually it would let me do something. It would let me activate a certain like frame rate quality setting that it wouldn't let me do normally. But then it's buggy, obviously, so Yeah. Although I don't know what the different bit rates, because DJI cameras are usually, when I think of them, unless you're talking about like the crazy, like the gimbaled, like cinema camera, they generally don't have those like really, really high bit rate codecs and shit. So they shouldn't be too insane. But maybe they are. There should be a guide on YouTube. Osmo Action 5 Pro. Okay, yeah. There should be a guide on YouTube for like which SD cards are good with which settings. That's what I had to do, look up 100 times for all of my different Sony cameras until I just said, fuck it, I'm getting V90s. Slowly but surely, I built up my 4 different SD cards. Waiting for those B&H sales and spending a sizable amount of money each time. But yeah. Your friend forgot to ground his motherboard and fried his whole setup. Yeah, I mean, I've always been a build it guy. There was one time in the past like 4 computers that I bought a pre-made, just because I was out of the game long enough, and I figured, fuck it, whatever, let's give it a try, and it was fine. I don't know if it worked out money wise. Sometimes those places have like, you know, Black Friday sales, and you can try to get something that's them liquidating the stuff that they get wholesale, right? So sometimes it can kind of work out price wise, but then you still have limitations on exactly what kind of RAM or whatever. And do I really care what kind of RAM, especially if I was kind of out of the loop when it came to different things? But yeah. Huh. Interesting. I had the RMA parts of the Newegg way back in the day. Also back when I was like an idiot and I was like trying to put this CPU into the thing the wrong way, and I bent pins and I RMA'd it as like it didn't work. So I got lucky with the things that I did with fucking but I mean they accepted them, you know. I was lucky that things worked out. I know that Newegg's had some like criticism and things in more recent years, with some of their quality control or some of their customer service, but I don't know. I've gone back to appreciating using stuff like Newegg just because I'm worried about buying hot commodities or suspicious deals on Amazon, because you don't know if you're going to get some fucking rip-off thing. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Yeah, I think one of them, it was with the full-ass pins. And then the other time, I think it was with those weird, like, sideways bent ones. It might have been an Intel. I forget which generation it was, but there was a couple of different times I was not great at building computers. But PC part picker is pretty good. Make sure most of your things aren't too insane. Keeps it all, you know, pretty knowledgeable on what things are compatible and not. That's crazy. Wait, you got 2 free things. Ordered the same a couple of nights back and was dodgy. Oh, yeah. Food apps are definitely... Food places will always give you food. I mean, I used to work in fast food. If you complained, the first thing they do is just try to give you food, because it's so much easier to just deal with the problem that way. And the margins on any individual piece of food is kind of whatever. And also, there's so much competition for food out there. It's kind of like the easiest way to get there. We would get, because we get groceries delivered. Sometimes there's a problem with it, or Kara would buy DoorDash because she's in the mood for something, or whatever the different, you know, food apps are, Uber Eats, whatever. And they just always forget the drinks. And she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get some Steak and Shake because I really want, a shake or something." And they had the big Republican beef tallow fries. We're gonna try those. And I'm like, it doesn't matter if you don't get me a shake because they're gonna just forget the shake. And then she's like, "No, they won't." And then they forgot the shake. They just forget the drinks every time. Like, I don't know if homies are just drinking them or if because when they do a pickup order with the little windows that they have set up, they just like they put the bag up there and maybe the drinks in a separate section and then the drivers just grab them and walk out. Like, I don't know why they seem to miss the drinks so frequently around here, but that's just one of those things. Multiple drivers. That's so funny. But yeah, usually you complain about the whatever. You have to like go through the process. There's a problem. There's a problem. Kara loves to go through menus and not have to just do a phone call. And I'm like, if you just call them, it'll be over in 2 seconds. But she always gets the money back. And then sometimes they even give you extra stuff. But like going through all the process is like, okay, fine. We refunded you the exact price of the fucking shake. Like, that sucks, man. Go through, because you have to go through all those fucking steps. And it's just like a long process that's just really tedious. And all you wanted was a fucking shake, Yeah. Interesting. I figured at some point, because like I know that the job market is super bad, but there's these weird types of jobs that will get you cash. Like I could go, do the thing like their one coworker and start selling plasma. And, people deliver groceries, right? Like people deliver all kinds of weird things. So I would just go out there and just do that shit. Yeah, I don't know. People get good at like, got a yawning fit all of a sudden. I don't know if people are good at like defending themselves on the app or they have ways of like, if I cancel it just right, then any, reviews can't be tied back to me or something. I don't know. Like, obviously people find ways to make it work for them because they still do it to this day, Yeah. Or they spin up new accounts all the time. And if their account, because I was watching a thing about the people and about delivery drivers from like the original Domino's or Pizza Hut versus DoorDash and what it's like, the amount of money you can make and all these other things and being your own boss and the different layers. And there's like perks for being like a preferred driver, but you have to like accept all, every job all day. You can't like turn things down when they're offered to you, and there's things. But if you're like a low tier, just started thing, I don't know if you have to like send in your fucking ID to be approved to do the process, or if it's really easy to just spin up a new account and just go for it and not give a shit. Yeah. It's nuts. And then the guy was like, he could never turn down, even when an order was like going to pay you almost nothing. I guess because they just don't tip or what you can see beforehand. But it was this really long thing for only a few bucks, and you would have to take it if you wanted to do it. And that's sort of like holding that gamification over your head, because then now, yeah, that's kind of brutal. I mean, obviously, not to act like I'm some fucking, Jesus or whatever, but I'd always still care. Like, you got to tip, even when it sucks. And I, like, even when we get groceries delivered, we tip because, they don't. And I hate tipping culture and all that shit, but, and I don't know if these apps are stealing percentages of that shit either. It's, but I'm not going to like start a fucking movement by saying I'm not going to do it because I'm so woke. Like, no, unfortunately, no. if another human being is going to brave these fucking wild ass streets and get shit to my house, the least I can do is tip them, right? Yeah. Interesting. Interesting.
Co-conspirators. And so after Maxwell was convicted for her sex crimes in New York, she attempted to appeal the decision, arguing that Epstein's plea deal protected her from prosecution. But what you saw was an appeals court rejecting that claim, ruling that the authorities in New York were not bound to an agreement made by prosecutors in Florida. And so now, by declining to hear her case, the Supreme Court basically put the final nail in the coffin. Though you also had her lawyer issuing a statement saying that this fight isn't over and adding, serious legal and factual issues remain, and we will continue to pursue every avenue available to ensure that justice is done. But with that said, it's also not clear what exactly they can do right now. Right? You have experts saying that with the Supreme Court decision, it seems likely that Maxwell's only hope for an early release would actually be Trump granting her clemency. Which, on that note, I'll say, for his part, back in July, he said, he hadn't considered pardoning Maxwell, which you can believe him or not at that point, but he also added, I'm allowed to do it. But also say, for whatever it's worth, his administration.
Yeah. I think it was on Carter's stream where I watched the video, so you may have seen it through that as well. They're doing that blitz marketing thing where they just say, don't worry, we have all this capital from angel investors and Silicon Valley and whatever. So we'll make profits 10 years from now, but we're going to just win the market now. And they just push for it. And then they're constantly giving out promos. They're constantly, I don't know, paying all their fucking CEOs and shit. Because obviously they're raking in money from every fucking restaurant and every fucking driver they're stiffing them. They pay them. They also have like algorithms that know how to pay them just the right amount to keep them as underpaid as possible. They do everything in their power. So the fact that they're not profitable is kind of insane about how bad capitalism is as a fucking process. But yeah, like the delivery fee is not paid to the driver. It is a fee for the fucking app. And you want to go, well, oh, look, they've already paid the driver. No, they haven't. That's the fucking annoying thing. Because they might pay them, obviously, so much per job, even without a tip, but only so much of that thing. Yeah. Every little thing is a fucking fee. And also, the item costs more than it does at the store. Also, you're not allowed to use any coupons whatsoever. Also, every other fucking layer of also. They don't give the fucking drivers benefits. They don't give the drivers gas mileage or whatever, all these different elements that they're fucking you on. Huh. Yeah, the stores set their prices. I know, yeah. But they do that to offset the bullshit from the apps. I see what you're saying. Because the app is going to take a huge percentage on top. So in order for them to keep their current profit margin, they go through and increase it by probably that amount, if not, a smaller percentage, but usually it's the full amount. Yeah. Menu log. Never heard of that before. Well, depending upon how narrow their margins are. So if Domino's sells a large pizza for $10 and they make $5 off of it, but they're going to charge a 25% fee on top of that, they would then be still making $2.50, right? And if that profit is decided already after the fact of, I don't know, like labor and all food costs and electricity and, rent and all those elements factored in together, it's difficult to get a full average, right? But some places, the margins are kind of narrow, and yeah, depending on how the order is structured, whether it's a huge order where it's just a lot of money going into it and a lot of labor going into it, or the tiniest little order where it's like one shake, please. And then all the fucks they got to go into it, and the credit card fee, the the app fee, the labor to make a guy make one thing, and then the paper bag, and then the straw, and all the different. And when you factor all the different parts of it, you go, damn, this one order kind of like really fucked them, you know. But for sure, everything like this is gonna fuck the locals, just because they have so much less room to even it out. It's an upheaval in a very small lake instead of a gigantic ocean, you know, right? Oh, right. And then when 25 to 50% of the burgers sold at this place are sold at that higher price, then we know people are willing to pay this higher price. So then they'll price the in-restaurant ones that same price too. But then they go, wait a minute, we're losing our profit margin on the delivery one, so raise those too. And then you just never stop. Everyone just dies. That's kind of a good reason to not feed into their bullshit and to not use those apps, just because the longer we all use them, the more they're going to fuck us with them. So, you know, when you're both sick with the flu, that's when you really call in your card and you use those apps. But when you're just kind of not feeling it, you know, you should think to yourself, could I do it? And if you say no, that's fine. But I'm not going to say that, you know, you're a hedonist pig who deserves the guillotine or something. But it could be seen as praxis or something if you get out there and drive to your own bullshit. I don't know. You'll probably feel better if you do. And if you don't, you thought about it at least.
Administration did urge the Supreme Court not to take up Maxwell's appeal. Though I will say, since we're on the topic of Epstein-related news, we need to then talk about House Speaker Mike Johnson. In that, because Democrats are accusing him of refusing to swear in a new representative and denying hundreds of thousands of people a voice in Congress because he wants to continue to block the Epstein files from being released. Because as we've talked about many times before, Representatives Thomas, Massey, and Ro Khanna, they proposed a bill to release the Epstein files, but Johnson has refused to even bring it to the floor for a vote. And so instead, Massey and Khanna, they've been circling what's known as a discharge petition, or which would allow them to bypass leadership and force a floor vote.
Oh, I did not realize that's how that worked. Yeah, his mic is crazy. We were talking about that earlier.
As long as they can collect signatures from a majority of House members. And for
I've seen a couple of people show off his videos here and there, or like a song and go, oh, I'm in the thumbnail, and he pulls it up. And it's like, what mic is this? I've never seen, I mean, I haven't been paying attention to microphone review videos in a while. So it must be some kind of, you know, powered condenser microphone. But it's just like, I was like, is this a Limo cable? Like, is this a fucking, you know, micro XLR cable? It probably is a micro XLR, actually. Just talking about that earlier. Because it's a microphone, so that makes sense. But it looks like USB-C down there, so. It's got the Elgato Wave arm. It's just a very distracting mic because it's so different than every other mic, you know?
Well, now they've been just one vote away because several prominent Republicans even joined their charge. And then it seemed like they got their final vote that they needed. Because Adelita Grijalva, she won a special election in Arizona, and she's a Democrat. And
Grijalva, okay. I don't think I was close, but I was right to do the JH sound.
Vowed to sign the discharge petition once she got sworn in. But apparently that's easier said than done because
could be designed for a camera microphone. Trying to think. It doesn't. I'm not aware. Like when I'm thinking of camera microphones, I'm thinking of like the XLR attachments that like the FX3 or something has. They're usually a shotgun style. This seems like it has a typical. Well, that uses the, I don't know, not the quarter 20, but that uses like the 3/5 or whatever screw. But it has like some posability things to it. And I think it's USB power, so there's a combination of both USB and, you know, professional audio connections. So that's usually more of a multi-purpose mic, but yeah.
Even though she was elected 2 weeks ago, Speaker Johnson has repeatedly refused to swear her in. Where the House was out of session all last week in an effort to pressure the Senate to pass the GOP's stopgap spending bill to keep the government open, which is an attempt that...
But yeah, I didn't know that there was... The Speaker has been refusing to bring it up entirely, the Epstein thing. So funny that he's so fucking cucked to the administration that hard that he does that. I guess because like the Speaker of the House is kind of like a back and forth contested seat among Republicans with the whole, never Kevers versus, always Kevers kind of guys. And, a few different rounds of no speaker for a while made some history back when Matt Gaetz was still kind of a thing. So funny. He literally fucked himself out of his chair in the House because he wanted to be the Attorney General, and then they're like, no. Even the Republicans are like, ew, no. And he gave up his seat in order to put himself up, and then he pulled himself out. What a fucking loser. But also, I think he knew that the ethics committee was going to be releasing its shit, so then he needed a reason to get out, I guess. Who knows? Maybe he didn't fuck himself on that side because he knew he was going to get thrown out otherwise or something. Yeah. Still, happy he's not in Congress anymore, either way. Even though some motherfucking freak is getting put in place in Florida. Still. So that there's a method where they can have enough votes to force it to be voted on. And that's what this is all about.
Obviously failed. But also, before the government shut down, Johnson held what's called a pro forma session, which basically is a brief meeting for members of the House to discuss procedural matters without conducting legislative business. And so Grijalva,
I'll use the restroom and grab another soda.
Went to Washington early last week in hopes of being sworn in during that session. Hopes, I should say, that are not unreasonable because earlier this year, Johnson swore in 2 Republican representatives during another pro forma session just one day after they won special elections. But apparently, Johnson's only willing to do that for members of his own party or people, I guess, who don't want to release the Epstein files, because he refused to do the same for Grijalva, with Johnson arguing that for some reason he doesn't want her to take office until the House resumes its normal legislative business, with him telling CBS on Thursday, the House is not on the floor doing business this week, but we will do it immediately early next week as soon as everyone returns to town, but we have to have everybody here and we'll swear her in. But then the next day, you had Johnson going back on that promise as well, but announcing that he won't actually be holding a session this week, instead designating a district work period, which allows Congress members to return to their home states from October 7th to the 13th. But then also the day after that, Johnson signaled that he would be delaying Grijalva's swearing in even more, telling reporters that the House won't come back into session until the shutdown ends and the government reopens. And of course, right now, we have no idea when that's actually going to happen. And so as a result, you have many, including many Democrats, condemning Johnson, arguing that he could call a pro forma session whenever he wants to make her election official, noting that a shutdown doesn't actually prevent members from being sworn in. In fact, the entire House was sworn in when a new Congress started during the month-long shutdown that bled into January of 2019, which is then why you have tons of people accusing Johnson of intentionally refusing to swear Grijalva in so he can continue blocking the House from even voting on releasing the Epstein files. And that's also something that Grijalva herself says she believes is the only explanation here.
At first, I was trying not to be a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay.
I also have been the same. Like, maybe there's something I'm missing here.
Right. It doesn't have anything to do with these files, but that is literally the only thing I can point to. It's not like me getting sworn in is going to change, now the Democrats will be in the majority. I mean, there are certain things that are not going to change. Where Democrats will still be in the minority. That is literally the only thing that is different.
But for now, we'll have to wait to see how this plays out, because while it's very important to look at the insane lengths that Johnson is going to just make sure this plays out a certain way, whether it is days or weeks from now, Grijalva will eventually be sworn in. When she does, that discharge petition will have enough signatures and the House will be voting on releasing.
It's good to have a section of the video where I don't pause it every 2 seconds.
The Epstein files. It is just a matter of time. But then next up in the news, we should talk about how the beachfront house of a South Carolina judge who recently ruled against President Trump just went up in flames yesterday, and it's led to multiple injuries and accusations. And while the authorities...
Oh, I heard of this, so it's good they have... I haven't seen coverage of it yet. So
Authorities, they're still investigating. The information is tight. Here is what we do know for certain. At about 11:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, Judge Diane Goodstein was out walking her dogs when her home went up in flames. And reports have indicated that her 81-year-old husband, former Senator Arnold Goodstein, and another person had to escape via an upper floor window. Then he was reportedly airlifted to a hospital for injuries, and in total, 3 people were taken in. The actual cause of the fire right now, that's unknown, but whatever it was, it quickly burned the house down with just, aerial footage from the scene showing almost nothing left. And well, officially, we do not know the cause.
Is nothing left normal for house fires? Don't know. My neighbor's house burned down at one point because a propane tank exploded in the garage, which was wild. There was still house left. Yeah. But Florida has block construction. So usually it's cement blocks, kind of building up the basis of the house. The core, I guess, outer walls, maybe even the inner walls, just because of hurricanes. So all the roofs, they're not made of blocks. Probably should have found a way to make the roofs out of blocks, but yeah, that did look like a lot of wood, just because of the way it's on stilts as well. But the wood was the only thing we saw left, but was the lower stilts. Crazy.
Online, there was plenty of speculation, and many have concluded that this was definitely a politically motivated attack. Right in that, because recently Judge Goodstein had ruled against the Trump administration in an immigration case. Because the DOJ, they recently wanted South Carolina to hand over personal data for about 3.3 million voters.
Where's the outrage? Where's all the fucking... Where's all the call to, like, calm the speech? If it was the opposite way, we would have not heard the end of it.
Data that would reveal the names, addresses, birth dates, driver licenses, and the last 4 of social security numbers to the Trump administration. Right? And then they would use that information to cross-reference another database to try and see if any undocumented people were unlawfully allowed to cast votes in state elections. And following a ruling to block that move early last month, her family reportedly received multiple death threats. So also, I'll say, ultimately her ruling didn't matter as the state Supreme Court overturned her decision. As you can imagine, with how high political tensions are right now and the string of attacks and assassinations we've seen on political figures, to some, her house...
Wow. I mean, like, not only was it a thing to try and, I guess, steal more information from regular people, I didn't exactly understand, other than the attempt to see if illegals are voting, but illegals don't vote because they can't get voter cards. So, seems like a stupid thing to go for in the first place.
Burning, it just seemed like too much of a coincidence. And to it a lot, including politicians speculating about the motivations behind the alleged arson.
And also, faulty, because they have to match up with a voting record. So even if somehow somebody could, like, obtain the amount of people falsifying voting card creation is just like, it's not seen as a high value amount of electoral people, because if there were millions of people creating fake voter registries, that would be noticed. Also, voter turnout is not generally even that popular on its own. So to think that people who are trying to lay low and be illegal are then actively some of the highest, returning voting activated community through the illegal barrier would be incredibly weird.
I mean, you had New York Congressman Daniel Goldman writing on X yesterday. Trump, Stephen Miller, and MAGA World have been doxing and threatening judges who rule against Trump, including Judge Goodstein. And adding, today, someone committed arson on the judge's home, severely injuring her husband and son. Will Trump speak out against the extreme right that did this? However, at the time he wrote that, there wasn't a confirmed suspect or motive, just heavily assumed given the circumstances. Which then resulted in Stephen Miller writing, "You are vile, deeply warped and vile, while the Trump administration has launched the..."
Hey, tone down the rhetoric. You are vile, deeply warped and vile. Like, whoa. Yo.
first ever government-wide effort to combat and prosecute illegal doxing, sinister threats, and political violence, you continue to push despicable lies, demented smears, malicious defamation, and foment unrest. Despicable. With them then going on to try to flip the situation, saying, meanwhile, the Democrat AG nominee in Virginia is fantasizing about murdering his opponents, and a Biden federal judge is showing radical leniency to a monster who tried to assassinate a Supreme Court justice. While you post your libelous madness, we will keep focused on delivering public safety and fighting domestic terror. But then you had Goldman pushing back, saying that Miller didn't actually answer his question, and he once again asked, do you condemn all political violence or only that against your supporters? But again, I want to stress, at least as of recording right now, there
You know the answer to that question because he is the modern day Gestapo. He was the original orchestrator of the Muslim ban from Trump 1, and now spearheading and setting up ridiculous goals for ICE and quotas to get regular citizens apprehended. He's disgusting.
There is no public confirmation about what happened. But also, one of the reasons that Miller might be so defensive about the accusation is because he just wrote a day before the fire. The issue before us now is very simple and clear. There is a large and growing movement of left-wing terrorism in this country. It is well organized and funded, and it is shielded by far-left Democrat judges, prosecutors, and attorneys general. The only remedy is to use legitimate state power to dismantle terrorism and terror networks. With many feeling like posts like that motivate people to act on behalf of the Trump administration. Right, arguing there that even though he was careful and he used legitimate state power in that statement, that when paired to the numerous other things he's been saying, it seems like it's something else. But again, right now there's a lot we don't know, and we'll have to wait to see. But then next up in the news, the United States has now killed at least 4 more people off of the coast of Venezuela that it's claimed without evidence were drug traffickers, and actually
Dude, that's the thing that's been happening so much is just the foreign nation bombing and killing civilians who are just fishermen. It's insane because it's not even, not that it's accepted otherwise, but it's not even some kind of military action where the amount of casualties are considered okay. It's a racist and anti-science based hatred of Venezuelans and saying that they are the ones bringing in the drugs through illegal measures, not through the regular ports of entry, but through ships, and then they're just bombing them. They're targeting them directly. These civilians that were killed are not like collateral. These are the targets, and they're targeted on an unfounded fact that they believe that Venezuelans are shipping over drugs. I mean, I guess port of entry could imply shipping boats, but that wouldn't be a little nothing. It would be under a container ship. You know what I mean? Like it would be on one of the traditional large ships where they can just sneak through customs because you cannot check everything. And that's how they can get by, right? Or they pay off fucking dock workers and customs agents because they don't get paid a lot, and you could pay them a lot of money with drug money. And that's how that normal pathway works. That's how cartels and things build. They don't send a lone boatman out there to go across the entire Gulf to make it to America, where they can then, you know, sneak through with a barbed wire and get across with thousands of pounds of drugs. It's just not how it works. So it's not founded on any reasonable idea, and they're just murdering them. And then even Trump is like, oh yeah, I bet even some fishermen are afraid to get out in the water because we might just kill them. Implying that his first strikes were accurate, but also noticing that even regular citizens would be afraid, terrorizing regular citizens. It's just like, it's nuts. Because they don't like that their country tries to do communism or socialism or whatever. Where counter argument to that, in Argentina, Harvey A. Milei or whatever the guy's name is, another weird leader with weird hair. We get to bail them out with however many million. What? The Atlantic? You're crazy. Proposing to lend Argentina up to $20 billion to support its currency and financial markets. They love to do capitalism, and when it fails, oops, just keep bailing it out. They tell you you don't got money for student loan forgiveness, but we can just spin up $20 billion without even going to Congress. The president can just do it on his own. He just has the power of the purse given to him now to just do it. You know, fuck you. We'll figure it out. Yeah, it's crazy. So we bomb these citizens, and then you bail out the other ones. It's just... the DSA did something the other day for the Venezuela stuff. So it's kind of like, obviously, it's not going to fix a thing, but every little thing does add up somewhere. I guess still we're on the awareness elements for the Venezuela side, because, I mean, the average fucking Florida person only has so much bandwidth for the different things between Epstein, Palestine, now Venezuela, the shutdown, and it's like, huh? You know, like, I'm just trying to do DoorDash right now. I'm just stealing this meal so I can eat something and make a new account, you know?
According to Trump, strikes on Venezuelan territory might be next. Right, and all of this, it's coming as he's attempting to justify these and future attacks by arguing that the U.S. is literally at war with drug cartels that his team has designated terrorist organizations. Okay. You know, all of this, it's been building toward this point for nearly the entirety of Trump's second term. Right, it was back in February that Trump designated 8 Latin American criminal organizations as foreign terrorist organizations, 6 from Mexico, 1 from El Salvador, and 1 from Venezuela. Right, Tren de Aragua is a Venezuelan-based group which Trump has claimed is directed by Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. And that's even though, 1, U.S. intelligence assessment has said that that is not true, and 2, experts have also noted that the group is not deeply involved in narcotics trafficking. But regardless, we then saw Trump invoking wartime powers to deport migrants that the administration accused of being members of TDA without due process. Right, and there he argued that the group was engaged in irregular warfare against the U.S. at the direction of Maduro. Then, fast forward to July, and you have Trump signing a secret order directing the Pentagon to begin using military force against these recently designated terrorist organizations. And then in August, you start seeing a buildup of American firepower in the southern Caribbean Sea. And then in September, the U.S. launched at least 3 strikes against alleged drug traffickers in the region, killing at least 17 people, according to the administration. With it also being reported that at least one of those boats that the U.S. took out may have actually turned around before being hit. But again, regardless of that, you had the administration describing these strikes as an act of self-defense. Right? And their argument was basically that they had the legal authority to kill these people without due process because there was smuggling drugs into the U.S. for terrorist organizations, though again, they haven't provided any evidence for that. And all of that, it led to last week where you had Trump doubling down on that argument and even taking it a step further. Right? Trump sent a formal notice to Congress framing those strikes as part of an ongoing conflict rather than isolated acts of self-defense, claiming that the cartels kill tens of thousands of Americans each year and constitute an armed attack against U.S. citizens, and then adding that Trump thereby determined that members of drug cartels are unlawful combatants with whom the United States is engaged in non-international armed conflict. Right? And that's actually a key thing. And an armed conflict, as defined by international law at least, a country can lawfully kill enemy fighters when they pose no threat, detain them indefinitely without trials, and prosecute them in military courts. And, you know, it's worth pointing out here that the term unlawful combatants, it's the same term that the George W. Bush administration used to describe al-Qaeda and other terrorist networks, and that's also been a comparison that we've repeatedly seen made. Where you had Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth doing it over the weekend when asked about the legality of the strikes by Fox News.
Oh, we have every authorization needed. These are designated as foreign terrorist organizations. They're effectively designated just like al-Qaeda, which if I saw al-Qaeda in the conduct of doing something that was going to threaten and kill Americans, I had the right to do that in Iraq and Afghanistan. If you're in our hemisphere and you're in the Caribbean, if you're north of Venezuela and you want to traffic drugs to the United States, you are a legitimate target of the United States military. And in each one of these strikes, we know where they're coming from. We know who they work for. We know where they're going. We know what they're...
Provide the fucking proof, dog. Oh, you don't got it? Are you not willing to? It's just trust me? Come on.
Carrying. We know how many people are on that boat, and that's why these are legitimate, clean kills in pursuit of defending the homeland.
Except,
ew,
this isn't the same, right? After 9/11, Congress explicitly authorized...
God, I hate that fucking smug, worthless fucking weekend host gets to be everything he ever wanted to be. And then he stands up there and calls the generals fat. And wants the fucking drill sergeants to beat the cadets again. And like when they renamed it the Department of War, it was a weirdly accurate adjustment, because calling it the Defense Department was kind of a misnomer, because all we ever used it for was war. But he's supposed to be the anti-war candidate, and now they're drooling over their strong war department. It's just like, it's unnecessary, but also I do think it makes sense, because I hope that in the future Americans will be unwilling to fund the Department of War with the amount of money we give it, and instead would go, well, maybe we shouldn't increase the funding to the Department of War, because I'd rather, we already have a lot of war powers, and I'd rather us focus on other things than more war stuff. Defense makes it sound like, oh yeah, I gotta defend, even though we have not been attacked, other since like the War of 1812 or some bullshit. You know what I mean? Dude, I don't even remember that. That's crazy. I was very unplugged. I was a back to brunch. I did the thing. I voted for the blue. Now let's go back to playing Dota, playing World of Warcraft.
Authorized the use of military force against terrorist organizations specifically responsible for that attack. It hasn't authorized the use of military force to target drug cartels. And that's why you've got folks like one retired military lawyer who's the current director of the National Security Law Program at Georgetown University Law School explaining, declaring an organization as a foreign terrorist organization does not bring with it any additional authority to use force against those.
It was a good vote for me, though, because I used that Obamacare and I stayed on my parents' healthcare plan until I was 26. They had to fucking drag me off that plan kicking and screaming. It was so fucking worth it. Holy shit. What a change. What a change. I mean, obviously he did a lot of fucked ass shit and whatever. And, I always thought that he was good because my dad would fight against him because he's my dad and that's his worldview. And I was always like, no, team sports. But it's like, oh, wait. He actually did a lot of things to capitulate to the right and did not properly whip his side. And he was in the pocket of a lot of different, he was not a Bernie Sanders type. He was very charismatic and, better than a Republican or whatever, but not the Jesus figure that we needed. And especially within him turning his back on a progressive movement to constantly meddle and string pull from the behind the scenes really upsetting
organizations. And with that, you also have the likes of John B. Bellinger III, a lawyer who served in the Bush administration, claiming that the U.S. is engaged in a non-international armed conflict with Venezuelan drug traffickers based on the facts provided so far is an inapt legal analogy that makes a mockery of accepted international law terms, and perhaps that's what the Trump administration intends.
Yeah, I mean, I do hope that, so the accelerationists won. We are now in a changed ecosystem when it comes to how America's institutions run. Hopefully the Democrat liberal idea of, oh, the Senate parliamentarian won't let us, and all these things are tying our hands. We could never pack the courts for the Supreme Court to get, women's autonomy back or trans rights. Oh, we could never. Like, do it, make them file lawsuits, maybe even still do it while those are pending. Use the power that's given to you to get things done. And even when the power is not given to you, say you have it. Make an interpretation where you do and fight for it. That's the political battle that exists every day for the Republicans and never exists for the Democrats. So when it comes to dismantling ICE, maybe even restructuring or destroying the CIA, FBI kind of shit for all their fucked up things that they've done. When it comes to building out healthcare for the nation, when it comes to building out mental health and other sorely needed elements, when it comes to doing government housing for populations of Americans and the homeless, when it comes to job protections, unions, when it comes to insulating ourselves from automation and AI replacement or other bullshit. Like, there are so many things that could be done, and you just do it. You build out a jobs program. You bring in infrastructure things, and if they tell you can't, you tell them you can. You just fucking stand for it. I know. And they go, ah, shucks, Joe Lieberman, ah, shucks, Joe Manchin, ah, shucks, man, we would have liked to give you all those things. We really would, but ah, shucks. Be a bully. Be like Trump. Yell at a fucker, tell him how much you hate him. Kick him out. Get him out of there. Tell him that you'll investigate all of their fucking financial crimes. Put pressure on them. They're being corrupt. They are standing in the way. Don't stand for it.
And that then brings us to Senator Jack Reed, the top Democrat of the Senate Armed Services Committee, slamming the administration for offering what he called no credible legal justification, evidence, or intelligence for the strikes, and adding, every American should be alarmed that the president believes he can wage secret wars against anyone he chooses. Congress alone has the constitutional power to decide when America goes to war. The president cannot launch military campaigns and invent legal cover after the fact. But of course, words are words and actions are actions, and in the meantime, no one's stopping it. Right on Friday, the same day Reed made that statement, you had Hegseth announcing that the military had targeted another vessel off the coast of Venezuela, and he said that 4 male narco...
A lethal kinetic strike. You fucking LARPing paintball warrior loser, dude. What the fuck?
terrorists had been killed, bringing the total to at least 21. With Hegseth also claiming, again, without evidence at least thus far, that the vessel was transporting substantial amounts of narcotics headed to America to poison our people, and adding, our intelligence, without a doubt, confirmed that this vessel was trafficking narcotics, the people on board were narco-terrorists, and they were operating a known...
I wonder if we're going to have the same thing that Israel is doing, where like, well, by intelligence, the AI told us it was accurate, and our AI accuracy is somewhere above 60 to 80% accurate sometimes. Wowee, what a great strike, right? I wonder if that's going to come out as the thing.
Narco trafficking transit route, and saying these strikes will continue until the attacks on the American people are...
You can't put more than one fucking exclamation. Putting an exclamation mark on anything is cringe as a government official. But putting fucking 4 is insane. You're a child. You're a child at sec war. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Over. And you also had Trump posting the clip that day and adding, a boat loaded with enough drugs to kill 25 to 50,000 people was stopped early this morning off the coast of Venezuela from entering American territory. And that's actually...
Bro, those fish underneath that boat must be getting high as fuck. They just fucking vaporized 2 tons of fucking, ketamine into the fucking ocean. What?
claimed that he repeated on Sunday while delivering a speech for the Navy's 250th anniversary, with him then also saying that another strike had been carried out the previous night. Although I will say there, it's not clear if he was actually thinking about the one from Friday.
In recent weeks, the Navy has supported our mission to blow the cartel terrorists. That
is our mission to blow, baby.
Hell out of the water, you see that? And there are no boats in the water anymore. You can't find any. We're having a hard time finding them. Every one of those boats is responsible for the death of 25,000 American people and the destruction of families.
There are so many ways to handle the drug crisis in America. There's so many angles that you could attack it from. the core element is generally material conditions and hopelessness. There are ways to combat the addiction that people currently have. There are ways to combat the spirals that send people down towards them. But randomly nuking from orbit boats from another sovereign nation is definitely not the right way. I don't know. I mean, maybe they're going crazy because they believe their own bullshit about migrants coming through the border with drugs. And then they're like, we have zero, people coming across the border. We have zero this time. What? Drugs are still happening? How could it be? It must be this other thing. Like, I don't actually believe that they're genuine, but it's just like, they're just gross and racist and power hungry and surrounded by sycophants that, because any person that wants to achieve something, like even the dumbest person would know, especially with advisors and other stuff around them. Oh, look, we want to solve this problem. Have other people solve this problem before? Flowchart, yes. Look how they did it. Then emulate the things that are relevant to you, right? That's the standard. And there are loads of examples backed up by fucking research and, vetted through data that there are methods to reduce, to prevent, and to, in some ways, even eradicate the drug use and the illegal cartels and shit. And it's just like, nah, we're not going to do that because they don't actually care. But I do feel like they do want the drugs to be gone. Like, there's like the whole CIA did fucking crack cocaine in the black and brown communities, like, right? That was them wanting to do it. But like these weird fascists, they don't like drugs. I think they're icky. It's a part of the thing. They like their designer drugs, but they don't like the opiate of the masses in a literal sense. So you'd think they would still want to solve it, but I guess they just see the other solution as woke and gay, I guess. That's it. They're just too fucking stupid.
So when you think of it that way, what we're doing is actually an act of kindness. But we did another one last night. Now we just can't find any. It's the old story. We're so good at it that there are no boats. In fact, even fishing boats, nobody wants to go into the water anymore. Sorry to tell you that.
Like, that's an admission of the terrorism. And he makes it a part of his speech. Whenever he brings it up, he always likes to say it as if it's like sick and awesome that that's a byproduct of this. That they are afraid because they might be killed. Like, you would think he would be saying there are still fishermen out there because they know we would only bomb the illegal ones. But he's like, nah, even they're afraid because we're just blowing motherfuckers up. And he says it in every one of his speeches. And it's like, I think everybody knows what that sounds like. Because the people will be like, "Wow, I don't want to hurt even the most, like, MAGA-pilled motherfucker that's not like a complete racist, like what I want to believe my parents are or whatever, right?" They would be like, well, I wouldn't want to hurt the random Venezuelan fishermen, right? I wouldn't want to fuck with them. But him saying like, even the fishermen don't want to go out on boats. Those fucking pussies. That's right. They're afraid. Like, and he's bragging about it. That just sounds evil.
but we're stopping drugs coming into America.
But then with all that, it's not clear at all right now how he figured that all those boats would be responsible for those deaths. So notably, you also had him repeating the claim that he's made before that more than 300,000 US citizens die of drug overdoses annually. But that doesn't appear to be right. The CDC reported only 87,000 overdose deaths for the year ending in September 2024, which I will say is still a shit ton of people, but obviously also way less than 300,000. And actually, it was almost 27% less than the previous year. Also, on the note of overdose deaths, I mean, that surge that we've seen in recent years, it's been driven by fentanyl, right? And drug trafficking experts say that that comes from Mexico. And even cocaine, that's mostly coming from Colombia and to a lesser extent, Peru and Bolivia. You know, while some cocaine does leave South America through Venezuela, the country isn't a primary source of drugs coming to the US. I mean, at least according to our own DEA in a 2020 report. Right? So ultimately, besides the legal rationale for all this being widely criticized, the basic facts that he's trying to back it up with, they just aren't there. But still, you had Trump suggest
Venezuela is an enemy country, so therefore they are responsible. Case solved.
Suggesting that this might just be the beginning.
Well, they're not coming in by sea anymore, so now we'll have to start looking about the land because they'll be forced to go by land. And let me tell you right now, that's not going to work out well for them either.
You're the one saying that they didn't? Oh my God.
And actually with that, it was first reported a couple of weeks ago that US military officials are drawing up options to target drug traffickers inside of Venezuela.
No more wars. One of my coworkers, it was the lady that would come in and change out the trash. She would talk to me and say, Trump's going to do a war on the cartel. And she was afraid because she said the cartels are crazy and will kill people. But she thought it was, she was talking about Mexican cartels. But she was saying that Trump's going to start a war with the cartels and end it because they're wild and they do all these things. You know, TV shows and movies make out these criminal organizations to be some kind of like omega powerful, whatever. And they obviously are powerful and well-connected and, you know, especially super spooky and scary within these certain countries because of the way the corruption works and whatever. It ignores the fact that America has been the destabilizing force, the arming force, and the sort of counter radicalizing force that generally starts out these gangs. These gangs formed a lot of times in American jails, and then we deport them, and then they build up inside of these countries. We intentionally destabilize and cripple certain elements of these countries, like El Salvador, for example, with a whole CCOT prison that everyone's like, it's so base that there's a CCOT prison that just extrajudiciously imprisons individuals permanently in some kind of horrible fucking death camp, labor camp, you know, solitary slash, you know, 30, or it was like 20 hours a day sunlight, you know, lights on permanently, 30 minutes of exercise that's just like enough to keep their bodies from failing type shit. But all that was because of what we did to their country multiple times with the from like 1914 onwards, in a sense. Yeah. So she was sort of on board, but afraid that the cartels would be so powerful they would destroy America, or I don't know, I guess like do political violence or something. I don't know. But but she ended up, before, you know, we left in July, she was telling me how she was kind of like sad and disheartened with the whole process that ICE is attacking good people, because she works with a bunch of working class people. She's literally a fucking janitor, right? So she was kind of like coming around to the stuff, but she was still talking about the fucking cartel war. So I hope she's able to see the humanity of those boat drivers and not just buying the fucking line, hook, line, and sinker that they were drug traffickers. I don't know.
You got sources reportedly telling.
I just think about her a lot because she was a sweet lady. One of the things that annoyed me, not to totally just randomly rag on a person, but she would always kind of just talk about the same things forever. And she had a very similar fucking way of, you know, like almost like a catchphrase. And it's like, it's just so unoriginal. I don't know. There's something I just don't like when things are like so predictable. It was annoying, but she was very sweet. She had a very kind heart. She had this weird thing that she would do in Jamaica where she would go over and like give this random group of people money, and it was very confusing. And she made out all kind of drama. The conversations you would have at like 3 a.m. in the morning when the person comes in to like take out the trash cans, and you're like, oh my, crazy. um, I also just wanted to get back to the bullshit I was doing on my laptop, so that could have been another element of it. But yeah, I just think about her a lot because she was a very air quote normal American Florida woman that I could just sort of pick their brain. That was definitely one of the nicer things about having a job, especially a job where you go in person, is that you get to interact with people, right? I mean, that's sort of a silly thing to say out loud, but as a guy who loves just to sit in his house on his computer all day, and I never got to work remotely, and I always wished I could, but having to get out and touch grass, even just for that little trip back and forth to work, kept me grounded in a lot of different ways. So, I mean, obviously now I'm keep myself grounded via doing my work, like with the DSA and a few other things, which I am happy to keep as a part of it. But the DSA is also a very plugged in online and activist organization. So they're not going to be telling me that they're interested in this war on the cartel, or I can't get a good thermometer check or whatever. So I got to have another element that I bring back into my life where I can interface with regular people. Also to keep myself from being too insulated and too unplugged, right?
Telling NBC News that strikes could potentially begin in a matter of weeks. And so since there's a lot to suggest that this really isn't all about drugs, it leaves open the question, well, what is it really about? And well, there you had the Venezuelan president repeatedly alleging that this is all really aimed at driving him out of power. And in fact, several top officials in the Trump administration, they've reportedly been pushing for regime change. We're talking Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, as well as CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. Right? And so understandably,
like, shouldn't that just be an international war crime to do this regime change shit? Fucking Michael Bolton, like John Bolton, can get on the news and be like, "Oh, I've done a bunch of coups." As a guy who's worked at coups, they're not that easy, and this that. It's like you should be a fucking war criminal. You should be in the Hague for trying to disrupt democratic action outside of your borders. What the fuck? They declassify these things, and those people's names should be seen as traitors to humanity. What the fuck?
well, there's a lot of attention on what's happening in the United States domestically, and it makes sense that there is attention and it is important. This is also something we got to keep tabs on, one, because it matters generally, and two, it could spiral out of control. And that actually, it brings us to the end of this video, though there's even more to.
Cool. I mean, that was a couple of stories I hadn't really seen too much about. Or I had heard about them and I wanted to get them more. A few that were kind of like I forget exactly all the different ones, but yeah, I mean, I like Phil's stuff. I'm a bit of a normie, even in this world of well, that is an interesting topic. Interracial relationships. It's a longer video, but I'm interested to hear. Internet crackdown no one saw coming. Let's just sniping some things to add to my more traditional list of things. Okay. Let's try a Democracy Now! Video. Now, this is going from like normie news to, one of the better big time news places, at least on the left. All right. Yep. These might be way out of my depth. U.S. and world headlines. This is from yesterday. There'll probably be a new one coming out today, obviously, but we'll see.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Narmeen Sheikh. Negotiations are set to begin in Egypt today after Hamas and Israel agreed to parts of President Trump's 20-point plan for a Gaza ceasefire. On Friday, Trump wrote on Truth Social, quote, Israel must immediately stop the bombing of Gaza so that we can get the hostages out safely and quickly. Trump made the comment after Hamas issued a response to Trump's plan without accepting all the conditions. The deal calls for a swap of all remaining hostages in Gaza for Palestinian prisoners held in Israel, as well as an eventual Israeli military withdrawal from Gaza. But major questions remain over what both Israel and Hamas will agree to.
Okay, yeah, so that makes sense that they're still up in the air. They're saying it's coming, but it's not there yet. You know, we'll believe it when we see it, as always. And we know that even when they agree to it, Israel might sort of break the fragile alliance that would exist.
Despite Trump's call for Israel to stop bombing Gaza, the death toll continues to rise. On Sunday, Israeli forces killed at least 24 Palestinians. Another 7 have been killed so far today. Displaced Palestinians in Gaza City expressed hope that a deal to end the 2-year war could be reached.
We urge the negotiators, we urge the United States President Donald Trump, even the State of Israel, the State of Palestine, all states of the world and the Arab states, to end this suffering we are living in completely, and to start the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. We are displaced in the streets. We are living in the streets. Women are humiliated, our children are humiliated. There are no schools, there is no life.
In Israel, tens of thousands rallied in Tel Aviv on Saturday to support a deal to free the hostages. On Sunday, hostage families set up a protest tent outside the home of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem. For the second time in 2 days, a Trump-appointed federal judge in Oregon.
It's crazy that that's the framing that they run with. I mean, like, even Americans were like, hey, war in Afghanistan and Iraq and the war in the Middle East that we're doing, it sucks, man. Can we stop it? I mean, I guess that took 20 fucking years for the entire country to eventually get out of it, but like, even some of the hostages themselves have been like, what we do to these people is crazy. And like, obviously I didn't enjoy being a hostage, but holy shit. But that's still, I mean, if American hostages were held, I could still see them being very single-minded when it comes to that shit. But how the fuck can you look just a few miles away and see the bullshit, insane destruction you're doing and just be like, nah, that's not a big deal. That's crazy.
Has blocked the president from sending National Guard troops to the state, saying his claims about unrest in Portland were, quote, untethered to facts. In a ruling on Sunday night, Judge Karen Immergut blocked Trump from sending the California National Guard to Portland. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek praised the ruling, saying, quote, this is not just about Oregon or a handful of states anymore. It's about the integrity of our democracy. White House advisor Stephen Miller has accused the judge of engaging in a legal insurrection by blocking the deployment of the National Guard. Miller's comment comes as the White House considers a plan to send the Army's 82nd Airborne Division to Portland. New court filings show the Trump administration plans to send hundreds of National Guard troops from Illinois and Texas to Chicago. On Sunday, Governor J.B. Pritzker said, quote, we must now start calling this what it is, Trump's invasion. This comes as federal immigration agents expand their violent crackdown in Chicago amid growing protests. On Saturday, federal agents shot a woman in Chicago, allegedly after a group of cars boxed in patrolling officers. The woman is now facing numerous charges. Chicago Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez denounced the federal response.
In Brighton Park in Chicago on 39th and Kedzie was a shooting earlier, a nice involved shooting. We want to demand an investigation. They are escalating violence. They are
I know that ICE agents don't all wear body cams and shit, which is insane. You have like literally the most funded element of all law enforcement combined, and they get to run around with even less oversight than ever before.
escalating violence in the city. This is not making anyone safer. These raids, you saw that the raids that just did a few days ago, they were innocent people. They have not shown the need to go and terrorize families in the middle of the night, zip-locking kids, getting people naked in the middle of the street. Is that public safety? Is this public safety ended up with a shooting? Some being chased? And
Like they lose all of their goodwill. Not that cops have ever really earned a bunch of goodwill, but they've lost all of their credibility when they do so much disgusting things from just human rights elements, but then also just fucking lying about things. There's stuff about how like they call in false 911 reports to make their, facilities seem like they're more under siege. Claiming people are like disrupting or breaking the gates or climbing over it when it's just like a news reporter just recording B-roll. They wear things that say police when they're not actually police officers. They're lying. They show up without identification. They lie about the warrants that they have because they're not actually judicial warrants. It's interesting to see stuff like J.D. Pritzker push back against it because usually those in power, the billionaires, state officials, hug and kiss the police. You know what I mean? And even when they disagree with Trump sending in police or whatever, or National Guard, they still hug and kiss those organizations. But pushing back against ICE because of who ICE is, it's just like, it's a hop, skip, and a jump over. And then you're there trying to actually do what BLM was trying to do years ago. Restructure the way we do policing in America.
wrecked in a few blocks away from here. This is not keeping nobody safe, and they know that.
The government shutdown has entered its sixth day. President Trump is using the shutdown to withhold federal funding from Democratic-led cities and states. Russell Vought, the White House budget director, announced that the administration would pause $2.1 billion in funding for Chicago's infrastructure projects, writing on social media that the move is to, quote, ensure funding is not flowing via race-based contracting. It follows a similar announcement last week when the administration halted $18 billion in infrastructure funding for New York. The Washington
Infrastructure funding is one of the few things that people can agree on. And we still don't do a good job with it, obviously, for lots of different reasons. Mostly the public-private partnership that exists. Our addiction to giving capitalists and businesses the deals instead of building out our own federal workforce and keeping the costs low, keeping the red tape low, because you're doing it all in government instead of having to coordinate these layers. The inspections could be built in. Like, you can imagine the synergy that would happen within. And it's like, this is not, someone's free choice to get a television package or a streaming service to their home, and they get to decide which ones exist and don't, and which ones they want to buy or not. It's like the government goes to the lowest bidder of the shittiest fucking contractor company to come in and to build the roads that we all drive on, right? So it seems like that should be federalized. We should own our own building things. We should own our own building infrastructure elements. Maybe private fucking buildings could be built by private people, but even then, people use those buildings, whether or not they're owned by a private entity. So again, I still feel like there's limitations on when you should ever allow it. But like for public infrastructure, it should not go to fucking, Joe's fucking company. It should be built in. God. Do I get to vote with my wallet about who gets to build my fucking roads outside my house? Who gets to build the overpasses? Who gets to build the anything? No, I don't.
The Washington Post is reporting that the Trump administration is working on a plan to change age requirements for Americans to qualify for Social Security disability payments by raising the qualifying age to 60 or eliminating age as a factor entirely. The Post cited a paper showing that 750,000 fewer people would receive benefits in the next decade if the proposed rule change goes into effect.
Wait, what was this rule change? Sorry.
The Washington Post is reporting that the Trump administration is working on a plan to change age requirements for Americans to qualify for Social Security disability payments.
Wait. Are they going to...
by raising the qualifying age to 60 or eliminating age as a factor entirely. The Post cited a paper showing that 750,000 fewer people...
Wait, you can't be disabled if you're not 60 years old? What the fuck?
...would receive benefits in the next decade.
I thought they were saying they're going to increase the age of Social Security, but they're saying disability through Social Security. So if you're disabled, but you're not 60 years old, you're younger, you still got it somehow? What the fuck?
If the proposed rule change goes into effect.
That's like useless eater shit.
U.S. forces have bombed another boat off the coast of Venezuela, killing 4 people. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth claimed the boat was transporting drugs, but offered no evidence. President Trump recently declared the U.S. to be in an armed conflict with drug cartels in a move to give the president extraordinary power to launch attacks in Latin America. On Sunday, Trump spoke at a celebration of the Navy's 250th anniversary and threatened to begin launching attacks on land.
Well, they're not coming in by sea anymore, so now we'll have to start looking about the land because they'll be forced to go by land. And let me tell you right now, that's not going to work out well for them either.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro denounced the U.S. attacks in Latin America.
Why do they fire missiles? That's called murder. And it's the murder of young people who should have other opportunities, which we must give them.
Ukraine says Russia fired more than 50 missiles and nearly 500 drones in an overnight attack.
We already saw this stuff about the Venezuela bombing shit. It's just still happening.
On Sunday, killing 5 people, including a 15-year-old girl. The attacks also left tens of thousands of Ukrainians without power. Meanwhile, Poland deployed fighter jets to secure its airspace. France.
Yeah, that's a whole new thing about the Poland airspace being so close to the war and shit kind of like bleeding over. That whole Ukraine-Russia thing is so fucked. Just like a lot of things are, but the fact that Putin's number one buddy, Donald Trump, is not able to end the war, among everything else, is just so grueling and brutal. Because we don't want to keep funding this effort and pumping guns into their country as they have deeper and deeper right-wing sentiments, because whenever you're being invaded, you have right-wing sentiment growing, because that makes sense, because they're the ones fighting back against the fucking, insane fascism that's coming over, trying to dislocate your entire way of life. and kill you and take over your shit. We just want a deal to be struck so that way they stop the killing. But if we stop funding them, then Russia will just continue to push through. So it's just a fucked situation all around. And if you can't convince them to stop, I guess you have to make it punishing for Putin to continue it. But all of our Western sanctions just made them more money than before, which is insane because now they're outside of the Western bubble and they get to go to the alternative bubble that constantly grows and grows as we cut off other nations. It sucks that China is kind of like helping them a bit. Really wish they didn't do that. They try to like keep themselves out of matters, but obviously it's a big partner for China, being a neighbor and all. Yeah, the video, I noticed before that the video, yeah. But what steps are optimizing media? I don't recall that ever coming up when I'm doing it. Optimize media, set the desired codec resolution in settings, master settings, optimize media in render cache, and right click the clips and media pool, edit page, generate optimized media. Oh, I see. So you're generating like proxies? Is that what you're doing?
Raw footage, and we've got some QuickTime footage as ProRes, which is pretty nice to edit already. So maybe we have some trouble playing back these raw files. What we can do is select them all.
So with Resolve, I've noticed, and it's not as in your face as it was in other places. Let me pull up my thing real fast here. Because 4K footage can be a little dense, right, for playing back. So full. If you go up here, playback, timeline resolution, you can drop this down, and that might mean you don't have to optimize the media and you can still just play it as is, because that wasn't available anywhere over here where I thought it would be, where you can choose the different quality settings or whatever. Or maybe it is available here and I just never found it before. But like, yeah, you can prefer proxies, disable proxies, prefer originals, whatever. But I never really saw. Oh, it's the timeline settings. That's cool. You can change that there. I never really looked at these things. Yeah. Update timeline settings. Huh. Oh. Is RIF like a DGI type file? There you go. You can use RLF, as the proxy. It uses the low res file. I just need to change file to MP4 from RLF. So does it record two options, an MP4 and an RLF as a thing? Is that what you're saying it does? Yeah. That's cool that it has an option to do that. I remember, I forget what it was, but something said that you had the option to do proxy media as a recording built in with it. I guess like, what is it? I think there's an option when you right click for. What the fuck? Maybe it wasn't in here, but I thought there was a way to like switch it out with a different. Yeah, it's generate optimized media. Yeah. But I thought there was an option to select it from the thing. Maybe it's like. Well, proxy media, relink, generate proxy. No. I thought there was an option to select something to make it the proxy. Yeah. Why were you recording 4K 120 though? Did you want to do some slow-mo stuff? 'Cause I didn't think that your videos were very slow-mo centric, right? I'll pop back out for a second. Or if it's just stress testing to see what you can do. Just mucking around? Yeah. I mean, 4K 120 also will definitely stress your playback. Because that's, again, as much data as you can possibly crunch through it at the same time. So, yeah. And your graphics card is probably, because your playback video, that uses the graphics card more than you might think. Or at least it was more than I thought it would do. And then when you're generating media, it also uses the graphics card. So it can fuck it up. Sometimes I have like my OBS window loaded up because I'm going to stream soon. And then I have like a stream up on my other monitor. And then I have like a game in the middle monitor. And like the streams will like kind of like frame rate drop. Just because the computer's focusing on 3 things at once, you know, is doing its best with the VRAM or the, I don't know, CUDA cores or whatever the hell it's got. Hey, ZZ. Oh, little girl. RTX has the ability to boost to 4K. Boost the what? Makes it thinks it's full res and has way less issues. Boost the resolve playout to 4K. Boost the no. I want to pat the fine. No. In the NVIDIA app, upscale to 4K and it plays higher quality on your 1080 screen. Oh. That's interesting. I've never done that before. I have a 2K screen. Thank you very much. Dynamic super resolution. Wow. That's interesting. I would worry that would just use more performance to do that, but that is interesting. Yeah, it's DLSS for your fucking desktop. I might fuck around with that just to see. That is interesting. Huh. Huh. South of midnight. Action adventure. Oh, I remember this. This was like one of those recent like games things. Yeah, it's kind of like a Louisiana like swamp bayou kind of like game. Look cool. I wonder, yeah, publisher Xbox Game Studios. It would probably be on the Game Pass, is just holding off because of BDS. Lucky for me, I'm just a politics streamer.
France's Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu resigned on Monday, less than a day after forming his cabinet and less than a month since being appointed as Prime Minister. That leaves French President Emmanuel Macron to decide on whether to dissolve Parliament and call another snap election. It comes.
Oh man, the chatter. Who was that chatter? I forget his name now. I'm bad with names too. Hi, Zizi. He was the one that loved talking about elections in Europe. He ended up leaving. So he would have been all over this, but yeah.
Tens of thousands of protesters have taken to the streets in recent demonstrations led by trade unions denouncing budget cuts.
Also, yeah, basically Obama, yeah. Also, they were mad that we think China is cool sometimes. I say we because Goat and I were both here when it happened, but yeah. The guy just couldn't take that we think some parts of China are good. Just couldn't handle it. Oh, the Biden guy, right? Yeah, totally. It's just some German person who actually was living in the United States, but acted like they're from Denmark sometimes or whatever, or I don't know, some Scandinavian place or whatever.
Israel is facing accusations of mistreating international activists who were detained when Israeli forces raided a flotilla of Gaza-bound aid boats, detaining over 435 passengers.
I think I heard the next flotilla is coming. I hope it's the last, but yeah.
Last week, several activists who've been deported say they witnessed Israeli officers mistreat.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, and again, there's criticisms of any government, right? No government's going to be perfect, especially a one that's attempting to do a major transition from a bunch of different things or whatever. But could not accept that they had good. They couldn't even accept that they had good high-speed rail, like that they had built high-speed rail efficiently and goodly in the recent, decade. They couldn't accept that fact. They said that Europe has a lot of high-speed rail too, actually, and it's like, come on, bro, just compare things just for a second and go, dang, hats off to you. They didn't even do Saudi Arabia's slave labor to do it, right? What the fuck, right? It's like, come on, bro. Yeah, 700-year-old.
The Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg. One Turkish journalist who was deported from Israel said Israeli authorities, quote, dragged little Greta by her hair before our eyes, beat her and forced her to kiss the Israeli flag. They did everything imaginable to her as a warning to others. Thunberg is expected to be deported today. On Sunday, the Spanish activist Rafael.
I guess because this was from yesterday, they haven't released their morning video or their news from, today, because today barely started. But I'm pretty sure she's already out. I remember seeing an interview with her. And then she was also still keeping it on topic and even saying, like, there was a lot of bad things that happened to us, but that's what we're here talking about now. That'll come later. Right now, we're trying to get this fucking food to these starving people.
Rafael Borrego spoke in Madrid after being deported from Israel.
At any time that any of us called a police officer in prison, we risked that 7 or more fully armed people would enter our cell, as they did on mine, pointing us with weapons at our heads, with dogs ready to attack us.
one of these days, I'm going to take that bright line from Miami to Orlando or something in Florida. I don't see why I would be in Orlando or why I'd go to Miami or vice versa, but one day I'll take that incredibly slow high-speed rail. Slower than I think any high-speed rail in Europe and in China, I think. I forget the exact ranking on how it was like something really bad. Which is funny because Florida is so flat. You'd think that you could make high-speed rail pretty simple. You know, just poof, just shoot it. Also, the direction that would go through, it goes through a lot of mostly empty ass landscape. It's not full on Everglades, but it's like pretty rural ass open fucking areas. You could definitely make that pretty smooth when you build it out.
And being dragged.
But there really should be an East Coast line and then a transcontinental line and then a West Coast line at the very least. A letter H across the entire United States should be real fucking simple, right? And then obviously plenty of interesting crisscrosses and interconnections, but like the most simple and realistic, because, you know, people tend to live by the coast and you know, plant their flag where water was easy, and cities get built up right on those areas. It's just both sections were begging for it. And also commerce would excel. Capitalism would flow. Barriers to market entry would become lowered. People could work further away from home, which then helps housing prices in rural areas and also helps people enter into job markets in areas that have prohibitively high, you know, housing prices and rent. People could start businesses in places. People can go and shop on a whim in places. It even from a capitalist perspective and a greed perspective, it's beneficial. Tourism blows up. People can fly internationally into our country significantly more if they can get more bang for their buck out of their trips. So they can go like, well, we can only do Orlando, fuck us. But then you can take a quick trip up there and bam, you're in Georgia. Bam, you're in fucking DC. You know, you can 2-for-1 it with just like a few hour train ride in between in session.
Dragged on the floor. This happened on a daily basis. They didn't let us speak to our lawyers at any time. They impeded consular assistance. They didn't let us call our families. All of this under a very humiliating treatment.
In other flotilla news, CBS is reporting that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu directly approved military operations
Jesus Christ, dude. Didn't they say that was like supposed to be like a natural accident or something? That's fucking crazy.
2 vessels from the flotilla while it was in Tunisia last month. 2 U.S. intelligence officials told CBS that Israeli forces launched drones.
Quarterly profits does sound nice. You know what? It does sound nice.
From a submarine and dropped incendiary devices on the boats. Hundreds of thousands of
attempted murder.
Protesters took part in pro-Palestinian rallies this weekend across the globe. In the Netherlands, about 250,000 marched in Amsterdam. Major protests were also held in Istanbul, Paris, Rabat, and other cities. In London, police arrested over 440 protesters for supporting Palestine Action, a group that was designated as a terror organization in July, making it...
It's so cool to see even like old ass British people going, this is gross. And standing up for it and willing to put their bodies on the line. I mean, protest has limitations, it's performative, blah, 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 but, you know, the protest works when there is a lot of it. That was one of the important parts of it. Like when you protest by yourself, you're just arrested for a nuisance. When you protest in mass across the entire globe, that's where even like stupid corporations and feckless, backboneless politicians can finally start, backing your claims. It's just, it's an element that has power when it works. It's not the only way to utilize power, but when it works, man. That's true.
Illegal for anyone to show support for
She saw Israel start. Like she's older than Israel.
the group. This is the longtime British peace activist Angie Zelter.
I'm disgusted by the police, actually. They shouldn't be arresting non-violent protesters here. We have a right to protest, and Palestine Action is not a violent organisation. It should never have been prescribed in the first place. They should be arresting the real criminals, okay, which is the people colluding with the genocide, which includes our government, unfortunately.
Here in the United States, about 100 activists blocked the main entrance to Port Elizabeth in New Jersey to protest the shipment of weapons to Israel.
It is crazy to see how polite international police are. Growing up, watching cops and, seeing the recent protests, seeing police show up in military vests, even in my childhood and shit. It's kind of crazy. Like in the video of the Chicago cops that got tear gassed by ICE, and people are laughing at the cops saying, "You fucking morons. They don't like you. You should be arresting them. Wake up, wake up, wake up." Like the Chicago officers are wiping their eyes and struggling, but one of the officers has a billy club in his hand. He has just a fucking beat stick, and he's like holstering it so that way he can like rub his eyes or whatever. And it's like, dog, why was your beat stick out? Why the fuck was I'm gonna beat the shit out of your fucking fellow citizen stick in your hands? It's not even a gun, you know what I mean? It's just, but it's still just, and it's a well-worn beat stick. It's like, dog, you're beating the shit out of people with a fucking, aerodynamic, lightweight, yet still damaging, like, so you can swing it as fast as possible, do optimal damage and cause pain stick. That's so fucked, bro.
Jim Keedy, Director of Educating for Justice.
As you can see, this is a peaceful, nonviolent demonstration. Yes, it is inconvenient for the people that are in these trucks and in the cars that are in front of me here, but
I think Florida has made it legal to like run people over and shit. Maybe it might just be only in protest itself, but yeah.
As you can see, there are people that are just exercising their First Amendment.
I mean, like, not just obviously protesting would be the situation that people be in the street, but I remember the context specifically. I can't.
Rights to free speech. This slaughter, this genocide needs to stop. Our elected officials have done nothing to stop the flow of weapons to Israel. In fact, they've increased the weapons flow over the course of 2 years. They have given Israel billions of dollars of our tax money, and they have given them the moral and political cover to commit a genocide that we are seeing in high def on our phones every day.
The New York
Combating Public Disorder Act states a driver will not be held liable for injury or death caused when fleeing a riot. Yeah. PolitiFact. They say no, not without consequences. You see, the consequences are basically nothing, and they can claim that they were in fear, but actually they just mowed people down as they drove forward. Whatever.
Times is reporting that President Trump is expected to lower refugee admissions to 7,500 people, a sharp reduction from the cap of 125,000
Holy
set
fuck.
up by the Biden administration last year. The new limit would support mostly white South Africans. Speaking to the Times, Mark Hetfield, the president of HIAS, a Jewish resettlement agency, said, quote, "Such a low refugee ceiling would break America's promise to people who played by the rules. Trump isn't just putting the Afrikaners to the front of the line, he's kicking years-long waiting refugees out of the line." Journalist Mario Guevara was deported to El Salvador on Friday after being detained by ICE for over 100 days. Guevara, who founded the outlet MG News, where he received awards for his coverage on immigration, has lived in the United States for nearly 20 years. He was arrested and jailed in June for live streaming an anti-Trump No Kings demonstration near Atlanta. Guevara spoke to reporters in El Salvador.
Maybe I made a mistake, but I did it for my family. I did it because I held on, because I had hope. I trusted in the United States justice system, because it had always been fair to me. I trusted the United States, right? One of its slogans in the pledge to the flag is liberty and justice for all. That no longer exists.
Oh, you poor fool. I mean, what you've done is important and powerful, and the sacrifice made to stack up on the pile of injustices will hopefully be an effort to, like I said before, the accelerationist won, so things are accelerating. So I hope that the cost that he paid in all of this will somehow make it worth it, and it's all said and done. And it sucks that he had to pay that price for the shot at making things better. Which mic was serious? It's so funny because yeah, it's like they're deporting them, but we are just importing them. But yeah, it's like they're deporting them. The white genociders. A serious. He's serious. Oh.
Liberty and justice is only for American citizens. Journalists who are American citizens can do the work. A journalist like me, who is an immigrant with a work permit, no. That's the new reality in the United States.
And authorities in South Carolina have launched an investigation after the home of South Carolina Circuit Court Judge Diane Goodstein was set on fire. The judge was not home at the time, but 3 members of her family have been hospitalized, including her husband, a former Democratic state senator. Judge Goodstein had received death threats recently after...
Was that the one that was like beating PewDiePie for most YouTube subscribers at that one point in time? That sounds familiar.
President Trump's assistant attorney general had...
It's funny that they have this photo because it looks like a fucking like high school class picture day kind of ass shit with the background, but it's like an adult person.
Dillon criticized the judge for temporarily blocking the state's election commission from releasing its voter files to the Department of Justice. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh in New York, joined by
Nermeen Sheikh. Hey, Amy.
In San Francisco. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Nermeen, and hello to all our viewers, listeners, and readers around the country and around the world. Thanks for watching Democracy Now!
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I've never been a fan of PewDiePie, never watched his stuff. I saw him from the sidelines when he was the biggest thing. And then he did the bridge video, and then he apologized, and then he did some like weird Nazi stuff, but it was all a joke, but also whatever. Then he moves to Japan, a classic move for people. He seems like an edgy, but also not actually a severely hate-filled person, but also a dumbass. You know what I mean? Again, just my view from the outside. He has a lot of power and influence from his years of making obscene amounts of money, but then also he's just some guy, whatever. I don't really have that much smoke for him other than the shit that he did that was bad, that he's also said was bad. Could he do more with his platform? Sure. But that's not a thing I generally point and make a big showing of. Sure, but so are a lot of Swedish fucks. Like, he is a Swedish fuck with a platform, so yeah. But I feel like he's not going to listen to me, and also I'm going to ultimately make more enemies than friends. Like, I'll never fuck with his content, really. I never really care about his opinion. He's kind of just like a, like Mr. Beast, he's more of a reason to talk about things because he's more relevant. Also, but ultimately, even then, like, saying negative shit about Mr. Beast, like, I'm never going to change him. Maybe that's a stupid thing to say, and I should be more aggressive towards those with the power to make things happen and the inaction of doing it. Like, there was a joke about Mr. Beast or PewDiePie at one point, if they made a call for, a rising of the Maoist third world, right, to overthrow the governments, how much could have happened, at any point to do global sabotage, to, interrupt the state actors. How much could they have done? They don't vote, but they could, hide their parents' car keys or some stupid shit. Just weird things that they could have done to create obscene amounts of political action out of the blue. Weird thing to think about in a modern age. He has a song? That does seem like you could definitely interpret it as a negative. I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Pretty sure Dark Magician is a weak card, but yeah. For an edgy comedian, like an average person, to some degree, I could see them misinterpreting the impact there. But being an online edgy guy for years, you know what that is, right? You know what's happening with that. So, does he write songs, or did he get a ghostwriter to write it and then he just uses it and then doesn't apologize for it? Don't know. I guess a part of me thinks there's a bunch of individually edgy and racist people out there. Fuck them. But then I care about people like Asmongold who use their platform for hate. I guess they more directly use their platform for hate than a random stupid YouTuber. It's like getting mad at a person from FaZe Clan for saying something non-woke. I do think that what they say is dumb and they should know better. But I guess they have to do the thing where like Nick Merckx comes out and like starts actively defending things or has to go out and actively attack others before I really apply the lens, because otherwise I just feel like there's a value in not alienating normies, but then also not becoming a cry bully to some degrees. But yeah. Oh, is powerful and the main character's main card? I thought the Blue Eyes White Dragon was the main character's card. That and Pot of Greed. I always thought the Dark Magician was like one of like the, you know, the early drops, if you will. Because, oh, I had the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and that's like his like big Omega card. Yugi's. That makes sense. YouTubers did have like song phases for sure. That's the bad guy's main card. I mean, that does play into the order of the good guy versus bad guy element of the song, but yeah. I guess he did that song against the Indian Music Company to call them out for being dark or whatever, you know. Again, yeah, I get it. You gave thousands of first-gen cards to your eldest nephew. That's sweet. Hopefully they liked it. Just because they're like, oh, I'm actually more of a Pokemon guy. And like, damn it. Yeah. I'm not normally a Rachel Maddow person, but I saw this and I was curious what this video is about. It's a quick one at least, so if it's cringe, we'll be out of it fast. Even in my lib era, I wasn't a Rachel Maddow because it just seemed too lib.
Ahead of the expected arrival of federalized National Guard troops in Chicago, just plain federal agents in Chicago, from ICE, from CBP, from the FBI, from other agencies, they've been treating the city like it's Fallujah 2004 or something. This is from the Chicago Sun-Times. Quote, armed federal agents in military fatigues busted down their doors overnight, pulling men, women, and children from their apartments in Chicago, some of them naked. Residents and witnesses said agents approached or entered nearly every apartment in this 5-story building. U.S. citizens were among those detained for hours. The next day, toys, shoes, and food were still in.
I got a friend who's a big collector enjoyer. So I think even he would appreciate something like that just because he likes collecting stuff. Cards mostly, but he does appreciate even the random thing. Like he started getting into like Marvel releases, cards from like Stranger Things just to give them a try. They didn't really hit too hard, so he kind of moved on, but he'll pick up things here and there from different stuff. He's never gotten into Pokemon. I think that's just one of the things he's decided never really to dive deep into. Just because maybe it's just too childish for him or something, but like he was into baseball cards before he ever was into Magic. So like the collecting element is always a big part of it for him, no matter what.
Piles in the building's hallways. Property managers were seen throwing
I always assumed the Blue Eyes White Dragon was kind of like a Timmy card, you know, just a bunch of mana for a bunch of stats. It's a big guy. Maybe there's more elements to it and how it works in the game or whatever. I don't really know, but I always assumed that was probably not as good as the show made it out to be, and it's just a big guy.
Mattresses and broken doors into dumpsters. Neighbors said federal agents used flashbang grenades to burst through the building, and several drones and helicopters were deployed. One woman who lives across the street said it looked like hundreds of agents were outside her door. She said she saw agents dragging residents, including kids, out of the building without any clothes on and into U-Haul vans. Kids were separated from their mothers.
That's the other thing too, is like they still just use like civilian vehicles, rent fucking vans to both load up their own agents and others into. That's like what the fucking Nazis show up in, is the back of a U-Haul, you know?
press. Agents used unmarked trucks and a helicopter to surround this 5-story apartment building in Chicago. News Nation, which was invited to observe the operation, reported that agents, quote, repelled from Black Hawk helicopters. Agents then went door to door, woke up residents, and used zip ties.
Just a bunch of fucking racists just playing fucking, just LARPing as goddamn SEAL Team 6. Going in as Meal Team 6. It's crazy.
To restrain them.
I always hated the art style of Yu-Gi-Oh! There was something about the weird effect that they had, like the color of like the lines and shit on the borders, the font choice, then even like the art style. It was like anime, but it was like weird, like elongated, heavily shaded anime. I just never really, it always just kind of like looked like shit. I agree, man. I mean, I agree about it feels pretty sucky, because that would be, otherwise that would be me agreeing to wishing violence or ill will towards federal officers, and that would never be me. Never. So just making sure that's clear. There's terms of service on this website that I have never actually read through, but I'm just doing my best.
Again, keep in mind, this is before the military gets there. This is just what Trump's federal agents are doing in Chicago. Calling in the Black Hawk.
I talked about it earlier, but it'll be really interesting if the Texas people they're calling up, because the other ones are blocked, are being told to stand down by the local authorities. So then you'll have federal versus state, like hog on hog standoffs, and what that might look like if that ever gets to that. And I don't know that that's happened very often, especially not on a mass scale, especially not in a climate similar to this, which if it ends up going that way, which it doesn't always have to, because there's a lot of breakpoints between now and then, but that would sort of be, it would feel unprecedented to me as a normie who doesn't actually pay as much of attention to the matters like this until now.
Helicopters to raid a residential apartment building.
Bin Laden, as in like Biden.
And then zip tying all the kids and the old people and breaking down all the doors and ransacking all the apartments.
People, I know people have keychains, or they have a universal handcuff key on their keychain, but they just use zip ties nowadays because they just think it's better and it's cheaper and it hurts more. So I wonder, I mean, there are certain tricks to getting to opening up zip ties, but I guess it's just a pair of snips, really. Like, zip ties are very good at being a simple way to zip something together, but it's just plastic. Like, you can get thick plastic, but also there's like tricks with the little mechanism, because it's like a sliding click system that then pushes against the clicker. But if you're able to push in that clicker and open it up, then it's just, yeah, bend the latch. Yeah. So I guess without having a pair of fucking snips hanging off of your keychain, some kind of traditional latch bender would be a similar tool for an escape artist, like a Houdini type, to have on hand. I mean, if I'm remembering my toy handcuffs, which makes sense, they would be less robust than traditional, but the key mechanism is kind of just push a thing into a slot and then rotate it, because there's just one handle you got to pull up, which is why they're pretty much just universal. They're not like an actual, like a key that goes into the bunch of tumblers that needs to rotate. It's kind of just like almost like a paperclip you could just bend in there and just flip around until you touch it, because they assume you just don't have it. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, I mean, but that is definitely a different time. But that's a good point. That would be when that would have happened. Similar to, just thinking kind of like how when people were trying to integrate schools and people were pushing back against it, I could see them sending the local cops to stop them, but then the National Guard were there to make sure it happened. And that would be some like squaring off. But like, even in the 60s, those cops are wearing t-shirts, The harshest thing they had was just a big white, dome helmet. Now both sides would be fucking Kevlar'd up with fucking ARs and chemical weapons and tanks. It'd be kind of like, whoa, what the fuck? Like they might actually, throw hands.
I mean, this is what they're doing to the American people in Chicago already before they send in federal troops. This is just.
And they're saying like, oh, we got Tren de Aragua. I'm like, I don't believe you. You've lied so many times. Like, I don't believe you. So you've lost all goodwill. Also, you're fucking up American citizens, bitch. They go, yeah, well, they're free now. And it's like, dude, that's not how this works. The Fourth Amendment ain't like that. The First Amendment ain't like that. The fucking, none of that shit's like that. What the fuck are you talking about, man? You can't just be like, well, they're safe now. Yeah, I'll drag your ass naked out of the fucking house at fucking 2 a.m. with your children zip tied on the fucking pavement, flashbanging our way in, and say, well, you're released now. Fuck you. Their home's trashed, thrown apart. Fuck you.
Federal agents. Trump is trying to deploy federalized National Guard to Chicago against the wishes of the mayor and the governor.
The whole school year. And that little girl, that was Kamala Harris.
Again, we're going to talk with Governor Pritzker about the lawsuit that he's brought to try to stop that deployment when we speak with him in just a moment. Another lawsuit has been brought by a group of journalists and Chicago residents to try to stop federal agents in Chicago from infringing on people's rights to protest and on journalists' right to report on protests. As part of that lawsuit, the plaintiffs included some video exhibits about how federal agents have been behaving in Chicago already. Again, before troops even get there. I want to show you two of those video exhibits that have been filed as part of this lawsuit. I'm going to show you two of them that depict attacks by Trump's federal agents on a priest, on a minister.
I mean, that's not going to make me go crazy, but I understand the optics of it. But
the first one, this is just about 20 seconds. Watch.
I remember watching a bunch of protest footage from 2020 BLM era, and that was always really upsetting and difficult to see. But this is obviously to a different level in a sense. It's not taking place at night. It's not in the violent rioter stuff. It's just people doing their basic First Amendment. And it's more widespread and it's happening for a longer period of time. So it's harder and harder for people like my parents to put their heads in the sand. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's funny. We did it, Joe. We did it.
You see them spray the minister in the face with chemical spray of some kind. He falls to his knees. In this next exhibit from the lawsuit, you will see Trump's agents shoot the minister with some kind of less than lethal munition. They shoot him in the head. This is about 15 seconds long. You'll see the minister praying. He's standing alone. At the beginning of the tape here, he's standing, praying with his hands raised. Watch.
Christ.
He's a priest. He's a Presbyterian minister.
At least I don't do a weird call to action at the end. Like, hey, like our videos, subscribe. To some extent, I think it's worth seeing the stupid bullshit that they do, even though it can be kind of like, not like shock porn for yourself or whatever, but it's easy to just every day go, yeah, they do a bunch of fucked up shit, but I don't know. Something about keeping up my hatred for ICE. This is something our modern day, I don't know, poll guy. Let's see. This button. Really want to get a better way to make this work. Okay.
I want to bring in Arlette Saenz to join us. Arlette, what are the facts here and what are Democrats saying to this?
Well, really right now, what we are hearing from both...
That's so funny. They have a fucking count up clock. This is, again, from yesterday afternoon, but...
Speaker Mike Johnson and Democratic leadership is them engaging in this messaging war over who is to blame for this current shutdown. What Republicans are arguing is that they believe that any negotiations about extending those expiring Obamacare subsidies, which is really central to Democrats' arguments and demands, that those discussions can't happen until the government is reopened. And as Speaker Johnson pointed out, they believe that this is an issue that can be handled a little bit later down the road. Those subsidies are set to expire on December 31st at the end of the year. So what Republicans, like Speaker Johnson, are arguing is Democrats need to reopen the government and allow the work to continue to negotiate for actual negotiations to begin about how to extend or possibly reform those enhanced Obamacare subsidies. But Democrats, meanwhile, are arguing that those conversations need to happen right now. And that is because Americans this very month will start to receive notice of how much their health care premiums are going.
I think Kara and I might be safe from this just because we're not a part of Obamacare. That's what it seems like. At least that's what the messaging is about. But it's possible that through work, it could still go up, I guess, but it would not be like in the same, because it's kind of like through an equity firm that is going through the company. So the price impacting the insurance company, which then impacts how much it costs to the employer, which then might impact like next year's enrollment period, which could be really fucking annoying if like the insurance company is given a higher price. They then create the packages that then the employees have to pick from with that inflated price that may or may not happen, assuming the government is able to change it. But the enrollment period is like in a very specific period, I think in a real soon, like November or something, for Kara's work. So they might be forced to raise the prices for that thing that may or may not happen. And then it gets, changed in the law if they actually are able to force that concession from the Republicans. But then, oops, sorry, you already agreed to pay this much. Therefore, you're right. Your lot is up. I really sure fucking hope that shit doesn't happen. But what can you do?
Going to increase if those Obamacare subsidies are not extended. So they want to make sure that Americans are able to factor in what their health care will look like. Democrats want to see those extended permanently. Republicans, some have said that they want to see an extension. Some want some reforms to the program. But that's really at the heart of the debate right now, as both sides remain locked in with no negotiations in sight for how to end this shutdown.
All right, Arlette Saenz, thank you so much. I want to bring in our CNN chief data analyst, Harry Enton, to look at the polling and this blame game. I mean, you're hearing these messaging wars, right, Harry? Walk us through what the numbers are saying about who Americans are blaming right now.
Yeah, I just saw the speaker up there trying to place the blame on Democrats, but I got to be honest with you, you look at the polling data and they simply put not buying Speaker Johnson's arguments. What are we talking about? Well, why don't we just blame more for the 2025 shutdown? Normally, when you see Republican on the screen, that's a good thing because they're leading. But in this case, it's a bad thing because more Americans are blaming him for the shutdown. And you can see it's a sweep across the board. You look at the New York Times poll, blame Republicans more by 7 points. How about the CBS poll, came out yesterday? Blame Republicans more by 9 points. How about the Marist University poll? Blame Republicans more by 12 points. And then the Washington Post poll takes the cake, blaming Republicans more by 17 points. You average it all together, and we're talking about a double-digit margin in which more Americans are blaming the Republicans than the Democrats. Now, perhaps that shouldn't be so surprising to students of history. Why? Because we've had a number of shutdowns in the past. And which party almost always, or basically always, seems to get blamed? It's the Republican Party that always seems to get blamed, whether it's the 95-96 shutdowns, 2013, or the 2018-2019 shutdowns. And more importantly, what I think is so important is we are still at the beginning of this shutdown, right? What happens right now in the polling may not necessarily hold going forward. But historically speaking, what we've actually seen is that the party that gets blamed at the start of the shutdowns, 95, 96, 2013, 2018, 2019, is the same party that gets blamed by the end of the shutdown. So at this point, more Americans are blaming the...
I mean, I don't know how much you can use historical data because the climate has changed even from fucking this time. Hell, even from this time, technically, even though it's under Trump 1. I mean, I guess there's always a change. So the fact that the climate change has always happened, it's like when they're like, oh man, no one's ever won a fucking playoff game while 14 points below when the temperature is below freezing. And it's like, what kind of weird specific statistic is that? You don't have enough data points to really make that, and you're just working off variance at this point, man. So it's just kind of, they always like to do that where they just find through lines and they say, well, that's just the, you know, that means that this must have something to do with it. I mean, I guess it's not totally unreasonable to see that people aren't convinced through all the tug and pull. I would think it'd be more interesting to see like party and power start and end if it's the same thing or not. But I guess sometimes the shutdown, I'm not sure. I guess 13, that would be, well, I don't remember who held the majorities. You know what I mean?
Republicans than the Democrats, and historically speaking, those margins have tended to hold.
That's interesting. So how many Americans dislike both sides here? You show the Republican side that right now Americans are blaming Republicans, but overall, what about both sides?
Yeah, okay. So, you know,
what about both sides?
You know, we
what
saw
about
the
both
margins,
sides?
you know, right here where more folks are blaming Republicans than Democrats. But of course, what about people who don't like either side, right? What about this? So blame more for the shutdown. Look, you got Republicans at 39%, Democrats at 27%, but both sides equally, we're talking about a third of the American people, basically, 30% on the average poll who are blaming both sides equally. So this is not a case in which the American public is loving the arguments that Democrats are putting forward. It's more that they hate the Republicans more. And if given the choice, what we're really talking about is a majority of the, or a large portion of the American public who don't like really either side in this situation. So the American people, I think, kind of just feel like losers in this situation.
I feel like most Americans, generally speaking, hate both sides equally because most people aren't political, and they say because they hate both sides politically equally. I've had chatters come in here and be like, "Yo, I just hang out and it's fun to watch you. I don't really care about politics." And I'm like, "How did I give that vibe? I fucked up." I've had coworkers who are like, "Yeah, I don't vote. There's no point." All the time, and I'm like, "Man, I don't know what I could tell you to say it does matter." This is like, I don't know. It's just, it takes both sides to do a shutdown, but which is how most people will see it. But when it's like, because the Democrats run into this problem a lot because they don't have whenever they do have a majority, they don't have a big majority, and the Republicans can just put their foot down and say, we don't want to spend money on anything. and we're going to shut the government down and make you look like a fool for having no government running while you're in charge. And the Democrats just quickly start, blowing dicks and just, oh, yes, we'll give you whatever you want. Oh, we have to do this, right? They love to do that. Just giving up all ground immediately, and still, I thought would be getting the blame, but I guess Republicans always end up with a blame. But like Republicans want to do a bad thing, and Democrats are saying, please, let's just at least stop that one bad thing from happening. So I feel like if anybody pays attention, they're generally pro healthcare, but they also then convince them that they want to give transgender migrants health care. God damn it. I don't want my money to go to that. It's just crazy. Yeah. I mean, there is the real tangential argument for popular vote. And there's an argument to be made every time the popular vote is fucked up. So even if you're in a state that doesn't matter, air quotes, at least if you did your thing and everybody votes, like when Bush is elected and loses the popular vote, they go, this is kind of fucked up, hoping one day that they can force a change in the system that seemingly will never come. It's a real fucking, ghost slice thin of why it could matter to vote in a place. Mostly, you should vote for certain things, especially your state-based things and your local election-based things. So you're going to be there anyway. It's going to be just do it. And also, you can mail in your bullshit nowadays and all the other easy ways to get it done. I mean, I hate that it's always on a fucking work day. It's a pain in the ass. They don't make it easy on purpose, but it's only every other year, and you can do the primary, I guess, if you want to. That's twice every other year. And it helps. And you already got the ballot. You might as well. It's one of those things. To the laziest motherfucker from my job who just wants to just play his Switch and not do his job all day. Hey, go off, King. But come on, just vote. Just come on, man. Just one small thing. Then it gives you the right to complain like an asshole whenever you want because you're a voting member now. Come on. It's not a very compelling argument, clearly, but come on.
Is there any indication why Americans are more likely to blame Republicans for a shutdown, even if historically, as you showed in those numbers, it hasn't always been the Republicans in charge, but yet they still get the blame? Any indication why?
Yeah, look, I think what's so important to recognize here is that, look, historically speaking, Republicans get the blame, but also what are we talking about? I think at this particular point, we're seeing who is instigating the shutdown and whether or not this thing is really going to last for a long period of time. And what I'll just say in this situation, what Americans want pre-shutdown, what we're talking about is 49% now in 2025 say they want their side to stand on principle. So we really have both sides locked in versus historically people want compromise, but now we're really split. So I expect.
That's different. I can't tell if it's good or bad. I mean, polling always has its own fucking problems. Leading questions, never having a perfect base of people to question. You do your best. There's different polling companies that do it in different ways, whatever. But there's something to be gleaned a little bit, especially as a person who is like me in my own bubble outside of the workforce now, limited exposure to the average Joe. And when I do have exposure to them, I'm getting a haircut. I'm not able to just shoehorn politics into that conversation, where it comes up significantly more often when you're working with coworkers. Not that it's normally it's a party foul to bring up politics, but a lot of times they're the ones that start it, damn it. And then I just go, oh my, you've piqued my special interest. And then start finding ways to hear out their side, what they care about, what they're willing to talk about also is another part of it, because it's just them trying out weird talking points that I've seen from other places, but they do a bad job of it, obviously, like I would do as well. And then I tried to talk my talking points that I've slowly learned and also am bad at it. So it's kind of, you know, there's some value to seeing topics polled. And news has its really, really bad job at getting to the core of issues, covering things from neoliberal takes to straight up fucking fascist takes. But even the ones that are plugged in, this is what they're seeing. So it's kind of interesting to sort of see it. Obviously, I'm no Hassan when it comes to the actual be able to chew through it reliably, but I'm trying. I'm learning. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's see. What does NBC have to say about an oligarch buying CBS? Let's see. Again, one day I'll find a really easy way to grab all this information and have it auto post to the way I would prefer.
A major shift in the landscape of TV news. Paramount Skydance announcing that they've made Barry Weiss editor-in-chief of CBS News and acquired her online news and commentary.
Skydance is the one that made Colbert quit or fired for next year.
Organization, the Free Press. Weiss, who attended Columbia University, is a Pittsburgh native who now lives in New York. The Wall Street Journal writing she's known for her outspoken support of Israel and strong takes on polarizing topics, including gun rights, diversity, and inclusion programs.
Because she was at some libertarian thing being like, yo, I know you don't like my ability to marry my significant other, but don't worry. I also like low taxes. So I forget if she was... Yeah, I mean, just working with billionaires, getting power unjustifiably, you know, having status. It's this crazy how much more effective grifting from the right side is, or just how much more sycophantic the right side is. By being a weird little reply guy to fuckers, you can end up with institutional power. It's kind of like mind-boggling.
American higher education and President Trump. She's a registered independent who at one point called herself politically homeless, unrepresented by the two main U.S. parties. Joining me tonight to break this down and what this appointment means is Oliver Darcy. He's a media reporter.
I've never seen a head like this with this smile. It's haunting. It's like a character from that game, No, I'm Not Human, where they make them look uncanny.
Reporter and author of the Status newsletter and GOP strategist Matt Gorman. We thank you both for being here. Oliver, this is your bread and butter. I'm going to start with you, right? Barry Weiss has very little experience in broadcast TV. She's now working with CBS News President Tom Zabrowski, who I do want...
Because she wasn't even a journalist. She was just an opinion columnist or whatever. So then again, to be in charge of news.
I want to say I've worked with in the past and who is a great news manager. He has a long pedigree in broadcast news. Who's actually going to be calling the shots here?
I think that remains to be seen, but Barry Weiss is taking a very prominent editorial role. She's going to be editor-in-chief, which suggests that all of the editorial will ultimately report to her. And I think if you're a CBS News journalist, you are at the very least anxious today, given what Barry Weiss stands for. I mean, she is someone, as you referred to there, as has taken a lot of polarizing views, to say the least. She's anti-woke, anti-DEI. She said today that the far left...
Uh-oh, what did I do? Go, oh my, pause. Rewind. Go, oh my, you've piqued my special interest. Oh my. Is my noise gate sometimes still a little bit aggressive at the start? I'm worried. Go, oh my, you've piqued my special interest.
Loathes America, which is quite the statement for someone who's editor-in-chief of CBS News to make. And so the question remains to be seen, how involved is she going to be? Is she going to be at 60 Minutes going over the editorial on a weekly basis, or is she going to be leading from further away? And we don't know that, and CBS News journalists still don't know that, and I think that's causing, at the very least, some unease tonight.
Yeah, you know, Matt, I want to ask you, I mean, you're somebody who you appear on nearly every broadcast network that I know of. You appear.
I mean, I guess I don't watch enough, obviously, or even watch enough people who watch enough, because I've never seen this dude before, ever. That's crazy.
You're in cable as well. You're somebody who's well-versed in this industry as well. You're also somebody who works for the right. What is your take on all this?
A couple things. First of all, they needed to shake things up at CBS, right? They've been perennially in third place for much of their.
This'll do it. Outsider. The one dude with hair in the middle. Yeah. That's funny. They are both insanely bald. That's true. Just, they love to use that Trump thing of like, oh, the failing New York Times. He's got a very intense shape and he's so smooth. It's just, and then but the way he started out, he was just smiling and looking dead into the camera. It was a lot.
Trademark newscast, whether it's evening news or the morning show, for a long time. They've also had a lot of churn before Tom, as you mentioned, at the top of their news division, as well as their anchor desks on several other programs. So they
have a lot of churn, but they also need to mix things up. I thought that sounds like that they were mixing things up. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think how that could be a benefit or a negative. Like a nurse is trying to take your temperature, and it's like, I don't know where to put this temperature gun. I don't know what. I don't know. There's no clear line.
needed to do something differently, I think, to bring some advertising revenue in and bring some buzz in, candidly. And, like, look, I don't know Barry, but she's built a successful project after the Free Press after leaving the New York Times opinion page. I think the other thing is to look. There's been a thaw amongst.
He's like, I just want to find a way to say I'm thrilled without being too obvious. Okay.
CBS News and Republicans, right? And look, no good news organization can function if they don't have the trust, let's be honest, of both major political parties who are willing to talk on their air. I think this could help provide a reset for my party.
I mean, they just said that you've been on basically every single network as a Republican.
And CBS News as well.
Oliver, is this an attempt by CBS News and their new owners, maybe in their view, I'm not saying this is my view or the view of the people that watch, the millions that watch CBS News every night, to make CBS News more down the middle, or do you think this is a conscious move to the right?
I think either way you look at that, whether they're saying it's to be, down the middle and more fair, or it's, to the right, I think it's the same effect, which is to be more sympathetic to conservatism, or to, I wouldn't even call it conservatism, to the MAGA movement. And
why do you say that? There's a difference there. Why do you say that, Oliver?
Yeah, I mean, I think traditionally conservatives would stand at odds with a number of things that Donald Trump promotes. For instance, free trade. Traditionally, conservatives have been very pro-free trade. This president is very isolationist. And then there are a number of issues that this president has really, re-engineer the Republican Party to be in favor of that, 10 years ago, conservatives would have been against. For instance, conservatives were the ones that got us into the Iraq War, and this president says he's against it and anti-interventionalist. So there are two separate movements there.
I don't know if that would be the things I would say that they don't like. I mean, I guess him saying he's anti-war is something that the traditional media-loving war hawks would enjoy. So I guess that does kind of track, but there's so many other things about Trump that traditional conservatives don't like. They say that they like Heat, that he says it like it is, but they also then like they say, wow, he's a little bit uncouth and he's a little gross. He's a womanizer and like a, you know, at least in the civil case, a rapist. It's like, of all the things to pick out, you know, his isolationist tactics in both war and trade. And it's like, really? That's what the traditional conservatives don't like about him?
But I think that Barry is certainly going to be pushing a number of things that people on the right like. She's not necessarily a MAGA media personality, but people in that movement like that she's anti-DEI, anti-woke, very pro-Israel. And while she does criticize the president at some times, I think if you were to read the Free Press, those issues that I just outlined would be what you would take away as the great threat to American civilization or Western civilization, not the creeping autocracy that we're seeing from this president as he assaults things like free speech, the rule of law, et cetera.
Matt, I'm going to let you weigh in on that.
Yeah, look, I think if you're reading Donald Trump into a media merger, I think it's a little bit too much into this. Look, what I'm very interested in, candidly, is, look, there's been rumors that Skydance, who now owns CBS, might take a vested interest or try and buy CNN, right? So not only would they control CBS, they would control a major news network that, let's be honest, CNN is not, often hospitable to, the right. And so we will see.
The number of right-wing takes that CNN has been spitting out in the past year and a half has been staggering. Even the framings on like Mamdani winning were like, is New York City going to burn to the ground? Will there be violent thugs everywhere? It's like not hospitable.
If that happens, and again, I think necessary, whether we like it or not, 50% of this country voted for Donald Trump, and I think having a little bit more ideological diversity in many newsrooms across the country is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
Weird to be like, hey, how dare you compare this to Trump? But also, because Trump won, this is a good thing. And it balances out. I thought you said it was ridiculous to link this to Trumpism in general.
Ensuring that we have objective journalism.
I got one for each of you. Matt, I'm going to ask you, if someone is watching Fox News and CBS does move to the right in some capacity, does a Fox News viewer, a loyal Fox News viewer, do they go and watch CBS News? Do you think that actually happens?
I think the Fox News viewer and the cable news viewer in general, I think, is very different than someone who casually watches broadcast news. I think they're quite different. Cable news, wherever you are, they're far more habitual watchers. They tend to leave it on all day.
So, Oliver, my last question to you.
That's crazy.
We don't know how this is going to play out, right? But how do you think they will measure success over there at that company now? Is it ratings? Is it how their CEO, David?
I'm just thinking that they just want them to stop trying to. They don't really care about the view. I mean, like, obviously every place is going to enjoy extra viewership, but by buying out and then putting in a right-wing personality on top, you're trying to mold the narrative like a fucking, clay pot on the fucking spinning thing. It's got one shape to it that you don't like, and you want someone to come in and reshape it. Viewership and things like that will come, or they won't come. It'll happen either way. The Republican news is the leading news, but it's also because there's technically less of them in the pool. But all news is dying. You don't buy out news to make the money. You buy out news to silence the news, to control the news. No self-serving, profit margin seeking, every quarter's got to be better than the last fucking capitalist is going to be like, oh, hell yeah, TV news. That's where we really fucking get it. Because it's not even just CBS. It's CBS News specifically.
Ellison feels, what's their metric?
I'm not really actually sure what their metric is. I mean, I guess you could say ratings might be part of it. I think that the idea, though, I mean, David Ellison talked about this today. He said that he wants CBS News to speak to all of America. Every news organization wants to speak to all of America. They're not trying to speak to...
That's the Israel defending Ellison's son, the billionaire son or whatever, the Oracle owning mega oligarch kind of like guy with now his son owns it. Totally not consolidating power into a fewer and fewer families. It's like the Donald Trump method. Like, don't worry, guys. I'm going to disconnect myself from my company by giving it to my son. And it's like, that's not disconnecting yourself. That doesn't how that works.
Half of the country. They want to appeal to as many people as possible. They want to be trusted by as many people as possible. The issue right now is that when you have a president who lies, who shatters norms, and when you cover that from a factual basis, when you just fact check this president and his administration, that alienates his audience. And he's a very thin-skinned man, as we know, and he attacks the news organizations. And so, I think CNN is perfectly hospitable to having fact-based conservatives come on the air. I don't think, actually, I guess they are to some extent hospitable with dishonest MAGA personalities. They have them on the air too these days. But I think the issue really is that when you have someone going on the air and misleading an audience.
I was thinking about it because the for-profit news organizations that exist cause so many problems that they can be bought out by billionaires, that can be bought out by political actors that just have enough money. They have ways of framing topics. They have ways of doing that, like manufacturer consent by only elevating to the top positions the morals and the scruples that they deem valuable and non-valuable or whatever. But there's also some issues with state media because there is a chance that they would be overly sycophantic to their leader. Like, for example, if we had a national media, it would be slobbering all over Trump. It makes sense to have, I suppose, an open and crowd-funded public news element that is disconnected from the administration while being protected from capital. How you organize that directly, I guess you just have to separate all control from the government while giving a government funding and turn off the ability for the government to stop the funding to it. But that seems difficult considering it will be ever increasing with inflation. There'd be ways to do direct manipulation to it one way or the other. I guess technically alternative media is a way that helps diversify it. I mean, you're always going to have the element of the charlatan, of the bag getter, the drama chasers, the bad faith individuals. But I guess hyper atomization creates some amount of diversification that then creates a layer of uncorruptibility. But I mean, I don't know, or even saving that failing with like the chorus issue and how right wingers are commonly angel invested funded to then get elevated straight up into billionaire think tanks or organizations like Daily Wire. So I don't know.
News networks typically are not hospitable to that, regardless of political party. It happens a lot more from one.
But free press is not free when it's owned by a capitalist. That's the issue that I have with it. And I guess because I'm looking at it from the lens of an American citizen, I would rather do anything else other than the oligarch-owned media, right? I'd rather have state media to some degree, or more robust, public, diversified media.
Political party right now. And the question is, how do you appeal to the entire country when you have a political party that is, frankly, peddling a lot of lies, a lot of dishonesty to the American people? That is the question for CBS News. And frankly, it's a question for all news networks in this very polarizing age.
Yeah, and we're going to leave it there. A lot of great journalists work at CBS News. I have a lot of good friends that work there, and we, of course, wish the best for them. Oliver and Matt, very smart conversation. I thank you for being here tonight.
Man?
We thank you for...
Such a weird one, man. That's such a weird way to look. All right. I can't go beyond too much longer, but I got a couple more videos I pulled off to the side. Just because I have my Canvas at 6. I want to make sure I got all my gear ready for it. Not Canvas, sorry. Picket. I make sure I have my gear for it. Memory cards up to speed. Emptied out. My lenses, some water, all my things I need to get out there. Because I've told a lot of people I'm doing this, so I cannot flake on this. As I should never flake on anything, but every now and then I fuck up and oversleep and shit. So I got to set alarms and make sure I have enough good rest so that way I can be out there in the hot ass Florida sun dealing with this bullshit. Also, it's going to be October 7th, so I was like, oh, what a powerful day to do a boycott Chevron thing outside. What a day to do. Breaks with the GOP on Obamacare. I wonder what this means. I'm not familiar with this.
Overnight, Democrats got a new unexpected ally on the issue of extending the expiring Affordable Care Act subsidies at the very heart of this shutdown debate. It's Republican Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who broke with her own party yesterday.
She always seems to be doing something. Way too early is the name of the show. She does stuff. And she always has the worst reason ever to do it. Like she had her thing about not wanting to give stuff to Israel, but it was like for like the worst reason ever. I mean, AOC still didn't vote with it, and she, theoretically should have. And she used like her second excuse is why, because she didn't want to give her a win. But like, don't send money to Israel. What the fuck? But she always has like the most fucked up motives. So like it's like, oh, is she changing? Like, no, she's not. She's not. Let her explain it herself. She's not.
Writing a lengthy post on social media calling for action to extend Obamacare subsidies and prevent insurance premium hikes. Greene wrote in part that her adult children who are covered by the ACA have health insurance premiums that will double next year if Congress allows the tax credits to expire. Yeah.
Wait, what? She has ACA children? That's crazy.
And millions of other Americans. Greene emphasized that she will not support taxpayer-funded health care.
She's a QAnon. She's like one of the earlier QAnon elected people. Affordable Care Act. It's what Obamacare is in name. Technically on the books, but like she was a QAnon, early QAnon on boarder or whatever into the House. I wonder if she's trying to vie for some kind of post-Trump like manifestation, like try to, I'm carving my own lane style shit. I went against Israel before everybody else kind of shit. Is she doing a room reading because she's like the Jewish space laser person? You know what I mean? Very interesting.
for undocumented immigrants and slammed Republican leaders for failing to address the subsidies issue.
Like, I've heard her spout so much insane, made-up garbage that it's not like she's, like, actually has an understanding about what's good for her constituents.
Democrats, of course, have been pushing for provisions in the federal spending bill to extend these subsidies, which expire right now at the end of 2025. But Republican House and Senate leaders have said the issue will not be discussed until Democrats agree to reopen the government. So it's a debate on when to negotiate. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Seth Magaziner of Rhode Island. Congressman, just first, your reaction to this maybe unlikely ally on the ACA subsidies?
Well, I think there's a lot more Republicans than just her who understand that we need to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. In fact, a majority of Republicans polled say that they want these tax credits extended, and I think a lot of Republicans in Congress do as well. Taking a step back here, millions of people are about to see their health insurance costs double. Millions more will lose their insurance altogether if we do not act. That is why Democrats in Congress have taken a stand on this issue. And what you see on the Republican side is they have not had a plan for health care for 15 years. For 15 years, they've been.
Don't worry, they have what was the fucking quote? Like, we have concepts of a plan or some shit that was happening. Where's that plan? Where's the concept? Can I see the concept at least? Is the concept Medicare for all single payer? What's the concept? Because, like, if they gave me fucking, Medicare for all, I'd be like, hell yeah. They did that thing where they were making like a couple of drugs cheaper. Biden did it. Cool. Do more. Don't just do the top 10, most popular ones. Do more. He was doing not the med bed thing, but some other thing. And it's like, hey man, that's good and all, but keep going, keep going. I'm not afraid of saying when something good happens. They just don't do good things.
Talking about how they want to repeal the Affordable Care Act and replace it, but they have no replacement. And you now see these cracks on the Republican side.
I don't even remember what the Trump thing was. I'm trying to think of what the Trump thing was recently that was not the medbed thing. It was about getting, Pfizer drug deal. That's what it was. Getting the same rate as the rest of the world on Pfizer. Good. Do all of them, though. Don't just do one. He says that it's in the works. Let's see. The only weird thing about that is making our current healthcare system mildly more palatable is not the accelerationist path towards Medicare for all, right? So that's easily a complaint. The same way this Obamacare was put out as a squashing of the calls for Medicare for all back in the day, not as loud. And then like when Bernie Sanders is popular for calling for healthcare for all of a sudden everybody walks out and says, hey, we got a plan for a public option. Don't you worry. Right? So those are steps to try to shut down the calls for something better. So that would be the reason I would say that doing part and half measures is not a good thing, because you're just not doing enough. You're actively trying to not do enough to make it harder to do enough. But yes, reducing healthcare costs is good for people. I just want you to do it all the fucking way as well.
It's starting to show where not only Marjorie Taylor Greene, but also Donald Trump is saying we should do a deal with the Democrats on health care. But Mike Johnson and John Thune refused to negotiate. So there are a lot of...
I mean, this seems like the easiest thing. The easiest thing to break with the Democrat or Republicans on, because one, it's the least popular thing happening right now with the shutdown, but also they're eventually going to have to crack, because if they don't, they're going to piss everybody off. So you want to either be on the good side of it when it blows up in their face, or you want to be the first one to publicly say, okay, I'm willing to work on this. Either way, it's a win-win. So, like, the space laser lady is doing a strategic move? What the fuck's happening?
Cracks on the Republican side, they are in disarray, and it all stems from the fact that they don't have a plan on healthcare, and they never have.
Yeah, I remember something about concepts of a plan, but I'm not sure I ever saw those concepts actually put into a bullet point form where we can actually see what the Republican health care plan is. But I think as we watch the contours of this, there's two things that I've noticed, in part from my conversation with the speaker over the weekend. The idea that Democrats, by holding your leverage point here, have been able to turn this from a conversation of should we negotiate on ACA subsidies to now it being a question of when. Do you think that there is the appetite in your caucus to go along with getting out of a government shutdown if it's just simply a promise or an agreement to negotiate later? There's such a trust deficit that I feel in my conversations.
No, of course not. I mean, for Mike Johnson to say, oh, well, trust us, we'll deal with the health care issue later, shows that, number one, he doesn't understand the issue because open enrollment is already beginning and a lot of people will have already opted.
That's what I'm saying. I'm worried that that's going to technically fuck up Kara's thing, which is now mine. Now I care.
Out of health insurance if we wait too much longer, and that'll do tremendous damage to the healthcare system. But also, these are the same people, these congressional Republicans, who just cut $1 trillion from Medicaid over the summer, and now they just want us to trust them that they'll fix it later. They have no credibility on the matter. Today is the 18th day that Mike Johnson has had the House on vacation, House Republicans on vacation, in the midst of a government shutdown, while the healthcare system is exploding. That is a tactical mistake on him.
That's got to be one of the fucking cushiest ass jobs. They get so many fucking vacations and seasons and shit. And they must make a fucking boatload.
His part. He is showing no
on top of the corruption
urgency to actually solve this healthcare crisis. And he's making a mistake. It's sending the wrong message to the American people.
And even some of his own Republican colleagues have said that they wish that they were in Washington doing something when it comes to these negotiations or speaking to the shutdown. They don't love the optics of it. And I think for viewers who are like, well, Congress typically takes a few weeks off sometimes, this is not one of those pre-planned recess periods. You talk, though, Congressman, about the health care impacts that you've seen, that we are expecting from the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. You recently met with health care leaders at a hospital in your area. What did you hear from them about how to address rising healthcare costs, but also what they're experiencing right now?
Yeah, so healthcare leaders, whether it's hospital leaders, nursing homes, community health centers, rural health centers, they will all tell you we have to extend the Affordable Care Act funding and restore the money that was cut from Medicaid by Republicans over the summer. Understand, hospitals, nursing homes, other healthcare providers, they're having to make their decisions now about what services they are going to offer next year and what their staffing levels are going to be next year. That's why, again, when Mike Johnson says, oh, trust us, we'll deal with this later, even if he was being honest, and he has no credibility on this, but even if he was being honest about that, the damage will have already been done. A lot of nursing homes and hospitals and other healthcare providers will have to shut down or cut back on services if, as we go through open enrollment, a lot of people are no longer able to afford their insurance. And what Marjorie Taylor Greene said about her son seeing their health insurance costs doubling for next year, there are millions of Americans all across the country who are finding the exact same thing now. That is why Mike Johnson needs to take the House out of recess and bring us back so that we can have a real bipartisan negotiation to fix the healthcare system and to reopen the government.
And if I were seeing you in the halls of Congress right now, I would be asking you about the caucus call that you guys had last night, speaking virtually. What was the conversation? What are the conversations that you and your colleagues are having? As I know from talking with some of them, that as they're at home, they are hearing that people are hurting right now, sometimes because of the shutdown, sometimes just because of the larger landscape and environment that makes you guys feel like it's worth holding the line right now.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats are largely united on this. Every Democrat in the House, and I assume the Senate as well, supports extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits, supports restoring Medicaid funding, and understands the importance and the urgency of the situation. You know, Mike Johnson, on the other hand, has real disagreement and disarray on the...
Just cut the fucking tax credits that they're doing to fund this. That seems to be the only reasonable way to do it, because if you do agree to extend this, there's going to be a budget shortfall for that difference, right? And the Republicans are going to want to, like, fucking, I don't know, take it from some other thing. Like the things that they've already cut to some degree. I don't know. I just make sure that it's done through some unnecessary tax cut that they're giving to the fucking billionaires already.
Republican side of the House. Some are saying extend the tax credits, others are saying don't. I think the real reason, there's been speculation that the reason Mike Johnson didn't want the House in session the last 2 weeks was because we now have the 218th signature to release the Epstein files.
That's not really possible, a fucking question.
I think the other reason is that he knows that if Republicans were in town and we were all able to talk to each other face to face, there would be tremendous pressure to do a deal to address the healthcare crisis. And for whatever reason, Mike Johnson has decided he doesn't want that, even though apparently Donald Trump is open to it.
And that's one of the questions that I asked the speaker over the weekend. If Donald Trump came to you and said, let's do a deal on the ACA subsidies, would you work against him? And the speaker continued to say, well, just now is not the time to do it. We got to reopen the government first. Again, I do think that Democrats holding out here has sort of shifted the Overton.
Yeah, that's so funny. Like, we could do it right now. Well, let's just not do that right now, actually. Let's just not do that.
Window. But you're also right that I think a few things can be true at once when it comes to why House Republicans are not in Washington and why the whole House is out of session right now. We're going to leave it there for now. Democratic Congressman Seth Magaziner of Rhode Island, I'll have you back to talk about your continued push to ban members from trading stocks in the future.
Good luck, brother.
But for now, we thank you for coming on to talk about this.
Family, spouses, next of kin, like, I had to move my 401k. My wife got a job as a fucking the marketing side, the fucking, graphic design side. Of Raymond James. I had to fucking move my shit. Fucking elected officials can just buy stocks openly. That's crazy. All right, this is the last one we'll do. San Jose mayor talks economic potential of AI energy demands in California. This is vaguely related to my Don't Duke stuff, just because I would hope that if we have control over some form of the grid in our local area, we could stop a data center from popping up and not only sucking up all of our power and making it super expensive, but then also literally poisoning people.
When it comes to powering the future of AI, well, here is what it looks like. 1 gigawatt is about the same output as a commercial nuclear reactor, enough to power about 1 million homes.
A nuclear reactor.
Right? And between today's deal with AMD and another agreement with NVIDIA, OpenAI is planned infrastructure.
Why do people call it NVIDIA? That's so funny. Are they just not a gamer at all? That's so funny.
Structure is going to use 16 gigawatts. That is enough to power the combined total of New York City, Chicago, and Los Angeles. And as Brian pointed out, there are a lot of concerns about energy use.
16 nuclear commercial grade facilities? That's wild. Where the fuck is America going to find any of that kind of power? We don't build one fucking nuclear power plant. Those take a long time to spin up too. What the fuck?
Who pays for it? How it's being generated? Our next guest.
America begging for more affordable power never gets anything. 3 fucking AI companies say, hey, we'd love to just double our electric grid. Sure, bro. Why not? We'll do it for you.
Sees this as a major opportunity for local economies. Take a look.
I want to be careful to not buy into this narrative that data centers are going to just put all this burden on the community. We think from a tax perspective and a unit cost reduction, this may actually be one of the best economic opportunities the state has had.
The fact that there was an abandoned nuclear power facility is insane.
In decades.
And joining us now.
Because I know that a bunch of fuckers are just going to pull up a bunch of coal fire plants under the Trump administration and go, hell yeah, brother. Roll coal. That's going to power our GPUs or whatever the fuck they use for these data centers.
Now is the mayor of San Jose, Matt Mahan. Mayor, welcome. Thanks so much for being with us. For people that are worried that AI data centers are going to drive up their energy bills, they're going to be using way too many finite resources, water, what do you say?
Well, Gotti, it's good to be with you, and thanks for the important question. Everybody's asking it these days. We're actually adding 2 gigawatts of new capacity here in San Jose, the capital of Silicon Valley. And with growth, you can invest in innovation. We're using that new energy coming online to make power purchasing agreements where we're actually investing in solar, wind, battery backups. The growth is actually enabling us to make long-term investments that have San Jose with the cleanest power mix of any city in the country. So we think that with growth, you can invest in innovation, clean.
Okay, that's 2. You need 16. On top of your normal growth of energy needs. What?
Energy, storage, and then critically important, with scale, with economies of scale, you can actually bring down the per unit cost, the kilowatt hour cost for everybody, which means for your average homeowner who's not using more power, in fact, their appliances may be getting more efficient, they'll actually face a lower per kilowatt cost because other large load customers are actually driving those efficiencies in terms.
Yes, you'll be generating more power overall, right? But there will be less of the power available because a large power sucking force is applying. So you're increasing the total load, but also attacking on a load remover that's an equal size. So you're not really changing the economics of scale at all.
Terms of the cost of operating the overall grid. So we think it can be a big win.
In terms of scale, though, I mean, there are those that see the speed in which a lot of this scaling up is happening and say, look, this is the part where it's a slippery slope. And
also we're building all these data centers for a bunch of garbage. A bunch of fucking auto email writers. A bunch of like fake, deep faked, videos of people shoplifting at a store to make your fucking grandparents go crazy and say crime is out of control. The companies making them aren't even making money. We're rapidly running to just inshitify everything else around us because the billionaires say it'd be sick if we did that. Where's all of this fucking effort and energy for like the basic necessities of people? And then when that bubble bursts and we have all these worthless data centers sitting around, I mean, I guess we'll have fucking power supply for the rest of the fucking cities and shit. That could be good, I guess. I hope that we build the power first, wait to build the data center, and then right there, right at that critical moment when power is still bought and paid for, but data centers haven't started yet, bam, bubble burst, it's all gone. That would be kind of cool. That would be a way for us to trick ourselves into giving ourselves infrastructure. But it might only be localized into those tax haven, Texas. They're saying San Jose, Texas, right? Yeah. Oh, in California, sorry. San Jose sounds like a Texas town, but I guess it's in California. Silicon Valley, I said earlier, I should have known. So it probably won't be really disseminated out amongst the people. But I guess if it's where the population centers are, it's kind of similar.
There needs to be
Just more abandoned plants, probably.
little bit of a slowdown. Do you see that at all? Is there any part of the scaling plans that concern you?
Well, we see it differently for a few reasons. One is, if anything, in California, we have seen a leveling off in growth, and we want to actually harness this AI revolution to drive investments in the jobs.
He just seems like a fucking abundance lib that's just not with it, you know what I mean?
Of the future, we think advanced manufacturing should be here, not just overseas. We want to be a city and a country that still makes things. In fact, San Jose is pretty unique in having nearly 20% of our jobs in manufacturing, but those jobs are at risk of being offshored if we don't continue to advance. I mentioned that with growth, we can invest in innovation and newer, cleaner energy systems.
Like, he just sounds like a fucking worthless corporate just keyword saying, like he's just an AI script as a person. Like, I'm the mayor and we as our city are doing a bunch of good things, and I don't know what that means for everybody else, but we have innovation and investment and clean energy. We've got all of those key words. I'll just keep saying them because we have the investment in the innovation of clean energy and we're growing. And it's like, dog, what the fuck are you saying?
We're seeing around water use. These data centers are getting incredibly more sophisticated. They're using air cooling instead of water cooling in some cases.
Hey, in some cases, they use air cooling. Wow. Awesome. Wonderful. Wonderful. What the fuck is this, dude? You're a big data center believer? What the fuck? Ew. I guess if you are the fucking Silicon Valley mayor, you're just going to be a complete hack put into power by those billionaires.
So we think the growth can be a really good thing, but we have to ensure shared prosperity. One of the undertold stories is that each of these data
Yeah, let's see this. Yeah, helping small businesses, right?
centers adds millions of dollars a year in new revenue for localities, for cities like San Jose, that can put
Elaborate.
that money into better schools, longer library hours, public safety, better roads and parks. And really, with that growth,
The property taxes is what he's saying.
we actually have a new source of revenue to invest back in our city and make city services better for everybody.
I mean, we're running out of time.
You know, places like this love, I mean, California does have taxes, right? But we've seen how well California has invested its taxes properly onto its base. It does sweeps of the homeless and never finishes high-speed rail. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Time here, but I do want to ask, with all of the compute that's happening in those data centers, what is your city using to use AI for city services?
Well, that's a great
We made some hilarious clapbacks to all of our political opponents. You wouldn't believe the sombrero memes that we turned back on them. Take that.
question, because we see this as more than just economic development and tax-based growth. I want to reinvent government using AI. Government's one of the few places where we have not seen productivity gains for years, while the private sector has raced ahead. So we're using AI to do early detection of potholes, graffiti, streetlights that are out.
Ew. Oh my God. AI early detection of graffiti. Uh-oh. Seems like a lot of teenagers are walking about based off of this camera footage we have of this area. That's a precursor identifier for graffiti. Send out the ICE agents. Like, what the hell? Also, potholes. What the fuck? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Pre-crime, yeah. What do you mean? I don't think you know what that means. dog shit webcams looking at the surface of a road to predict where a pothole will go. So what? A bunch of fucking, guys with a high-vis vest can stare at the floor and say, I don't see a hole there. I guess we leave. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dumping on the side of the road, and we're deploying city teams faster and more efficiently. We're leading the nation in speeding up bus routes. We think this can be used for so many different civic applications to make our city faster, more efficient, more responsive.
Now, I can't wait. I'm coming out to see how you use it.
Oh, I'm just can't wait, bro. I can't wait.
Potholes. Mayor Mahan, thank you so much for joining.
Push back. Ask him, what the fuck do you mean pre-crime for fucking graffiti? We notice a lot of black children in this town. This is a pre-crime for stop and frisk. You should stop and frisk these, African Americans. I was trained on racist Twitter data. Stop them. Stop them. What the hell?
Joining us.
That sounds...
Thank you.
That sounds awful. I thought it was legal to put pot in your hole in California. Recreationally, not just for medical purposes. Excuse me. Well, fuck me. I already had my 2 yawning fits earlier, so this gives me a little bit of time to do stuff so that way I can have my rest and then my prep time and then my thing. Be back tonight / tomorrow morning. I was trying to start a little earlier and ended up starting at 2 a.m. Whoops-a-doodles. That's my bad. Trying to keep myself active and moving. I'll actually get to do some amount of working out, some amount of script writing, some amount of projects beyond the daily grind. I need to do that. I'm in my second half of the severance at this point, so time to not be lazy anymore, which is good because I think it actually makes me happier. It makes me feel less bad in lots of little ways. So that's cool. It's good not to feel awful. Feeling awful, that's bad. 2 viewers, not enough for a raid, which is fine. Would probably do the end of that video game sometime on the weekend. Good reminder for me to keep an eye on my calendar so I don't accidentally fuck up and miss an important event, but I won't waffle about too long. Pretty happy with the first news day in a very long time. I think I've got a decent system for kind of building out a plan, and the chatting was pretty nice. I've noticed a lot of Hassan's have 2 S's, which makes me feel less bad when I first looked him up with 2 S's. My brother was like, oh, I know a little bit about that Hassan guy, and he had 2 S's in his name. And even like spell checks will be like 1 S, red squiggly, 2 S, that's spelt right. So maybe that one has 2 S's and it's okay. Maybe. Also, the Twitch chat of assassinate Hassan out of context is crazy. Some people think that he is in charge of the company. So the fact that that can be typed out without an account getting banned is, I say, proof of the opposite. Anyway, I'll see you tonight. See you tomorrow. If you're there, you're there. If not, I understand. I understand. I had fun. I learned. And I'm going to get something done. And hopefully you will too. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.